The Fourth Monkey by J.D. Barker. Narrated by Eduardo Ballerini and Graham Winton. Chapter 1. Porter. Day 1, 6:14 a.m. There it was again, that incessant ping. I turned the ringer off. Why am I hearing text notifications? Why am I hearing anything? Apple's gone to shit without Steve Jobs. Sam Porter rolled to his right, his hand blindly groping for the phone on the nightstand. His alarm clock crashed to the floor with a thunk unique to cheap electronics from China. Fuck me. When his fingers found the phone, he wrestled the device from the charging cable and brought it to his face, squinting at the small bright screen. "Call me, 911. A text from Nash. Porter looked over at his wife's side of the bed, empty except for a note. "Went to get milk, be back soon, XOXO Heather." He grunted and again glanced at his phone. 6:15 a.m. So much for a quiet morning. Porter sat up and dialed his partner. He answered on the second ring. "Sam?" "Hey, Nash." The other man fell silent for a moment. "I'm sorry, Porter. I debated whether or not to contact you. Must have dialed your number a dozen times and couldn't bring myself to actually place the call. I finally decided it'd be best just to text you. Give you a chance to ignore me, you know?" "It's fine, Nash. What have you got?" Another pause. "You'll want to see for yourself." "See what?" "There's been an accident." Porter rubbed his temple. "An accident? We're homicide. Why would we respond to an accident?" "You gotta trust me on this. You'll want to see it," Nash told him again. There was an edge to his voice. Porter sighed. "Where?" "Near Hyde Park, off 55th. I just texted you the address." His phone pinged loudly in his ear, and he jerked it away from his head. Fucking iPhone. He looked down at the screen, noted the address, and went back to the call. "I can be there in about 30 minutes. Will that work?" "Yeah," Nash replied. "We're not going anywhere soon." Porter disconnected the call and eased his legs off the side of the bed, listening to the various pops and creaks his tired 52-year-old body made in protest. The sun had begun its ascent, and light peeked in from between the closed blinds of the bedroom window. Funny how quiet and gloomy the apartment felt without Heather around. Went to get milk. From the hardwood floor, his alarm clock blinked up at him with a cracked face displaying characters no longer resembling numbers. Today was going to be one of those days. There'd been a lot of those days lately. Porter emerged from the apartment 10 minutes later, dressed in his Sunday best. A rumpled navy suit he'd bought off the rack at Men's Warehouse nearly a decade earlier, and made his way down the 4 flights of stairs to the cramped lobby of his building. He stopped at the mailboxes, pulled out his cell phone, and punched in his wife's phone number. "You've reached the phone of Heather Porter. Since this is voicemail, I most likely saw your name on caller ID and decided I most certainly did not wish to speak to you. If you're willing to pay tribute in the form of chocolate cake or other assorted offerings of dietary delight, text me the details and I'll reconsider your position in my social roster and possibly get back to you later. If you're a salesperson trying to get me to switch carriers, you might as well hang up now. AT&T owns me for at least another year. All others, please leave a message. Keep in mind my loving husband is a cop with anger issues and he carries a large gun." Porter smiled. Her voice always made him smile. "Hey, Button. It's just me. Nash called. There's something going on near Hyde Park. I'm meeting him down there. I'll give you a call later when I know what time I'll be home." He added, "Oh, and I think there's something wrong with our alarm clock." He dropped the phone into his pocket and pushed through the door, the brisk Chicago air reminding him that fall was preparing to step aside for winter. Chapter 2. Porter. Day 1, 6:45 a.m. Porter took Lake Park Avenue and made good time, arriving at about 6:45. Chicago Metro had Woodlawn at 55th completely barricaded. He could make out the lights from blocks away, at least a dozen units, an ambulance, 2 fire trucks, 20 officers, possibly more. Press, too. He slowed his late-model Dodge Charger as he approached the chaos and held his badge out the window. A young officer, no more than a kid, ducked under the yellow crime scene tape and ran over. "Detective Porter? Nash told me to wait for you. Park anywhere. We've cordoned off the entire block." Porter nodded, then pulled up beside one of the fire trucks and climbed out. "Where's Nash?" The kid handed him a cup of coffee. "Over there, near the ambulance." He spotted Nash's large frame speaking to Tom Isley from the medical examiner's office. At nearly 6'3", he towered over the much smaller man. He looked like he'd put on a few pounds in the weeks since Porter had seen him, the telltale cop's belly hanging prominently over his belt. Nash waved him over. Isley greeted Porter with a slight nod and pushed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose. "How are you holding up, Sam?" He held up a clipboard loaded with at least a ream of paper. In today's world of tablets and smartphones, the man always seemed to have a clipboard on hand. His fingers flipped nervously through the pages. "I imagine he's getting tired of people asking him how he's holding up, how he's doing, how he's hanging, or any other variation of well-being assertion," Nash grumbled. "It's fine. I'm fine." He forced a smile. "Thank you for asking, Tom." "Anything you need, just ask." Isley shot Nash a glance. "I appreciate that." Porter turned back to Nash. "So, an accident?" Nash nodded at a city bus parked near the curb about 50 feet away. "Man versus machine. Come on." Porter followed him, with Isley a few paces behind, clipboard in tow. A CSI tech photographed the front of the bus. Dented grille. Cracked paint an inch above the right headlight. Another investigator picked at something buried in the right front tire tread. As they neared, he spotted the black body bag among a sea of uniforms standing before a growing crowd. "The bus was moving at a good clip. Its next stop is nearly a mile down the road," Nash told them. "I wasn't speeding, damn it! Check the GPS! Don't be throwing accusations like that out there!" Porter turned to his left to find the bus driver. He was a big man, at least 300 pounds. His black CTA jacket strained against the bulk it had been tasked to hold together. His wiry gray hair was matted on the left and reaching for the sky on the right. Nervous eyes stared back at them, jumping from Porter to Nash, then Isley, and back again. "That crazy fucker jumped right out in front of me. This ain't no accident. He offed himself." "Nobody said you did anything wrong," Nash assured him. Isley's phone rang. He glanced at the display, held up a finger, and walked a few paces to the side to take the call. The driver went on. "You start spreading around that I was speeding, and there goes my job, my pension. Think I want to be looking for work at my age, in this shit economy?" Porter caught a glimpse of the man's name tag. "Mr. Nelson, how about you take a deep breath and try to calm down?" Sweat trickled down the man's red face. "I'm going to be pushing a broom somewhere, all because that little prick picked my bus. I got 31 years behind me without an incident, and now this bullshit." Porter put his hand on the man's shoulder. "Do you think you can tell me what happened?" "I need to keep my mouth shut until my union rep gets here. That's what I need to do." "I can't help you if you don't talk to me." The driver frowned. "What are you going to do for me?" "I can put in a good word with Manny Polanski down at Transit, for starters. If you didn't do anything wrong, if you cooperate with us, there's no reason for you to get suspended." "Shit! You think I'll get suspended over this?" He wiped the sweat from his brow. "Jesus, I can't afford that." "I don't think they'll do that if they know you worked with us, that you tried to help. There might not even be a need for a hearing," Porter assured him. "A hearing?" "Why don't you tell me what happened? Then I can talk to Manny for you. Maybe save you the pain of all that." You know Manny? I worked my first 2 years on the job as a uniform with Transit. He'll listen to me. You help us out, and I'll put in a good word, I promise." The driver considered this, then finally took a deep breath and nodded. "It happened just like I said to your friend here. I made the stop at Ellis right on time. Picked up 2, dropped off 1. I ran east down 55th, came around the bend. The light at Woodlawn was green, so there was no need to slow down. Not that I was speeding. Check the GPS." "I'm sure you weren't." "I wasn't. I was just moving with the traffic. I might have been a few miles over the limit, but I wasn't speeding," he said. Porter waved his hand dismissively. "You were heading east on 55th. The driver nodded. "Yeah, I saw a few people at the corner. Not many. 3, maybe 4. Then just as I got close, this guy jumps out in front of my bus. No warning or nothing. 1 second he's standing there, the next he's in the street. I hit the brakes, but this thing doesn't exactly stop on a dime. I hit him dead center, launched him a good 30 feet. "What color was the light?" Porter asked. "Green." "Not yellow?" The driver shook his head. "No, green. I know, 'cause I watched it change. It didn't turn yellow for another 20 seconds or so. I was already out of the bus when I saw it switch." He pointed up at the signal. "Check the camera." Porter looked up. Over the last decade, nearly every intersection in the city had been outfitted with CCTV cameras. He'd remind Nash to pull the footage when they got back to the station. Most likely, his partner had already put in the order. "He wasn't crossing the street. That man jumped. You'll see when you watch the video." Porter handed him a card. "Can you stick around a little bit, just in case I have more questions?" The man shrugged. "You're going to talk to Manny, right?" Porter nodded. "Can you excuse us for a second?" He pulled Nash aside, lowering his voice. "He didn't kill him intentionally. Even if this was a suicide, we've got no business here. Why'd you call me out?" Nash put a hand on his partner's shoulder. "Are you sure you're okay to do this? If you need more time, I get it." "I'm good," Porter said. "Tell me what's going on." "If you need to talk, Nash. I'm not a fucking child. Take off the kid gloves." "All right." He finally relented. "But if this gets to be too much too soon, you gotta promise me you'll tap out, got it? Nobody will think twice if you need to do that. I think working will do me some good. I've been getting stir-crazy sitting around the apartment," he admitted. "This is big, Porter," he said in a low voice. "You deserve to be here." "Christ, Nash, will you spit it out?" "It's a good bet our Vic was heading to that mailbox over there." He glanced toward a blue postal box in front of a brick apartment building. "How do you know?" A grin spread across his partner's face. "He was carrying a small white box tied up with black string." Porter's eyes went wide. "No." "Uh-huh." Chapter 3. Porter. Day 1, 6:53 a.m. Porter found himself staring down at the body, at the lumpy form under the black plastic shroud. Words escaped him. Nash asked the other officers and CSI techs to step back and give Porter space, to give him time alone with the victim. They shuffled back behind the yellow crime scene tape, their voices low as they watched. To Porter, they were invisible. He only saw the black body bag and the small package lying beside it. It had been tagged with Number 1 by CSI, no doubt photographed dozens of times from every possible angle. They knew better than to open it, though. They left that for him. How many boxes just like it had there been now? A dozen? No. Closer to 24. He did the math. 7 victims, 3 boxes each. 21. 21 bones over nearly 5 years. He had toyed with them, never left a clue behind, only the boxes. A ghost. Porter had seen so many officers come and go from the task force. With each new victim, the team would expand. The press would get wind of a new box, and they'd swarm like vultures. The entire city would come together on a massive manhunt. But then the third box would eventually arrive. The body would be found, and he'd disappear again, lost among the shadows of obscurity. Months would pass. He'd fall out of the papers. The task force dwindled as the team got pulled apart for more pressing matters. Porter was the only one who had seen it through from the beginning. He had been there for the first box, recognizing it immediately for what it was: the start of a serial killer's deranged spree. When the second box arrived, then the third, and finally the body, others saw it too. It was the start of something horrible, something planned, something evil. He had been there at the beginning. Was he now witnessing the end? "What's in the box?" "We haven't opened it yet," Nash replied. "But I think you know." The package was small, approximately 4 inches square and 3 inches high. Like the others. Wrapped in white paper and secured with black string. The address label was handwritten in careful script. There wouldn't be any prints, never were. The stamps were self-adhesive. They wouldn't find saliva. He glanced back at the body bag. "Do you really think it's him? Do you have a name?" Nash shook his head. "No wallet or ID on him. He left his face on the pavement and in the bus's grill. We ran his prints but couldn't find a match. He's a nobody." "Oh, he's somebody," Porter said. "Do you have any gloves?" Nash pulled a pair of latex gloves from his pocket and handed them to Porter. Porter slipped them on and nodded toward the box. "Do you mind?" "We waited for you," Nash said. "This is your case, Sam. Always was." When Porter crouched and reached for the box, one of the crime scene techs rushed over, fumbling with a small video camera. "I'm sorry, sir, but I have orders to document this." "It's fine, son. Only you, though. You ready?" A red light on the front of the camera blinked to life, and the tech nodded. "Go ahead, sir." Porter turned the box so he could read the address label, carefully avoiding the droplets of crimson. "Arthur Talbot, 1547 Dearborn Parkway." Nash whistled. "Ritzy neighborhood. Old money. I don't recognize the name, though." "Talbot's an investment banker," the CSI tech replied. "Heavy into real estate, too. Lately he's been converting warehouses near the lakefront into lofts, doing his part to force out low-income families and replace them with people who can afford the high rent and Starbucks grandes on the regular." Porter knew exactly who Arthur Talbot was. He looked up at the tech. "What's your name, kid?" "Paul Watson, sir." Porter couldn't help but grin. "You'll make an excellent detective one day, Dr. Watson." "I'm not a doctor, sir. I'm working on my thesis, but I've got at least 2 more years to go." Porter chuckled. "Doesn't anyone read anymore?" "Sam, the box?" "Right. The box." He tugged at the string and watched as the knot unraveled and came apart. The white paper beneath had been neatly folded over the corners, ending in perfect little triangles. Like a gift. He wrapped it like a gift. The paper came away easily, revealing a black box. Porter set the paper and string aside, glanced at Nash and Watson, then slowly lifted the lid. The ear had been washed clean of blood and rested on a blanket of cotton. Just like the others. Chapter 4. Porter. Day 1, 7:05 a.m. "I need to see his body." Nash glanced nervously at the growing crowd. "Are you sure you want to do that here? There are a lot of eyes on you right now." "Let's get a tent up." Nash signaled to one of the officers. 15 minutes later, much to the dismay of oncoming traffic, a 12 by 12 tent stood on 55th Street, blocking one of the 2 eastbound lanes. Nash and Porter slipped through the flap, followed closely by Isley and Watson. A uniformed guard took up position at the door in case someone snuck past the barricades at the scene perimeter and tried to get in. 6 1,200-watt halogen floodlights stood on yellow metal tripods in a semicircle around the body, filling the small space with sharp, bright light. Isley reached down and peeled back the top flap of the bag. Porter knelt. "Has he been moved at all?" Isley shook his head. "We photographed him, and then I got him covered as quickly as I could. That's how he landed." He was face down on the blacktop. There was a small pool of blood near his head, with a streak leading toward the edge of the tent. His dark hair was close-cropped, sprinkled with gray. Porter donned another pair of latex gloves from a box at his left and gently lifted the man's head. It pulled away from the cold asphalt with a slurp, not unlike fruit roll-ups as they're peeled from the plastic. His stomach grumbled, and he realized he hadn't eaten yet. Probably a good thing. "Can you help me turn him over?" Isley took the man's shoulder, and Nash positioned himself at his feet. "On 3. 1, 2... It was too soon for rigor to set in. The body was loose. It looked like the right leg was broken in at least 3 spots. The left arm, too. Probably more. "Oh, God, that's nasty!" Nash's eyes were fixed on the man's face. More accurately, where his face should have been. His cheeks were gone, only torn flaps remaining. His jawbone was clearly visible but broken. His mouth gaped open as if someone had gripped both halves of his jaw and pulled them apart like a bear trap. One eye was ruptured, oozing vitreous fluid. The other stared blindly up at them, green in the bright light. Porter leaned in closer. "Do you think you can reconstruct this?" Isley nodded. "I'll get somebody on it as soon as we get him back to my lab." "Tough to say, but based on his build and the slight graying in the hair, I'd guess he's late 40s, early 50s at the most." "I should be able to get you a more precise age, too," Isley said. He was examining the man's eyes with a penlight. "The cornea is still intact." Porter knew they were able to estimate age through the carbon dating of material in the eyes. It was called the Linnerup method. The process could narrow the age down to within a year or two. The man wore a navy pinstripe suit. The left sleeve was shredded. A jagged bone poked out near the elbow. "Did someone find his other shoe?" The right was missing. His dark sock was damp with blood. "A uniform picked it up. It's on that table over there." Nash pointed to the far right. "He was wearing a fedora, too." "A fedora? Are those making a comeback?" "Only in the movies." "There's something in this pocket." Watson was pointing at the right breast pocket of the man's jacket. "It's square. Another box?" "No, too thin." Porter carefully unbuttoned the jacket and reached inside, retrieving a small Topps composition book, like the ones students carried prior to tablets and smartphones. 4.5 inches by 3.25 inches, with a black and white cover and college-ruled pages. It was nearly full, each page covered in handwriting so small and precise that 2 lines of text filled the space normally occupied by 1. "This could be something. Looks like some kind of diary." "Good catch, Doc." "I'm not a—" Porter waved a hand at him. Yeah. He turned back to Nash. "I thought you said you checked his pockets." "We only searched the pants for a wallet. I wanted to wait for you to process the body." "We should check the rest, then." He began with the right front pants pocket, checking them again in case something was missed, then worked his way around the body. As items were discovered, he gently set them down at his side. Nash tagged them, and Watson photographed. "That's it. Not much to go on." Porter examined the items. Dry cleaner's receipt, pocket watch, 75 cents in assorted change. The receipt was generic. Aside from number 54873, it didn't contain any identifying information, not even the name or address of the cleaners. "Run everything for prints," Porter instructed. Nash frowned. What for? We have him, and his prints came back negative. Guess I'm hoping for a Hail Mary. Maybe we'll find a match, and it will lead to someone who can identify him. What do you make of the watch? Nash held the timepiece up to the light. I don't know anyone who carries a pocket watch anymore. Think maybe this guy's older than you thought? The fedora would suggest that, too. Unless he's just into vintage, Watson pointed out. I know a lot of guys like that. Nash pushed the crown, and the watch's face snapped open. Huh. What? It stopped at 14 past 3. That's not when this guy got hit. Maybe the impact jarred it? Porter thought aloud. There's not a scratch on it, though. No sign of damage. Probably something internal. Or maybe it wasn't wound. Can I take a look? Nash handed the pocket watch to Porter. Porter twisted the crown. It's loose. The spring's not grabbing. Amazing craftsmanship, though. I think it's handmade. Collectible for sure. I've got an uncle, Watson announced. Well, congrats on that, kid, Porter replied. He owns an antique shop downtown. I bet he could give us some color on this. You're really trying to earn a gold star today, aren't you? Okay. You're on watch duty. Once these things are logged into inventory, take it down there and see what you can find out. Watson nodded, his face beaming. Anybody notice anything odd about what he's wearing? Nash examined the body once more, then shook his head. The shoes are nice, Isley said. Porter smiled. They are, aren't they? Those are John Lobb's. They go for about $1,500 a pair. The suit is cheap, though, possibly from a box store or the mall. Probably no more than a few hundred at best. So what are you thinking? Nash asked. He works in shoes? Not sure. I don't want to jump to conclusions. Just seems odd a man would spend so much on shoes without a comparable spend on his suit. Unless he works in shoe sales and got some kind of deal, that does make sense, Watson said. I'm glad you concur. Silly comments will get your gold star revoked. Sorry. No worries, Doc. I'm just busting your balls. I'd pick on Nash, but he's too used to my shit at this point. It's no fun anymore. Porter's attention drifted back to the small composition book. Can you hand me that? Watson passed it to him, and he turned to the first page. Porter's eyes narrowed as he scanned the text.
Hello, my friend. I am a thief, a murderer, a kidnapper. I've killed for fun. I've killed out of necessity. I have killed for hate. I have killed simply to satisfy the need that tends to grow in me with the passage of time. A need much like a hunger that can only be quenched by the draw of blood, or the song found in a tortured scream. I tell you this not to frighten you or impress you, but simply to state the facts, to put my cards on the table. My IQ is 156, a genius level by all accounts. A wise man once said, to measure your own IQ, to attempt to label your intelligence, is a sign of your own ignorance. I did not ask to take an IQ test. It was administered upon me. Take from that what you will. None of this defines who I am, only what I am. That is why I've chosen to put pen to paper, to share that which I am about to share. Without the sharing of knowledge, there can be no growth. You, as a society, won't learn from your many mistakes, and you have so much to learn. Who am I? To share my name would simply take the fun out of this, don't you think? You most likely know me as the 4-Monkey Killer. Why don't we leave it at that? Perhaps 4MK for those of you prone to abbreviate? The simpler of the lot? No need to exclude anyone. We are going to have such fun, you and I.
Holy fuck, Porter muttered.
Chapter 5. Diary. I'd like to set the record straight from the very beginning. This is not my parents' fault. I grew up in a loving home that would have made Norman Rockwell take note. My mother, God bless her soul, gave up a promising career in publishing to stay home after my birth, and I don't believe she ever longed to return. She had breakfast on the table every morning for my father and me, and supper was held promptly at 6. We cherished such family time, and it was spent in the most jovial of ways. Mother would recount her exploits of the day with father and me, listening attentively. The sound of her voice was that of angels, and to this day I long for more. Father worked in finance. I am most certain he was held in high regard by his peers, although he didn't discuss his work at home. He firmly believed that the day-to-day happenings of one's employ should remain at the place of business, not brought home and spilled within the sanctuary of the residence as one might dump out a bucket of slop for the pigs to feast on. He left work at work, where it belonged. He carried a shiny black briefcase, but I never once saw him open it. He set it beside the front door each night, and there it remained until he left for the office on the next business day. He would scoop up the briefcase on his way out, only after a loving kiss for Mother and a pat on the head for me. "Take care of your mother, my boy," he would say. "You are the man of the house until I return. Should the bill man come knocking, send him next door to collect. Do not pay him any mind. He is of no consequence in the large scheme of things. Better you learn this now than fret about such things when you have a family of your own." Fedora upon his head and briefcase in hand, he would slip out the door with a smile and a wave. I would go to the picture window and watch him as he made his way down the walk, careful of the ice during the cold winters, and climbed into his little black convertible. Father drove a 1969 Porsche. It was a marvelous machine, a work of art with a throaty growl that rumbled forth with the turn of the key, and grew louder still as it eased out onto the road and lapped up the pavement with hungry delight. Oh, how Father loved that car. Every Sunday we'd take a large blue bucket from the garage along with a handful of rags and wash it from top to bottom. He would spend hours conditioning the soft black top and applying wax to its metal curves. Not once, but twice. I was tasked with cleaning the spokes on the wheels, a job I took very seriously. When finished, the car shone as if the showroom was a recent memory. Then he would put the top down and take Mother and me on a Sunday drive. Although the Porsche was only a 2-seater, I was a tiny lad and fit snugly in the space behind the seats. We would stop at the local dairy freeze for ice cream and soda, then head to the park for an afternoon stroll among the large oaks and grassy fields. I would play with the other children as Mother and Father watched from the shade of an old tree, their hands entwined and love in their eyes. They would joke and laugh, and I could hear them as I ran after a ball or chased a frisbee. "Watch me! Watch me!" I would shout. And they would. They watched me as parents should. They watched me with pride. Their son, their joy. I'd look back at myself at that tender age. I'd look back at them under that tree, all in smiles. I'd look back and picture their necks sliced from ear to ear, blood pouring from the wounds and pooling in the grass beneath them. And I would laugh, my heart fluttering. I would laugh so. Of course, that was years ago. But that is surely when it began.
Chapter 6. Porter. Day 1. 7:31 a.m. Porter parked his Charger at the curb in front of 1547 Dearborn Parkway and stared up at the large stone mansion. Beside him, Nash ended the call on his phone. "That was the captain. He wants us to come in." "We will. He was pretty insistent." 4MK was about to mail the box here. "The clock is ticking. We don't have time to run back to headquarters right now," Porter said. "We won't be long. It's important we stay ahead of this." 4MK? You're really going to run with that? 4MK, Monkey Man, 4-Monkey Killer, I don't care what we call the crazy fuck. Nash was looking out the window. "This is one hell of a house. One family lives here?" Porter nodded. "Arthur Talbot, his wife, a teenage daughter from his first marriage." Probably 1 or 2 little yapping dogs and a housekeeper of 5. I checked with missing persons, and Talbot hasn't phoned anyone in, Nash said. They exited the car and started up the stone steps. How do you want to play this? Quickly, said Porter as he pressed the doorbell. Nash lowered his voice. Wife or daughter? What? The ear. Do you think it's the wife or daughter? Porter was about to answer when the door inched open, held by a security chain. A Hispanic woman, no taller than 5 feet, glared at them with cold brown eyes. Help you? Is Mr. or Mrs. Talbot available? Her eyes shifted from Porter to Nash, then back again. Momento. She closed the door. My money's on the daughter, Nash said. Porter glanced down at his phone. Her name is Carnegie. Carnegie? Are you kidding me? I'll never understand rich people. When the door opened, a blonde woman in her early 40s was standing at the threshold. She wore a beige sweater and tight black slacks. Her hair was pulled back in a loose ponytail. Attractive, Porter thought. Mrs. Talbot? She smiled politely. Yes? What can I do for you? The Hispanic woman appeared behind her, watching from the other side of the foyer. I'm Detective Porter, and this is Detective Nash. We're with Chicago Metro. Is there some place we can talk? Her smile disappeared. What did she do? Excuse me? My husband's little shit of a daughter. I'd love to get through 1 week without the drama of her shoplifting or joyriding or drinking in the park with her equally little shit-whore friends. I might as well offer free coffee to any law enforcement officers who want to stop by, since half of you show up on a regular basis anyway. She stepped back from the door. It swung open behind her, revealing the sparsely furnished entry. Come on in. Porter and Nash followed her inside. The vaulted ceilings loomed above, centered by a chandelier glistening with crystal. He fought the urge to take his shoes off before walking on the white polished marble. Mrs. Talbot turned to the housekeeper. Miranda, please be a dear and fetch us some tea and bagels, unless the officers would prefer donuts. She said the last with a hint of a smile. Ah, rich person humor, Porter thought. We're fine, ma'am. There was nothing rich white women hated more than being called, Please call me Patricia. They followed her through the foyer, down the hall, and into a large library. The polished wood floors glistened in the early morning light, covered in specks of sun cast by the crystal chandelier hanging above a large stone fireplace. She gestured to a couch at the center of the room. Porter and Nash took a seat. She settled into a comfortable-looking overstuffed chair, an ottoman across from them, and reached for a cup of tea from the small table at her side. The Morning Tribune lay untouched. Just last week, she OD'd on some nonsense, and I had to pick her up downtown at the ER in the middle of the night. Her caring little friends dropped her there when she passed out at some club. Left her on a bench in front of the hospital. Imagine that. Artie was off on business, and I had to get her back here before he got home because nobody wants to ruffle his feathers. Best for stepmommy to clean it up and make like it didn't happen. The housekeeper returned with a large silver tray. She set it on the table in front of them, poured 2 cups of tea from a carafe, handed one to Nash and the other to Porter. There were 2 plates. One contained a toasted plain bagel, the other a chocolate donut. I'm not above stereotypes, Nash said, reaching for the donut. This isn't necessary, Porter said. Nonsense. Enjoy, Patricia replied. Where is your husband now, Mrs. Talbot? Is he home? He left early this morning to play a round of golf out at Wheaton. Nash leaned over. That's about an hour away. Porter reached for a cup of tea and took a slow sip, then returned it to the tray. And your daughter? Stepdaughter. Stepdaughter, Porter corrected. Mrs. Talbot frowned. How about you tell me what kind of trouble she's in? Then I can decide if I should let you speak to her directly or ring one of our attorneys. So she's here? Her eyes widened for a moment. She refilled her cup, reached for 2 sugar cubes, and dropped them into her tea, stirred and drank. Her fingers twisted around the warm mug. She's sound asleep in her room. Has been all night. I saw her a few minutes ago preparing for school. Porter and Nash exchanged a glance. May we see her? What has she done? We're following a lead, Mrs. Talbot. If she's here right now, there's nothing to worry about. We'll be on our way. If she's not... Porter didn't want to frighten her unnecessarily. If she's not, there may be cause for concern. There's no need to cover for her, Nash explained. We just need to know she's safe. She turned the mug in her hand. Miranda, could you fetch Carnegie, please? The housekeeper opened her mouth, considered what she was about to say, then thought better of it. Porter watched as she turned and left the library, crossing the hallway and ascending the staircase that wound up the opposite wall. Nash elbowed him, and he turned. Porter followed his eyes to a framed picture on the fireplace mantel. A young blonde girl dressed in riding gear beside a chestnut horse. He stood and walked over to it. Is this your stepdaughter? Mrs. Talbot nodded. 4 years ago. She turned 12 a month before that photo. Came in first place. Porter was looking at her hair. The 4-monkey killer had only taken 1 blonde before today. All the others had been brunette. Patricia? What's going on? They turned. Standing at the doorway was a teenager dressed in a Motley Crue t-shirt, white robe, and slippers. Her blonde hair was frazzled. Please don't call me Patricia, Mrs. Talbot snapped. Sorry, Mother. Carnegie, these gentlemen are from Chicago Metro. The girl's face went pale. Why are the police here, Patricia? Porter and Nash were staring at her ears. Both her ears. Right where they should be. Chapter 7. Porter. Day 1, 7:48 a.m. A drizzle had begun to fall. The flagstone steps were wet and slippery as Porter and Nash rushed from the Talbot residence back to their car at the curb. Both jumped inside and pulled the doors shut behind them, eyeing the foreboding sky. We don't need this shit, not today, Porter complained. If it starts to rain, Talbot may call his game off and we lose him. We have a bigger problem. Nash was tapping at his iPhone. Captain Dalton again? No, worse. Somebody tweeted. Somebody what? Tweeted. What the hell is a tweet? Nash handed him the phone. Porter read the tiny print. At 4MK forever. Is this the 4-monkey killer? It was followed by a photograph of their bus victim from this morning, face down against the asphalt. The edge of the city bus was barely visible at the corner. Porter frowned. Who released a photo to the press? Shit, Sam. You really need to get with the times. Nobody released anything. Somebody snapped a picture with their phone and put it out there for everyone to see. Nash explained. That's how Twitter works. Everyone? How many people is everyone? Nash was tapping again. I posted it 20 minutes ago, and it's been favorited 3,212 times, retweeted more than 500. Favorited? Retweeted? What the fuck, Nash? Speak English. It means it's out there, Porter. Viral. The world knows he's dead. Nash's phone rang. Now that's the captain. What should I tell him? Porter started the car, threw it into gear, and sped down West North Street toward 294. Tell him we're chasing a lead. What lead? The Talbots. Nash looked puzzled. But it's not the Talbots. They're home. It's not those Talbots. We're going to chat with Arthur. I'm willing to bet the wife and daughter aren't the only women in his life, Porter said. Nash nodded and answered the call. Porter heard the captain screaming from the tiny speaker. After about a minute of repeating, "Yes, sir," Nash cupped his hand over the phone. He wants to talk to you. Tell him I'm driving. It's not safe to talk on the phone while driving. He tugged the wheel hard to the left, circling around a minivan traveling much slower than their current speed of 87. Yes, Captain, Nash said. I'm putting you on speaker. Hold on. The captain's voice went from tiny and tinny to loud and booming as the iPhone switched to the Bluetooth speaker system in the car. Back at the station in 10 minutes so we can get a team together and get in front of this. I've got every television and print reporter clawing at me. Captain, this is Porter. You know his timeline as well as I do. He was about to mail the ear this morning. That means he grabbed her a day or two ago. The good news is he never kills them right away, so we can be sure she's still alive, somewhere. We don't know how much time she's got. If he just planned to run out and mail the package, chances are he didn't leave her with food or water. The average person can live 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food. Her clock is ticking, Captain. At best, I think we've got 3 days to find her, maybe less. That's why I need you back here. We need to chase this down first. Until we figure out who he's got, we're spinning wheels. You want something? Give me an hour, and hopefully I can give you a name for the press. You put a picture of the missing girl out to them and they'll back down, Porter said. The captain fell silent for a moment. 1 hour. No more. That's all we need. Tread gently around Talbot. He rubs elbows with the mayor, the captain replied. Kid gloves, got it. Call me back after you speak with him. The captain disconnected the call. Porter raced up the ramp onto 294. Nash plugged Wheaton into the GPS. We're 28 miles out. The car picked up speed as Porter forced the accelerator down just a little more. Nash flipped on the radio. Although Chicago Metro is yet to make an announcement, speculation is that the pedestrian killed early this morning by a city transit bus in Hyde Park is, in fact, the four-monkey killer. A box photographed at the scene matches those sent by the killer in the past. He was dubbed the four-monkey killer by Samuel Porter, a detective with Chicago Metro, and one of the first to recognize his behavior or signature. That's not true. I didn't come up with that. Shh! Nash interrupted. The four monkeys comes from the Toshogu Shrine in Nikko, Japan, where a carving of 3 apes resides above the entrance, the first covering his ears, the second covering his eyes, and the third covering his mouth. They depict the proverb, hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. The fourth monkey represents do no evil. The killer's pattern has remained consistent since his first victim, Callie Tremmel, 5.5 years ago. 2 days after her kidnapping, the Tremmel family received her ear in the mail. 2 days after that, they received her eyes. 2 days later, her tongue arrived. Her body was found in Bedford Park 2 days following the postmark on the last package, a note clenched in her hand that simply read, do no evil. Later it was discovered that Michael Tremmel, the victim's father, had been involved in an underground gambling scheme funneling millions of dollars into offshore accounts. Nash clicked off the radio. He always takes a child or sibling to punish the father for some kind of crime. Why not this time? Why didn't he take Carnegie? I don't know. We should get someone to check out Talbot's finances, Nash suggested. Good idea. Who do we have? Matt Hosman? Porter nodded. Make the call. He reached into his breast pocket, pulled out the diary, and tossed it into Nash's lap. Then read this aloud.
Chapter 8. Diary. Mother and father were rather close to our neighbors, Simon and Lisa Carter. As just a boy of 11 the summer when they first joined our wonderful neighborhood, I considered them all to be old in the limited pages of my book. Looking back, though, I realized that mother and father were in their mid-30s. And I can't imagine the Carters were more than 1 or 2 years younger than my parents. 3 at most. Maybe 4, but I doubt more than 5. They moved into the house next door, the only other house at our end of the quiet lane. Have I mentioned how incredibly beautiful my mother was? How rude of me to leave out such a detail. Blubbering on about such minute matters and neglecting to paint a picture that properly illustrates the narrative you so graciously agreed to follow along with me. If you could reach into this tome and slap me silly, I would encourage you to do so. Sometimes I ramble, and a firm swat is necessary to put my little train back on the rails. Where was I? Mother. Mother was beautiful. Her hair was silk, blonde, full of body, and shimmering with just the right amount of healthy glimmer. It fell halfway down her slender back in luxurious waves. Oh, and her eyes! They were the brightest of green emeralds, set in her perfect porcelain skin. I'm not ashamed to admit that her figure caught many an eye as well. She ran daily, and I would venture to say she didn't carry an ounce of fat. She probably weighed no more than 110 soaking wet, and she came to my father's shoulders, which would make her about 5'4" or so. She had a fondness for sundresses. Mother would wear a sundress on the hottest of days or in the dead of winter. She paid no mind to the cold. I recall one winter with snowdrifts nearly to the windowsill, and I found her humming happily in the kitchen, a short white flowered sundress fluttering about her frame. Mrs. Carter sat at the kitchen table with a steaming cup of happiness in her hands, and Mother told her she wore such dresses because they made her feel free, and she favored short dresses because her legs, she felt, were her best asset. She went on to say how Father was so fond of them, how he would caress them, how he enjoyed them on his shoulders or wrapped around. Mother spotted me at that point, and I took leave.
Chapter 9. Porter. Day 1, 8:49 a.m. Porter knew little about golf. The idea of hitting a little white ball, then chasing after it for hours on end, did not appeal to him. While he understood it was challenging, he did not consider it a sport. Baseball was a sport. Football was a sport. Anything you could play at 80 years old while toting your oxygen tank and wearing pastel slacks would never be a sport in his book. The restaurant was nice, though. He had taken Heather to the Chicago Golf Club 2 years ago for their anniversary and purchased the most expensive steak he had ever eaten. Heather had ordered the lobster and raved about it for weeks. A cop's salary didn't allow for much, but anything that made her happy was a worthwhile spend. He pulled up to a large clubhouse and handed his keys to the valet. "Keep it close, we won't be long." They had beaten the weather. While the sky appeared hazy, the dark storm clouds had paused over the city. The lobby was large and well-appointed. Several members were gathered around a fireplace in the far corner overlooking the lush course just beyond French doors. Their voices echoed off the marble floor and mahogany wainscoting. Nash whistled softly. "If I catch you panhandling, I'll make you wait in the car." "As this day progresses, I find myself regretting I didn't wear a nicer suit," Nash admitted. "This is a very different world than the one we putt around in, Sam." "Do you play?" "The last time I held a golf club, I couldn't get it past the windmill. This here's big boy golf. I don't have the patience for it," Nash replied. A young woman sat at a desk near the center of the lobby. As they approached, she glanced up from her laptop and smiled. "Good morning, gentlemen. Welcome to the Chicago Golf Club. How may I help you?" Behind her gleaming white smile, Porter could sense her sizing them up. She hadn't asked if they had a reservation, and he doubted that was an oversight. He pulled out his badge and held it up to her. "We're looking for Arthur Talbot. His wife said he was playing today." Her smile faded as her eyes darted from the badge to Porter, then Nash. She picked up the receiver on her desk and dialed an extension, spoke softly, then disconnected. "Please take a seat. Someone will be with you in a moment." She gestured toward a couch in the far corner. "We're fine, thank you," Porter told her. The smile again. She returned to her computer, slim, manicured fingers bouncing across the keys. Porter checked his watch. Nearly 9 a.m. A man in his mid-50s entered the lobby from a door to their left. His salt-and-pepper hair was combed neatly back, his dark blue suit pressed to perfection. As he approached, he extended his hand to Porter. Detective, I've been told you're here to see Mr. Talbot? His grip was soft. Porter's father had called it a dead fish shake. I'm Douglas Prescott, senior manager. Porter flashed his badge. I'm Detective Porter, and this is Detective Nash with Chicago Metro. This is extremely urgent. Do you know where we can find Mr. Talbot? The blonde woman was watching them. When Prescott glanced at her, she turned back to her laptop. His gaze returned to Porter. I believe Mr. Talbot's party had a 7:30 tea time, so they're out on the course. You're more than welcome to wait for him. You'll find a fine complimentary breakfast in the dining room. If you like cigars, our humidor's top-notch. This can't wait. Prescott frowned. We don't disturb our guests during play, gentlemen. We don't? Nash said. We do not, Prescott insisted. Porter rolled his eyes. Why did everyone seem to go out of their way to make things difficult? Mr. Prescott, we don't have the time or patience for this. The way I see it, you've got two choices. You can take us to Mr. Talbot, or my partner here will arrest you for obstruction, handcuff you to that desk, and start shouting Talbot's name until he comes to us. I've seen him do it. The man is loud. It's your choice. But I honestly think option A will prove least disruptive to your business. The receptionist stifled a chuckle. Prescott shot her an angry glance, then stepped closer, lowering his voice. Mr. Talbot is a substantial contributor and personal friends with your boss, the mayor. They played together just 2 weeks ago. I don't think either would be happy to learn two officers were willing to blemish the record of Chicago Metro by threatening civilians simply for doing their job. If I were to call him right now and tell him you were here preparing to make a scene, he would no doubt refer you to his attorney before he would consider taking the time to speak with you. Nash pulled the handcuffs from his belt. I'm arresting this little shit, Sam. I want to see how well he holds up in the tank surrounded by crackheads and bangers. I'm sure Ms. He glanced down at the blonde woman's name tag. Piper will be more than willing to help us out. Prescott's face grew red. Take a deep breath and think carefully about the next thing you say, Mr. Prescott, Porter warned. Prescott rolled his eyes, then turned to Miss Piper. Where is Mr. Talbot's party now? She pointed a pink shellacked finger at her monitor. They just pulled up to the 6th hole. You have video? Nash asked. She shook her head. Our golf carts are equipped with GPS trackers. It allows us to watch for bottlenecks and keep everyone's game moving efficiently. So someone is playing slow, you pluck them off the course and take them to the kiddie range? Nothing that drastic. We may send a pro out to give them a few tips. Help them move along, she explained. Can you give us a ride out there? She eyed Prescott. He raised both hands in defeat. Just go. Ms. Piper plucked her purse from beneath her desk and gestured toward a hallway at the west end of the building. This way, gentlemen. A moment later, they were in a golf cart heading down a cobblestone path. Ms. Piper was driving, with Porter beside her and Nash on a small bench behind them. He cursed as they hit a bump, bouncing him in the seat. Porter shoved his hands into his pockets. It was cold out here in the open. I apologize for my boss. He can be a little... She paused, searching for the right word. A bit of a mucker sometimes. What the hell's a mucker? Nash asked. Someone you wouldn't want at your bachelor party, Porter said. Nash snickered. I'm not walking down the aisle anytime soon, unless Miss Piper has a friend in search of a civil servant who makes a low wage for getting shot at on a fairly regular basis. I also tend to work long hours and hit the bottle far more often than I'm willing to admit to someone I just met. Porter turned back to Miss Piper. Ignore him, miss. You're under no legal obligation to set up members of law enforcement with attractive friends. She glanced up at the rearview mirror. You sound like quite the catch, Detective. I'll reach out to my sorority sisters the moment I get back to my desk. That would be much appreciated, Nash said. Porter couldn't help but marvel at the landscaping. The grass was short and lush, not a single weed or blade out of place. Tiny ponds dotted the course on either side of the cart path. Large oaks loomed over the sides of the fairway, their branches shielding the players from the sun and wind. "There they are." Miss Piper nodded toward a group of 4 men, standing around something that resembled a tall, skinny water fountain. "What is that thing?" Nash asked. "What thing?" Miss Piper smiled. "That, gentlemen, is a ball washer." Nash massaged his temple and closed his eyes. "So many jokes just popped into my head it actually hurts." Miss Piper pulled to a stop behind Talbot's cart and locked the brake. "Would you like me to wait for you?" Porter smiled. "That would be nice, thank you." Nash jumped off the back. "I'm calling shotgun for the ride back. The rumble seat is all yours." Porter walked over to the 4 men preparing to tee off and showed his badge. "Morning, gentlemen. I'm Detective Sam Porter with Chicago Metro. This is my partner, Detective Nash. I'm sorry to interrupt your game, but we have a situation that simply couldn't wait. Which one of you is Arthur Talbot?" A tall man in his early 50s with short-cropped salt-and-pepper hair cocked his head slightly and offered what Nash liked to call a politician's grin. "I'm Arthur Talbot." Porter lowered his voice. "Could we speak to you alone for a moment?" Talbot was dressed in a brown windbreaker over a white golf shirt, brown belt, and khakis. He shook his head. "No need, Detective. These guys are my business partners. I don't keep secrets from these men." The older man to his left pushed his wire-frame glasses up the bridge of his nose and flattened what was a promising start to a comb-over against the thin breeze. Anxious eyes locked on Porter. "We can play on, Artie. You can catch up if you need a minute." Talbot raised a hand, silencing him. "What can I do for you, Detective?" "You seem very familiar," Nash said to the man on Talbot's right. Porter thought so too, but couldn't place him. About 6 feet tall, thick, dark hair, fit, mid-40s. "Louis Fishman. We met a few years ago. You were working the L. Borton case, and I was with the district attorney's office. I'm in the private sector now." Talbot frowned. "L. Borton. Why do I recognize that name?" "She was one of the monkey killer's victims, wasn't she?" The 3rd man chimed in. He had begun fiddling with the ball washer. Porter nodded. "His 2nd. "Right. Fucking crazy bastard," the man with glasses muttered. "Any leads?" "City Transit may have clipped them this morning," Nash said. "City Transit? A cab driver turned him in?" Fishman asked. Porter shook his head and explained. "And you believe it's the monkey killer?" "Looks like it." Arthur Talbot frowned. "Why are you here to see me?" Porter took a deep breath. He hated this part of the job. "The man who was killed. We believe he was trying to cross the street to get to a mailbox." "Oh?" "The package had your home address on it, Mr. Talbot." His face went pale. Like most of Chicago, he was familiar with the monkey killer's M.O. Fishman put his hand on Talbot's shoulder. "What was in the package, Detective?" "An ear." "Oh, no." "Carnegie!" "It's not Carnegie, Mr. Talbot. It's not Patricia, either. They're both safe. We stopped at your residence before driving out here. Your wife told us where to find you," Porter said as quickly as he could, then lowered his voice in an attempt to calm the man down. "We need your help, Mr. Talbot. We need you to help us determine who he took." "I've got to sit down," Talbot said. "I feel like I'm going to throw up." Fishman glanced at Porter, then tightened his grip on the man's shoulder. "Artie, let's get you back to the cart." Moving away from the tee box, he guided a white-faced Talbot to the golf cart and lowered him into the seat. Porter motioned for Nash to stay put and followed the other 2 men back to the vehicle. He sat beside Talbot so he could speak quietly. "You know how he operates, don't you? His pattern." Talbot nodded. "Do no evil," he whispered. "That's right. He finds someone who has done something wrong, something he feels is wrong, and he takes someone close to them, someone they care about. I didn't, Talbot stammered. Fishman dropped into lawyer mode. Artie, I don't think you should say another word until we have a moment to talk. Talbot's breathing was heavy. My address? You're sure? It's 1547 Dearborn Parkway, Porter told him. We're sure. Artie, Fishman muttered under his breath. We need to figure out who it is, who he took. Porter hesitated for a moment before continuing. Do you have a mistress, Mr. Talbot? He leaned in close. If it's another woman, you can tell us. We'll be discreet. You've got my word. We only want to find whomever he has taken. It's not like that, said Talbot. Porter put a hand on Talbot's shoulder. Do you know who he has? Talbot shook him off and stood. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a cell phone, crossed to the other side of the cart path, and hammered in a number. Come on, answer. Please, pick up. Porter stood and slowly approached him. Who are you calling, Mr. Talbot? Arthur Talbot swore and disconnected the call. Fishman walked over to him. If you tell them, you can't untell them, you understand? Once it's out there, the press could get wind. Your wife, your shareholders, you have obligations. This is bigger than you. You need to think this through. Maybe talk to one of your other attorneys if you're not comfortable discussing this matter with me. Talbot shot him an angry glance. I'm not going to wait for a stock analysis while some psycho has... Artie! Fishman interjected. Let's at least confirm it on our own first. Let's be sure. That sounds like a great way to get this person killed, Porter said. Arthur Talbot waved a frustrated hand at him and hit redial on his phone, the anxiety growing on his face. When he disconnected the call, he tapped the screen so hard that Porter wondered if he had broken it. Porter signaled Nash to approach. Then, You have another daughter, don't you, Mr. Talbot? A daughter outside your marriage? As Porter said the words, Talbot looked away. Fishman seemed to deflate, letting out a deep breath. Talbot glanced at Porter, then Fishman, then back to Porter again. He ran his hand through his hair. Patricia and Carnegie know nothing about her. Porter stepped closer to the man. Is she here in Chicago? Talbot was shaking, flustered. Again he nodded. Flair Tower. She has penthouse 2704 with her caregiver. I'll call and let them know you're coming so you're able to get in. Where's her mother? Dead. Going on 12 years now. God, she's only 15. Nash turned his back and made a phone call to dispatch. They could have someone at Flair Tower in a few minutes. Porter followed Talbot back to the golf cart and sat beside him. Who takes care of her? She had cancer, her mother. I promised her I would take care of our daughter when she was gone. The tumor grew so fast. It was over in just about a month. He tapped the side of his head. It was right here. They couldn't operate, though. It was too deep. I would have paid anything. I tried, but they wouldn't operate. We must have talked to 36 doctors. I loved her more than anything. I had to marry Patricia. I had commitments. There were reasons beyond my control, but I wanted to marry Katrina. Sometimes life gets in the way, you know? Sometimes you have to do things for the greater good. Porter didn't know. In fact, he didn't understand. Was this the 1400s? Forced marriages were long gone. This guy needed to grow a spine. Aloud he said, We're not here to judge you, Mr. Talbot. What's her name? Emery, he said. Emery Connors. Do you have a photo? Talbot hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Not on me. I couldn't risk Patricia finding it. Chapter 10. Porter. Day 1, 9:23 a.m. Carnegie and Emery? I'm buying this family a baby name book for Christmas, Nash said. And how the hell do you hide a daughter and your girlfriend in one of the most expensive penthouses in the city without your current wife catching on?" Porter tossed him the keys and rounded his charger to the passenger door. "You drive. I need to keep reading this diary. There might be something helpful in it." "Lazy bastard. You just like to be chauffeured around. Driving Miss Porter. Fuck you." "I'm lighting the apple. We need to make good time." Nash flicked a switch on the dashboard. Porter hadn't heard that term since he was a rookie. They used to call the magnetic police light on undercover cars apples. In today's world, they were long gone, replaced with LED light bars so slim along the window's edge you couldn't see them from the inside. Nash dropped the car into third without letting up on the gas and steered for the exit gate. The car jerked and the tires squealed with delight as power surged through them. "I said you could drive, not play Grand Theft Auto with my wheels." Porter frowned. "I drive a 1988 Ford Fiesta. Do you have any idea what that's like? The humiliation I suffer every time I climb inside and pull that squeaky door shut and fire up that monster of a 4-cylinder engine? It sounds like an electric pencil sharpener. I'm a man. I need this every once in a while. Humor me." Porter waved him off. "We told the captain we'd call him back after we spoke to Talbot." Nash tugged the wheel hard to the left and raced past a minivan dutifully driving the speed limit. They drew so close, Porter spotted Angry Birds on the iPad screen of a little girl secured in the back seat. She looked up and grinned at the flashing lights, then went back to her game. "I shot him a text back at Wheaton. He knows we're going to Flair Tower," Nash said. Porter thought about the little girl with the iPad. How do you hide a daughter for 15 years in today's world? It can't be easy, right? Birth records aside, how do you keep that secret online? All the social networks, press. Talbot's on the news all the time, particularly since he started that new waterfront project. Cameras follow him around just waiting for him to fuck up. You'd think someone would have caught a picture or something. "Money can hide a lot of things," Nash pointed out, squealing around a hard left, back onto the highway. Porter sighed and returned to the diary.
Chapter 11. Diary. The summers on our little piece of earth could be quite warm. By June, I would find myself spending most of my time outside. Behind our house there were woods, and deep within the woods was a small lake. It froze during the winter, but during the summer its waters would be the clearest blue and the most soothing temperature. I liked to visit the lake. I would tell Mother I was going fishing, but, truth be told, I wasn't one to fish. The idea of piercing a worm with a hook and tossing the creature into the water only to wait for something to come along and nibble at the creepy crawly didn't appeal to me. Did fish eat worms in the wild? I had my doubts. I had yet to see a worm enter the lake of its own accord. As I understood it, fish ate smaller fish, not worms. Perhaps if one were to fish with smaller fish in hopes of catching a larger one would be more successful. Regardless, I never had the patience for such silliness. I did enjoy the lake, though. So did Mrs. Carter. I remember the first time I saw her. It was June 20th. School had been out for 7 glorious days, and the sun was high in the sky, smiling down upon our little patch of earth with bright yellow love. I walked to the lake with my fishing pole in hand and the whistle of a smart tune on my lips. I was always such a happy child. Right as rain I was. I plopped down at my favorite tree, a large oak looming with the kind of size that can only come with age. I imagined if I sliced the tree's belly and counted the rings, there would have been many, perhaps 100 or more. Years came and went as the oak stood its ground and looked down upon the rest of the forest. It was a fine tree indeed. As the summer progressed, I wore a nice little spot at the base of that tree. I always placed my fishing pole to my left and my lunch bag, containing a peanut butter and grape jam sandwich, of course, to my right. Then I would pull my latest read from my pocket and get lost within the book's pages. On this day, I was researching a theory. The month before, in science class, we had learned that the Earth was 4.5 billion years old. We'd previously learned the human race was only 200,000 years old. After I'd heard these factoids, a thought raised its hand at the back of my mind. Hence the reason I had picked up this particular book from the library the day before, a book about fossils. You see, objects embedded in rocks are fossilized and stay that way for I don't know, but it's a very long time, millions of years in the case of dinosaurs, and most animals don't even become fossils at all. After all, an animal would first have to get trapped in the rock to become fossilized. If the elements destroyed it before that could happen, the evidence would disappear without a trace. The month before, I had killed a cat and laid the stiff body out at the edge of the lake to see what would happen. Don't worry, it wasn't someone's pet, only a stray cat, a little tabby that lived in the forest. At least, that's where I found it. If the animal did, in fact, belong to someone, it didn't wear a tag. If it was a pet and they allowed it to roam free without a tag, any blame for the creature's demise should fall upon the careless owners. The cat didn't look well. It hadn't for some time. The remains smelled something awful the first few days, but that quickly passed. First the flies came, then the maggots. Something larger may have picked at it some night during those early days. Now, though, after only a month, nothing remained but bones. Wind and rain would surely take those. Then it would be gone. I imagine a person would disappear just as quickly. At first the noise startled me. In all the time I had been coming to the lake, I had yet to spot another person. Nothing is forever, though, and here one stood less than 100 feet away at the lake's edge, gazing out over the water. I shuffled around to the side of my tree so as not to be spotted. Although her angle prevented me from seeing her face, I immediately recognized her hair, those long chocolate curls at her back. She glanced in my direction, and I ducked back. Then she turned to her right, surveying her surroundings. Finally, content she was alone, she reached into a large bag, pulled out a towel, and spread it on the shore. After she looked one more time in all directions, her hand went to the back of her dress and untied it at the neck. It fell from her body and pooled at her feet in a puddle of white flowered cloth. My mouth dropped open. She wore nothing else. I had never seen a naked woman before. She closed her eyes and turned her head up to the sun and smiled. Her legs were long. And breasts. Oh my. I felt my face blush. It blushes to this day. I saw a tiny tuft of hair at that spot, that special little spot. Mrs. Carter walked to the water and stepped in, hesitant at first. No doubt it was cold. She went farther still, slowly disappearing with the increasing depth. When the water climbed above her knees, she bent down, took a handful, and splashed it over her chest. She dove in a moment later and swam toward the center of the lake. From the safety of my tree, I watched. The night came and went, and proved to be quite restless. With summer also came the heat, and my room became rather toasty once spring shrugged off its coat. It wasn't the heat that kept me up, though. It was thoughts of Mrs. Carter. I dare say they were most unpure and very new to me. When I closed my eyes, I still saw her standing in the lake, the water glistening on her damp flesh in the bright light. Her long legs, so long and tender. It made my blood rush to a place it never had before. Made me feel, let us say, for a young boy, I was smitten. I woke the next morning to the sound of her voice. At first I thought it was only another dream, and I welcomed it, wishing to watch her remove her dress and walk into the lake again and again in the theater of my mind. Her voice drifted through the air on a whisper, followed by Mother's chuckle. My eyes snapped open. "It was kinky," she said. "I had never been tied up before." "Never?" Mother replied. Mrs. Carter giggled. "Does that make me a prude?" "It just makes you inexperienced. In time, you'll be surprised by what your husband can come up with to get his rocks off." "Really?" "Oh, yes. Just last week." Mother's voice dropped to a whisper. I sat up in bed. Now the voices were faint somewhere else in the house. I hastily dressed and pressed my ear to my door, but still couldn't make out the words. With a gentle twist of the knob, I opened the door and made my way down the hallway, my stockinged feet noiseless on the hardwood floor. The hallway ended at the living room, which in turn faced the kitchen. I smelled something baking, the lofty aroma of apples and bread. Pie, perhaps? I love a good pie. Mother and Mrs. Carter burst out laughing simultaneously. I crouched low against the wall near the end of the hallway. I was still unable to hear well, but dared not enter the living room. This position would have to do. "My Simon is not that adventurous," Mrs. Carter said. "I'm afraid to say his bag of tricks is rather light. More of a satchel than a bag, really. Or perhaps one of those little paper lunch sacks." The refrigerator door opened with the jingle of bottles. "Not my husband," Mother replied. "Sometimes I'll put on the game just to get his mind out of the bedroom, or the laundry room, or the kitchen table." "No!" Mrs. Carter cried out with a laugh. "Oh, yes," said Mother. "The man is like an animal in heat. Sometimes there's no stopping him." "But you have a kid." "Oh, that boy is always off doing something. When he's not, he's in bed sleeping like a bear in the dead of winter. The earth could open up beneath him, and he'd sleep through the carnage." I eased my head around the corner without so much as a sound, immediately drawing it back so as not to be seen. Mother was mixing something at the counter. Mrs. Carter sat at the kitchen table, coffee mug at hand. "Maybe you should try something to spice things up," Mother continued. "Missionary is for missionaries, I always say. Introduce a toy or bring some food into the bedroom. All men like whipped cream." I was not permitted to bring food into my room, not since Mother had found a half-eaten tin of cookies under my bed. Mrs. Carter giggled again. "I could never." "You should." "But what if he doesn't like it, or thinks I'm some kind of freak? How would I survive the embarrassment?" "Oh, he'll like it. They always do." "You think so?" "I know so." The women fell silent for a moment. Then Mrs. Carter spoke. "Has your husband ever, not been able to, well, you know?" "My husband?" Mother shrieked with amusement. "My lord, no. His plumbing is in top order." "Even when he drinks?" "Especially when he drinks." One of our wooden chairs scraped against the floor. I peeked around the corner for just an instant. Mother had sat beside Mrs. Carter and put a hand on her shoulder. "Does it happen a lot?" "Only when he drinks." "Does he drink a lot?" Mrs. Carter paused, searching for the right words. "Not every night." Mother squeezed her shoulder. "Well, men will be men. He still has some growing up to do." "You think?" "Sure. When starting out in life, there are so many pressures on a man, on both of you, but especially on him. He bought you that lovely home. I imagine you've talked of children." Mrs. Carter nodded. "All those things, they add up like big, heavy weights on his shoulders, each one adding another pound or two until he can barely walk, barely stand. He drinks to help deal with that, that's all. I find nothing wrong with a little sauce to calm an edgy nerve. Don't you fret. When things improve, when the pressure lifts, things will get better. Just you wait and see." "You don't think it's me?" Mrs. Carter said, her voice almost childlike. "A pretty thing like you? Of course not," Mother told her. "You think I'm pretty?" Mother snorted. I can't believe you'd even have to ask. You're gorgeous. One of the most beautiful women I've ever laid eyes on." "That is so sweet of you to say," Mrs. Carter said. "It's the truth. Any man would be lucky to have you," Mother told her. The women fell silent again, and I stole another glance, crawling around the corner as quiet as a mouse. Mother and Mrs. Carter were kissing.
Chapter 12. Emory. Day 1, 9:29 a.m. Darkness. It swirled around her like the current of the deepest sea, cold and silent, crawling across her body with the touch of a stranger. "Em," her mother whispered, "you gotta get up. You're going to be late for school." "No," she groaned. "A few more minutes. Now, baby. I'm not going to tell you again. I've got a bad headache. Can I stay home?" Her voice was soft and distant, soaked and heavy with sleep. "I'm not going to make up another excuse for you with the principal. Why do we have to go through this every day?" But this wasn't right. Her mother had died long ago when she was only 3. Her mother had not been there on her first day of school. She had never sent her off to school. She had been homeschooled most of her life. "Mama?" she said softly. Silence. Her head hurt so bad. She tried to force her eyelids open, but they fought her. Her head ached, throbbed. She heard the pounding of her own heartbeat, the rhythm fast and strong behind her eyes. "Are you there, Mama?" She peered through the darkness at her left, searching for the illuminated red numbers of her alarm clock. The clock wasn't there, though. Her room was pitch dark. The city lights normally cast a glow on her ceiling, but they too were dark. She couldn't see anything. "It's not your room." The thought came swiftly, an unknown voice. "Where?" Emory Connors tried to sit up, but a hammer of pain pulsed on the left side of her head, forcing her to lie back down. Her hand went to her ear and found a thick bandage. Wetness. Blood? Then she remembered the shot. He had given her a shot. Who was he? Emory didn't know. She couldn't remember. She remembered the shot, though. His arm had reached around from behind and plunged the needle into her neck. Cold liquid rushed out under her skin. She had tried to run. She had wanted to hurt him. That was what she had been taught to do. All those self-defense classes her father insisted she take. Punish and maim. Crack him in the nuts, honey. That's my girl. She had wanted to spin around with a well-placed kick and a punch to his nose or his windpipe or maybe his eyes. She had wanted to hurt him before he could hurt her. She had wanted to... She didn't turn. Instead, her world had gone dark, and sleep engulfed her. "He'll rape and kill me," she had thought, as consciousness slipped away. "Help me, Mama," she had thought, as the world faded to black. Her mom was gone, dead, and she was about to join her. That was okay. That was good. She would like to see her mom again. He hadn't killed her, though. Had he? No. The dead do not feel pain, and her ear throbbed. She forced herself to sit up. The blood rushed from her head, and she almost passed out again. The room spun for a second before settling. What had he given her? She had heard of girls getting roofied at parties and clubs, waking up in strange places with their clothes askew and no memory of what had happened. She hadn't been at a party. She had been running in the park. He had lost his dog. He looked so sad standing there with the leash calling out her name. Bella? Stella? What was the dog's name? She couldn't remember. Her mind was foggy, thick with smoke, choking her thoughts. "Which way did it go?" she had asked him. He frowned, near tears. "She saw a squirrel and took off after it that way." He pointed to the east. "She's never run away before. I don't get it." Emery had turned, her gaze following his. Then the arm around her neck. The shot. "Sleepy time, beautiful," he whispered at her ear. There had been no dog. How could she have been so stupid? She was cold. Something held her right wrist down. Emery tugged and heard the clank of metal on metal. Reaching over with her left hand, she explored the smooth steel around her wrist, the thin chain. Handcuffs. Fastened to whatever she was lying on. Her right wrist was handcuffed to something. Her left was free. She took a deep breath. The air was stale, damp. "Don't panic, Em. Don't let yourself give in to the panic." Her eyes tried to adjust to the darkness, but it was so black, absolute. Her fingertips brushed the surface of the bed. No, not a bed. Something else. It was steel. Hospital gurney. Emery wasn't sure how she knew, but she did. She just knew. Oh, God. Where was she? She shivered, realizing for the first time that she was naked. She hesitated for a moment, then reached down and felt between her legs. She wasn't sore. If he had raped her, she would know, wouldn't she? She wasn't sure. She'd only had sex once before, and it had hurt. Not painful, just uncomfortable, and only at first. Her boyfriend Tyler had promised to be gentle, and he had. It was over fast. His first time, too. That was only a few weeks ago. Her father had let her go to Tyler's homecoming dance at Watney Vale High. Tyler had rented a room at the Union, and even managed to score a bottle of champagne from somewhere. God, her head. She reached back up and tentatively touched the bandages. Her ear was completely wrapped up. Some kind of tape held the dressing in place. Gently she peeled back the bandage. Fuck! The cool air felt like the blade of a knife. She pulled at the bandage anyway, tugging until she could get her hand under the cloth. Tears welled in her eyes as her fingertips brushed over what remained of her ear. A ragged wound at best, stitched and tender. "No, no, no!" she cried. Her voice bounced off the walls and echoed back at her mockingly. Chapter 13. Porter. Day 1, 10:04 a.m. Nash pulled the Charger into a handicapped spot at the front of Flair Tower and killed the engine. "You really going to park here?" Porter frowned. Nash shrugged. "We're the popo. We get to do things like that." "Remind me to put in for a new partner when this is all over." "That sounds like an excellent plan. Then maybe I'll get saddled with some hot female rookie fresh out of the academy." Nash grinned. "Maybe you can requisition one with daddy issues." "I don't recall that question on the form, but I may have missed it." The doorman propped open the large glass doors for them, and they moved past him to the front desk. Porter flashed his badge. "Penthouse 27? A young woman with close-cropped brown hair and blue eyes smiled back at him. "Your colleagues arrived about 25 minutes ago. Take elevator number 6 to the 27th floor. The penthouse will be on your right as you exit." She handed him a key card. "You'll need this." They boarded elevator number 6, and the door closed behind them with a quick swoosh of air. Porter pressed the button for the 27th floor, but nothing happened. "You need to slide the card through the thingy," Nash instructed. "The thingy? How the fuck did you become a detective?" "Forgive me for not consulting my word-a-day calendar this morning," he retorted. "The card reader over there looks like a credit card machine." "Got it, Einstein." Porter slid the plastic access card through the reader and pushed the button again. This time the panel lit up in bright blue, and they began to ascend. The elevator door opened onto a hallway that extended in both directions. Large railed openings offered views of a massive atrium on the floor below. Near the end of the hallway to the right, a door was open, a uniformed officer standing guard. Porter and Nash approached, showed their badges, and stepped inside. The view was breathtaking. The penthouse occupied the entire northeast corner of the building. The outer walls consisted of floor-to-ceiling windows with a balcony. The city sprawled out around them, with Lake Michigan visible in the distance. "When I was 15, Porter said, my room was nothing like this." "My apartment could fit in this living room," Nash said. "After today, I may have to trade in my badge and become a real estate mogul." "I don't think you can jump right into something like that," said Porter. "You probably need to take some kind of course on the internet." Nash pulled 2 pairs of latex gloves from his pocket, handed one set to Porter, and put on the other. A number of CSI techs were already hard at work inside. Paul Watson spotted them and came over from the floor-to-ceiling bookcase on the far wall. "If there was a struggle, there's no sign. This is the cleanest apartment I've ever seen. The fridge is fully stocked. I found a receipt in the trash from 2 days ago. We're pulling the phone records, but I don't think we'll find anything there either. I was able to scroll back through the last 10 incoming numbers, and they all belong to her father." "She has a landline? Really?" Watson shrugged. "Maybe it came with the apartment." "Daddy probably put it in. Can't claim no signal or missed calls with a landline," Nash pointed out. Porter asked, "What about outgoings?" 3 numbers. We're running them now," said Watson. Porter began walking around the apartment, his shoes squeaking on the hardwood floors. The kitchen had cherry cabinets and dark granite countertops, all stainless steel appliances, Viking stove and Sub-Zero refrigerator. The living room held a large sectional beige leather couch. It appeared so comfortable, Porter got tired just glancing at the plush cushions. The television was at least 80 inches. "That's a 4K display," Watson told him. 4K? 4 times more pixels than your standard 1080p HD television. Porter only nodded. He still had a 19-inch tube television at home. He refused to replace the ancient unit with a flat panel while it was working, and the damn thing wouldn't die. There was a den with a large oak desk. A tech was copying the files from a 27-inch iMac. "Anything useful?" he asked. The tech shook his head. "Nothing stands out. We'll analyze her files and social network activity back at the station." Porter continued on into the master bedroom. The bed was neatly made. No posters were on the walls, only a few paintings. "This doesn't feel right." Nash pulled a few of the drawers. Each was lined with perfectly folded clothes. "Yeah, seems more like a model home, almost staged. If a 15-year-old girl lives here, she's the neatest teenager I've ever come across," Nash said. There was a single framed picture on her nightstand of a woman in her mid to late 20s. Flowing brown hair, the greenest eyes Porter had ever seen. "Her mother?" he asked nobody in particular. "I believe so," Watson replied. "Talbot said she died of cancer when Emery was only 3, Porter said, studying the photograph. "A brain tumor of all things." "I can research that if you'd like," Watson proposed eagerly. Porter nodded and replaced the picture. "That'd be helpful." "You could bounce a quarter on this bed," said Nash. "I don't think a kid made it." "I'm still not convinced a kid lives here." The master bathroom was amazing. All granite and porcelain tile, 2 sinks. You could throw a party in the shower. Porter counted no fewer than 6 shower heads with additional jets built into the walls. He walked over to the sink and touched the tip of her toothbrush. "Still damp," he said. "I'll get someone to bag that," Watson told him, "in case we need the DNA. Hand me that hairbrush, too." There was a sitting room attached to the master. The walls were lined with shelves teeming with books, a few hundred or more. Porter spotted everything from Charles Dickens to J.K. Rowling. A Thad McAllister novel was lying open on a large fluffy recliner at the center of the room. "Maybe she does live here after all," Porter said, picking up the book. This came out a few weeks ago. And you know this how? Nash asked. Heather picked it up. She's a big fan of this guy. Ah. Look at this, Watson said. He was holding up an English literature textbook. I remember spotting a calculus book on the desk in the den. This particular brand, Worthington Studies, is popular with homeschoolers. Did Mr. Talbot say where she went to school? Porter and Nash glanced at each other. We didn't ask. Watson was flipping through the pages. If she was enrolled somewhere, we can track down some of her friends. His face grew red. I'm sorry, sir. I mean, you can track down some of her friends, if you think that might be useful. Talbot had given Porter a business card with his cell phone number. He tapped his pocket, confirming it was still there. I'll check with her father when we're done here. They left the master and continued down the hall. How many bedrooms in this place? 3, Watson replied. Take a look at this one. He gestured to a room on their right. Porter stepped inside. A basket of laundry sat atop a queen-size bed. A large Catholic cross hung over the headboard. The dresser was covered in framed photographs, 2 rows deep. Nash picked one up. Is that her? Emery? Must be. They ranged in age from a toddler to a picture of a stunning young girl in a dark blue dress next to a boy of about 16 with long, wavy dark hair. A small caption in the corner read, Watney Vale High Homecoming 2014. Is she enrolled there? Porter asked. I'll find out. Watson pointed at the young man standing next to her. Think that's her boyfriend? Might be. Can I see that? Watson asked. Porter handed him the frame. Watson flipped it over and slid the tiny tabs aside, then removed the backing board. He carefully extracted the photo. M and Ty. He showed them the back. The names were in small print on the bottom right. Elementary, my dear Watson, Porter said. No, Watney Vale is a high school. Nash chuckled. I love this guy. Can we keep him? The captain will kill me if I bring home another stray, Porter said. I'm serious, Sam. We're going to need the manpower. We've got 2, possibly 3 days on the outside to find this girl. He's got a good head on his shoulders, Nash said. If you don't fill the task force bench, the captain will. Better you do it, or we'll get stuck with someone like Murray. He nodded toward a detective standing in the hallway who was staring at the tip of his ballpoint pen. I'm thinking we bring the kid in as a CSI liaison. Porter thought about this for a moment, then turned back to Watson. Any interest in working this case? I'm a private contractor with CSI. Can I work as law enforcement? As long as you don't shoot anyone, Nash said. I don't carry a weapon, he replied. I never felt the need to take the exam. I'm more of a bookworm. Chicago Metro has an agreement with the crime lab. Officially, you'd be a consult on loan, Porter explained. Think you can clear it with your supervisor? Watson set the photo down on the dresser and pulled out his cell phone. Give me a minute, I'll call him. He walked to the far corner of the room and punched in the number. Sharp kid, Nash said. It would be good to have some fresh eyes on this, Porter agreed. God knows you're not much help. Fuck you too, buddy. Nash stuffed the photo into an evidence bag. I'll take this back to the war room. Porter ran his hand through his hair and glanced around the room. You know what I haven't seen yet? What? A single photo of the father, he replied. There's not a damn thing in this place to indicate they're related. I bet if we check the records, we won't find anything to link him back here. The apartment is probably owned by a company that's owned by a company that's owned by a shell out of an island so remote Gilligan's bones are probably buried on the beach. Nash shrugged. That surprise you? He's got a family, a life. He's the kind of guy who has political office on the brain. Illegitimate children don't bode well in a campaign unless they belong to your opponent. Same with mistresses. Let's face it, even though he said he cared for this woman, that's all she was to him. Or he would have left the wife and married her rather than hide her in this tower away from prying eyes, kid or no kid. Watson returned, pocketing his cell phone. He said as long as I stay on top of my current caseload, he's okay with it. Will that be a problem? He shook his head. I can handle it. Frankly, I think I'll enjoy the change of pace. It'll be nice to get out of the lab for a little while. Okay, then. Welcome to the 4-Monkey Killer Task Force. We'll take care of the paperwork back at the station. Not very ceremonious, Sam. You'll need to work on that, Nash said. Watson pointed at the photo. Do you want me to try and track down Ty? Yeah, Porter replied. See what you can dig up. He dropped the photograph into an evidence bag. Nash pulled open the top left dresser drawer. Women's underwear. He stretched them out between his hands and whistled. Those are some big uns. I'm thinking some kind of nanny or housekeeper lives in this room, Porter said. Emery's only 15. There's no way she lives here by herself. Okay, but then where is she now? Why hasn't she reported the girl missing? Nash asked. It's been at least a day, possibly longer. She didn't report anything to the police. Maybe she called somebody else, Porter suggested. You mean Talbot? Nash shook his head. I don't think so. He seemed genuinely surprised and upset when you told him. If she's illegal, she wouldn't call the police, Watson said. Makes sense she would reach out to him. Or someone who works for him. Okay, assuming that's the case, then why would Talbot pretend to be in the dark? Wouldn't he want to find her? Porter shrugged. His lawyer was pretty insistent about keeping all this quiet. Maybe that's the Talbot stance. They've kept this girl a secret for 15 years. Why stop now? He's got resources. He's probably got his own people out looking for her. No need for us. Then why tell us about her at all? If his primary concern is hiding her from the world, wouldn't he point us in another direction? Porter walked over to the laundry basket and felt a towel near the center. Still warm. Nash nodded slowly. So somebody phoned her, told her we were coming. That would be my guess. She probably cleared out right after getting the call. That doesn't mean there's some big conspiracy. She might just be an illegal like Dr. Watson over there suggested, and he didn't want to see her get deported, Nash said. I'm not a... Nash cut him off with a wave of his hand. I bet she's still close then. We should post someone to keep an eye on the place. Nash's phone rang, and he glanced at the display. It's Isley. He tapped the answer button. This is Nash. Porter took the opportunity to dial his wife. When he got voicemail, he disconnected without leaving a message. Nash hung up and dropped his phone into his front pants pocket. He wants us down at the morgue. What did he find? Said we needed to see for ourselves.
Chapter 14. Diary. Would you like honey in your oatmeal, dear? Mother made wonderful oatmeal. Not the pre-packaged kind, no sir. She purchased raw oats and cooked them to a magical deliciousness and served them with toast and juice at the little breakfast nook in our kitchen. Yes, Mother, I replied. More juice, too, please. It was a little past 8 in the morning on a sunny summer Thursday. I heard a gentle knock at our screen door, and we both turned to find Mrs. Carter standing on the stoop. Mother grinned. Hey, you, come on in. Mrs. Carter smiled back and pulled open the door. Thanks to the bright sun, I saw the outline of her legs through her dress as she stepped over the threshold. She gave my shoulder a squeeze and smiled, before walking over to my mother and giving her a little peck on the cheek. I have to say, after yesterday, it was fairly tame. However, I did catch a glance as it passed between them. Mother stroked the other woman's hair. Your hair looks absolutely stunning today. I'd kill for hair like that. I'm having an Irish coffee. Would you care for one? What is Irish coffee? My, you are young in the ways of the world, aren't you? Irish coffee is coffee with a splash of Jameson whiskey. I find it's the perfect pick-me-up on a warm summer morning, Mother told her. Whiskey in the morning? How devilish. Yes, please. Mother poured her a steaming cup of coffee, then took down a little green bottle with a yellow label from the cabinet I was not permitted to open. She removed the cap and topped off the mug before passing it to Mrs. Carter. I couldn't help but notice that their hands lingered together a moment longer than one would think necessary. Mrs. Carter took a sip and smiled. "This is to die for. It must do wonders during the winter." Mother looked at the woman and tilted her head. "Isn't that the same dress you were wearing yesterday?" Mrs. Carter blushed. "I'm afraid so. I desperately need to do laundry today." "I can't let you go through the day in yesterday's clothes. Follow me." She stood and started for her bedroom, taking the bottle with her. "I have a few dresses I don't wear anymore. I bet they would fit you perfectly." Mrs. Carter smiled at me and chased after Mother, her Irish coffee in hand. I watched them disappear down the hall, Mother's door closing as they stepped inside. For the briefest of moments, I considered staying there at the table and finishing my breakfast. After all, it's the most important meal of the day. As a growing boy, I understood the importance of nourishment. I didn't do it, though. Instead, I tiptoed down the hallway and put my ear to her door. Nothing but silence came from the other side. I went outside and circled the house. Mother's window was on the east side, above a large rose bush shaded by an old cottonwood. Careful to ensure I couldn't be seen from the street, I positioned myself to the side of the tree and turned to the window. Unfortunately, I was still rather short, my thin body that of a boy, and only the ceiling of the room was visible from that angle. I quickly ran to the back of the house and returned with a 5-gallon plastic bucket. Placing it upside down beside the tree, I climbed atop and again turned to the window. Mrs. Carter's back was to me, watching Mother as she dug through her closet with the ferocity of a dog creating a hole for its favorite bone. When Mother emerged, she held 3 dresses. Words were exchanged, but I was unable to make them out as Mother's window was closed. She wasn't one to open her bedroom window, even at the peak of summer heat. Mrs. Carter reached behind her head and untied the bow that held the back of her dress together. My breath caught in my throat as the thin material fell away. Aside from thin white cotton panties, she was naked. Mother handed her one of the dresses, and she slipped it over her head. Mother then stepped back and appraised the other woman. She produced the small green bottle with the yellow label and drank directly from it. She shivered, grinned, and handed the bottle to Mrs. Carter, who hesitated only for a moment before bringing the bottle to her own lips and taking a drink. I knew what alcohol was, but I couldn't recall ever seeing Mother drink, only Father. It was commonplace for him to pour a drink or two after a long day at work, but not Mother. This was new. This was different. Our neighbor handed the bottle back to Mother, who drank again, then passed it back, the two of them laughing silently behind the glass. Mother held up one of the other dresses, and Mrs. Carter nodded with enthusiasm. She removed her dress and walked over to Mother's large mirror, holding the second dress against her chest. My heart quickened. Mother stepped up behind her and brushed her hair to the side, revealing the curve of her neck. I peered in as Mother kissed her ever so tenderly on that spot where neck meets shoulder. Mrs. Carter closed her eyes and leaned back slightly, pressing against her. She dropped the dress to the floor. In the mirror's reflection, I watched as Mother's hand inched up the other woman's stomach and found her right breast. Unlike Mrs. Carter's, Mother's eyes were open. I know this because I could see them. I could see them staring back at me in the mirror's reflection as her hands drifted down the length of the other woman's body and disappeared within her panties.
Chapter 15. Porter. Day 1. 10:31 a.m. The Cook County Medical Examiner's office was on West Harrison Street in downtown Chicago. Porter and Nash made good time from Flair Tower and parked in one of the spaces out front reserved for law enforcement. Isley had instructed them to meet him in the morgue. Porter had never been a fan of the morgue. Formaldehyde and bleach seemed to be the air freshener of choice, but there was no disguising the fact that the morgue smelled like feet, stale cheese, and cheap perfume. Whenever he stepped through the doorway, he was reminded of the fetal pig Mr. Scarletto had forced him to dissect in high school. He just wanted to get out as quickly as possible. The walls were painted a cheerful light blue, which did little to help one forget one was surrounded by dead people. The employees all seemed to wear the same nonchalant expression, one that made Porter wonder what he'd find if he took a gander inside their home refrigerators. Nash didn't seem to mind, though. He had stopped halfway down the hallway and was peering into a vending machine. "How could they run out of Snickers bars? Who's in charge of this shit show?" he grumbled to nobody in particular. "Hey, Sam, can I borrow a quarter?" Porter ignored him and pushed through the double-swinging stainless steel doors opposite a green leather sofa that might have been new around the time JFK took office. "Come on, man, I'm hungry," Nash shouted from behind him. Tom Isley sat at a metal desk in the far corner of the room, typing feverishly at a computer. He glanced up and frowned. "Did you walk here?" Porter considered telling him that they did in fact drive quite fast, lights and all, but thought better of it. "We were over at Flair Tower. We tracked down the victim's apartment." Most people would have asked him what they found, but not Isley. His interest in people started when their pulse stopped. Nash came through the double doors, the remnants of a Kit Kat on his fingers. "Feel better?" Porter asked him. "Cut me some slack, I'm running on fumes." Isley stood from the desk. "Put on gloves, both of you. Follow me." He led them past the desk and through another set of double doors at the back of the space into a large examination room. As they stepped inside, the temperature felt as if it dropped 20 degrees, low enough for Porter to see his breath. Goose flesh crawled across his arms. A large round surgical light with handles on either side swung over the exam table at the center of the room, a naked male body lying atop. The face had been covered with a white cloth. The chest had been splayed open with a large Y incision that started at his navel and branched at the pectoral muscles. He should have brought gum. Gum helped with the smell. "Is that our boy?" Nash asked. "It is," Isley said. The dirt and grime from the road had been washed away, but there was no cleansing the road rash, which covered his skin in patches. Porter took a closer look. "I didn't catch that this morning." Isley pointed at a large purple and black bruise on the right arm and leg. "The bus hit him here. See these lines? That's from the grill. Based on the measurements we took at the scene, the impact threw him a little over 20 feet, then he slid on the pavement for another 12. I found tremendous internal damage. More than half his ribs cracked. 4 of them punctured his right lung. 2 punctured the left. His spleen ruptured, so did 1 kidney. The head trauma appears to be the actual cause of death, although any one of the other injuries would have proved fatal. His death was near instantaneous. Nothing to be done." "That's your big news?" Nash balked. "I thought you found something." Isley's brow creased. "Oh, there's something." "I'm not big on suspense, Tom. What'd you find?" Porter said. Isley walked over to a stainless steel table and pointed at what appeared to be a brown Ziploc bag filled with... "Is that his stomach?" Nash asked. Isley nodded. "Notice anything odd?" "Yeah, it's not in him anymore," said Porter. "Anything else?" "No time for this, Doc." Isley let out a sigh. "See these spots here and here?" Porter leaned in a little closer. "What are they?" "Stomach cancer," Isley told them. "He was dying? Did he know?" "This is advanced. There's no corrective treatment when the disease gets to this point. It would have been very painful. I'm sure he was well aware. I found a few interesting things in the tox screen. He was on a high dose of octreotide, which is typically used to control nausea and diarrhea. There was also a concentration of trastuzumab. It's an interesting drug. They first used it to treat breast cancer, then discovered it helped with other types of cancer, too. You think we can track him down with the drugs? Isley nodded slowly. Probably. Trastuzumab in particular is administered intravenously for an hour, no less than once a week, possibly more often at this stage. I'm not aware of anyone offering this particular medication in private practice, which means he probably went to a hospital or a high-end cancer treatment center. There are only a handful of options in the city. It can cause heart complications, so they monitor patients closely. Nash turned to Porter. If he was dying, do you think he stepped out in front of that bus intentionally? I doubt it. And why kidnap another girl? I think he'd want to see it through. He turned back to Isley. How much time do you think he had left? Isley shrugged. Hard to say. Not much, though. A few weeks? A month on the outside? Was he on something for the pain? Porter asked. I found a partially digested oxycodone tablet in his stomach. We're testing his hair for older medications, things that left his system. I imagine we'll turn up morphine, said Isley. Porter glanced at the man's dark hair. Hair retained trace evidence of medication and diet. 4MK cut it short, no more than an inch long. The average person's hair grows half an inch per month, meaning they should be able to get a history dating back at least a couple of months. Drug testing of hair was nearly 5 times more accurate than a urine sample. Over the years, he had seen suspects flush drugs out of their system with everything from cranberry juice to consumption of actual urine. There was no flushing out your hair, though. This was the reason many drug addicts on probation shaved their heads. He has hair, Porter said quietly. Isley furrowed his brow for a moment, then realized Porter's point. I didn't find any sign of chemotherapy, not even a single cycle. It's possible they discovered the cancer too late and traditional treatment wasn't an option. Isley walked over to another table. The man's personal effects were neatly laid out. That little metal tin right there, he pointed to a small silver box, is full of lorazepam. That's for anxiety, right? Nash smirked. Being a serial killer is an odd choice of pastime for someone with anxiety issues. Generic Ativan. With stomach cancer, doctors sometimes prescribe it to help manage acids. Anxiety leads to increased production. Lorazepam cuts it back, Isley said. Chances are he was calmer than any of us. Porter glanced down at the pocket watch, now tagged and sealed in a plastic evidence bag. The cover was intricately carved, the hands visible beneath. Were you able to get prints from this? Isley nodded. He got a few abrasions on the hands, but the fingertips weren't damaged. I pulled a full set and sent them to the lab. Haven't heard back yet. Porter's eyes landed on the shoes. Isley followed his gaze. Oh, I almost forgot about those. Check this out, very odd. He picked up one of the shoes and returned to the body, then placed the heel of the shoe against the man's bare foot. They're nearly 2 sizes too big for this guy. He had tissue paper stuffed in at the toes. Who wears shoes 2 sizes too big? Nash asked. Didn't you say those go for around $1,500? Porter nodded. Maybe they're not his. We should dust them for prints. Nash glanced at Isley, then around the room. Do you have a... Never mind, I got it. He hurried over to another counter and returned with a fingerprint kit. With expert precision, he powdered the shoes. Bingo! Lift them and send them to the lab. Make sure they understand how urgent this is, Porter said. On it. Porter turned back to Isley. Anything else? Isley frowned. What, the drug evidence isn't enough for you? That's not... There is one other thing. He led Porter to the other side of the body and picked up the man's right hand. Porter tried not to look into the gaping hole in his chest. I found a small tattoo, Isley told him. He pointed at a small black spot on the man's inner wrist. I think it's the number 8. Porter leaned in. Or an infinity symbol. He pulled out his phone and snapped a picture. It's fresh. See the redness? He got it less than a week ago. Porter tried to make sense of it all. Could be some kind of religious thing. He was dying. I'll leave the detecting to you detectives, Isley said. Porter lifted the edges of the white cloth covering the head. The material peeled away with a sound not unlike Velcro. I'm going to try and reconstruct his face. Yeah? You think you can do that? Porter asked. Well, not me, Isley confessed. I've got a friend who works at the Museum of Science and Industry. She specializes in this sort of thing, old remains and such. She spent the last 6 years restoring the remains of an Illinois tribe discovered downstate near McHenry County. She normally works with skull and bone fragments, nothing this fresh. But I think she can do it. I put in a call. She, huh? Nash chimed in. Did you make a lady friend? He finished with the shoes and packed up the fingerprint kit. I've got 6 partials and at least 3 full thumbs. 3 thumbprints, I should say. I don't mean to imply our unsub has 3 thumbs, although that would make him a lot easier to identify. I'm going to walk these down. Do you want to regroup in the war room? Maybe an hour? I'll check in with the captain, too. Porter thought of the diary in his pocket. An hour sounded good.
Chapter 16. Diary. Mother saw me, but I didn't run away. I knew I should go. I knew this was a private moment, something not meant for my eyes, but I kept watching anyway. I don't think I could have stopped, even if I wanted to. I stayed next to that tree until Mother and Mrs. Carter disappeared from view. More accurately, they sank from view. Whether to the bed or the floor, I wasn't sure. Beneath me, my bucket wobbled. I wobbled. My legs felt like jello, wiggle-waggle. My heart thudded with a parade cadence. I'll tell you, it was exhilarating, to say the least. I found myself so ensconced in this activity, I didn't hear Mr. Carter's car drive past our house. It wasn't until it crunched down the gravel driveway next door that I took notice. Mrs. Carter must have heard the car then, too. Like a groundhog on the last day of winter, her head popped up in the window frame, her breasts bouncing, her mouth open in a gasp. She spotted me the same moment I saw her. There was nothing to do. I froze, looking back at her. She turned and shouted something, and then my mother appeared. She didn't look out at me. Both disappeared from the window. Mr. Carter's car door slammed. He was never home at such an hour. Normally, he didn't return from work until after 5, about the same time as my father. He saw me standing next to the tree, perched high on my bucket, and gave me a puzzled glance. I waved. He didn't wave back. Instead, he bounded up his front walk and disappeared into his house. A moment later, Mrs. Carter walked briskly out our front door and crossed the lawn, her hand smoothing her dress as she went. She gave me a quick glance as she passed. I offered her a howdy-do, but she did not reciprocate. When she entered her own house, she did so with caution, closing the front door ever so softly behind her. I jumped down off my bucket and followed her. I wouldn't call myself a nosy child. I was curious, that's all. So I crossed over to the Carters' lawn without a second thought. I was halfway to their driveway when I heard the slap. There was no mistaking that particular sound. My father was a firm believer in discipline, and he had brought his hand to my backside on more than one occasion. Without going into detail, I am willing to admit I deserved a good whack or two on each and every one of those occasions, and I hold no ill will toward him for doing so. That sound was well known to me, and after being on the receiving end, no pun intended, I also recognized the quick scream that followed such pain. When Mrs. Carter cried out immediately following the slap, I realized that Mr. Carter had hit her. Another slap quickly followed, then another sharp yelp. I reached Mr. Carter's car. The engine still made a steady tick, tick, tick. Heat floated above the hood, and exhaust filled the air. Mr. Carter crashed through the front door as I stood beside his car. "What the fuck are you doing out here?" he growled, before pushing past me and walking across the lawn toward my house. Mrs. Carter appeared in the doorway, but stopped at the threshold. She held a damp towel to the side of her face. Her right eye was puffy, pink, and teary. When she noticed me, her lips trembled. "Don't let him hurt your mother," she whispered. Mr. Carter reached our kitchen door and pounded the frame with his fist. I found it odd that it was closed. Nearly every summer day, the door was opened in the morning and remained that way until late into the night, with only the screen door to keep Mother Nature's creatures out of the house. Mother must have... I spotted Mother standing in a side window. She glared at Mr. Carter on our back stoop. "Open the door, you fucking cunt," he shouted. "Open the goddamn door." Mother watched him, but remained still. I started back toward the house, and her hand shot up, motioning for me to stay put. I stopped in my tracks, unsure of what I should do. Looking back, I see it was naive of me to believe I could do much of anything. Mr. Carter was a large man, maybe even bigger than Father. If I attempted to stop him in any way, he would swat me as if I were an annoying fly buzzing around his head. "You think you can turn my wife into your own personal rug cleaner?" He banged at the door. "I knew it. I fucking knew it. You insatiable little cunt. I knew something was going on. All was over at your house, smelling of your stink. I tasted you on her, you know that? Believe it. I sure as shit could. Now I think you owe me a tit for tat. Or how about a tit for a twat? If I dumb it down, does it make more sense to you? There's consequences, you little bitch. There's payment due. Nothing in this world is free." Mother disappeared from the window. Mrs. Carter began to sob behind me. Mr. Carter turned and shook an angry finger at her. "Shut the fuck up!" His face burned bright red. Sweat glistened on his brow. "Don't think I'm done with you. When I finish up over here, you and I are going to have a long, hard talk. Believe that. When I'm done collecting from this hussy, it's your turn. You think that little scratch hurts? Wait until I come home for dessert." It was then our back door opened. Mother stepped out into the light and beckoned him inside. Mr. Carter stood for a moment, glaring at Mother. His face as red as a stop sign, his brow all crunched up and sweaty. His hands were balled in tight fists. At first I thought he would hit her, but he didn't. Mother peered over his shoulder, her eyes locking with mine for a moment before turning back to him. "It's a one-time offer, now or never." She twirled a finger around a lock of blonde hair, then slid it down the side of her neck, a grin playing at her lips. "Are you kidding me?" Mother turned back into the kitchen and nodded. "Come on." He watched her disappear through the doorway, then turned back to his wife. "Consider this part 1 of the lesson. When I'm done here, I'll be home to teach you part 2. He snorted, as if he had made the joke of all jokes, then walked into our house, slamming the door behind him. Mrs. Carter sobbed. I was but a boy, and I had no idea how to comfort a crying woman, nor did I have any desire to. Instead, I raced back around the house to Mother's window and hopped back up on my bucket. I found the room empty. From somewhere within the house, I heard a horrible scream. It had not come from Mother.
Chapter 17. Emery. Day 1. 9:31 a.m. Emery was going to throw up. The vomit crept up the back of her throat, thick and vile. She choked it down, cringing at the foul aftertaste. She took a deep breath, the air catching between sobs. He had cut off her ear. What the fuck? Why? The answer came to her in an instant, and she drew in another breath so hard and fast that she whistled before coughing out another sob. The tears welled in her eyes and dripped on her knees. She tried to wipe them from her cheeks, but more came, salty and sharp. She hiccuped between ragged breaths. Her body shook with violent spasms. Snot dripped from her nose and mixed with her tears. Just when she thought it was over, her mind would flood with a mix of fear, pain, and anger, and the pattern would start again, lessening only a little each time. When the fit finally ended, when she was able to reel in a breath and keep it, she found herself sitting in utter silence. Her mind was painfully hollow and quiet, her body sore, muscles aching, her face puffy and red. Her fingers brushed over the handcuffs, searching for some kind of release, hoping they weren't real handcuffs but the kind you buy in a sex shop or a toy store. Her friend Laurie had told her about those, how her boyfriend wanted to use them, and she said no way, no how. There was no release switch, and the band around her wrist was tight. They weren't coming off without a key. She could try to pick them, but that would mean finding something to pick them with, and that would mean exploring. Who was she kidding? She had no clue how to pick a lock. The handcuffs had an abnormally long chain on them, too, at least 2 feet, the kind you find in prison movies where the bad guy's hands are shackled to his feet and he's forced to shuffle down some dark hallway. The cuffs were designed to allow some movement, but not much. She knew of the 4-monkey killer. Everyone in Chicago did, possibly everyone in the entire world. Not just that he was a serial killer, but the way he first tortured his victims before killing them, mailing body parts back to their families, first an ear, then... Emery's free hand went to her eyes. The room was dark, but she could still make out faint outlines. He hadn't touched her eyes. Not yet. Maybe he'll have time when he gets back. Her heart pounded within her chest. How long before? She couldn't think about it. She just couldn't. The idea of someone taking out her eyes, taking them out when she was alive. Your tongue, too, dear. Don't forget about the tongue. He likes to take that third and mail the little stump of flesh back to Mommy and Daddy, right before he finally... The voice in her head seemed oddly familiar. You don't remember me, dear? Then she knew just like that. She knew, and anger swirled. You're not my mother, Emery said, seething. My mother is dead! Christ, she was going crazy. Talking to herself. Was it the shot? What had he given her? Was she hallucinating? Maybe all of this was just some kind of nasty dream, a bad trip. She might be. You should try to figure the rough patches all out later, dear. When you have more time? Right now, I think you should focus on finding a way out of this place. Before he gets back. Don't you agree? Emery caught herself nodding. I only want what's best for you. Stop! When you're safe. Until then, this is a tough spot, Em. I can't write you a note and get you out of this one. This is way worse than the principal. Quiet! Silence. The only sound was that of her own breath and the blood pumping at her ear, warm and throbbing under the bandage. Where your ear used to be, dear. Please don't. Please be quiet. Better that you accept it now. Accept it and move on. Emery lowered her legs over the side of her makeshift bed. The wheels squeaked as the gurney rolled a few inches before scraping against a wall and stopped. When her feet touched the cold concrete, she almost pulled them back up. Not knowing what was beneath her creeped her out, but remaining still while waiting for her captor to return was not an option she was willing to consider. She had to find a way out. Her eyes fought the darkness, trying to adjust and pull in the smallest bit of light, but there simply wasn't enough. She raised her hand to her face, and it was barely visible unless she practically touched her nose. Emery forced herself to stand, ignoring the dizziness swooning through her head and the pain at her ear. She took a deep breath and held the edge of the gurney for balance just below where her handcuffs were attached, standing still until the nausea left her. It was so dark. Too dark. What if you fall, dear? What if you try to walk, trip over something and fall. Are you sure this is wise? Why don't you sit back down and figure things out? How would that be?" Emery ignored the voice and tentatively reached out, her left hand stretching into the blackness, her fingers groping. When they found nothing, she took a step toward the top of the gurney, toward the wall it rested against. Right hand on the gurney, left hand reaching, one step, then another, then a... Her fingers found the wall, and she nearly jumped back. The rough surface felt damp and grimy. Cautiously running her hand across the wall, she found a groove and traced the edge with the tip of her finger, following horizontally until she found another groove, this one vertical. The pattern repeated about a foot down. Rectangles. Cinder blocks. You know, where there's one wall, there's usually another. Sometimes there's a door or a window or two. Perhaps a walk of the perimeter is in order. Figure out just what kind of mess you've gotten yourself into. You're tied to that pesky gurney, though. Not really fit for travel. Emery tugged on the gurney until the frame moved, rolling an inch or so on squeaky wheels. She squeezed the rail. Just holding the metal frame, holding on to something, made her feel a little safer. It was silly, she knew that, but it's a crutch, isn't that the word? "Fuck you," she muttered. With her left hand on the wall and her right dragging the gurney, she inched along, her feet shuffling. She counted as she went, attempting to map out the space in her mind's eye. She took 12 steps before finding the first corner. Emery estimated the first wall to be about 10 feet long. She continued along the second wall, more cinder block. She ran her fingers up and down the wall in search of a light switch, a door, anything. But she found none. Only more block. Emery stopped for a second, her head turning up. She couldn't help but wonder, how high could this room be? Was there a ceiling? Of course there's a ceiling, dear. Serial killers are smart. You're not the first girl to attend his rodeo. He's taken how many girls? 5? 6? He's probably got the routine down to a science at this point. I'm sure this room is sealed up tight. You should keep exploring, though. I like this. Much better than sitting around waiting for him to come back. That's a fool's game. This has purpose. This shows initiative. She continued around the room. The gurney fought again as she turned the corner, and she pulled the frame toward her with an angry yank. Hey, I just thought of something. What if he's watching you? What if he's got cameras? It's too dark. Infrared cameras can see in the dark, plain as day. He's probably got his feet up on a desk somewhere watching Emery TV, a big fat grin on his face. Naked girl in box. Naked girl trying to get out of box. The last girl took 30 minutes to venture this far around the room. This one is on a tear. She got there in 20. How exciting. How entertaining. Emery stopped moving and stared into the blackness. Are you there? Are you watching me? Silence. Hello? Perhaps he's shy? Shut up! I bet he's got his pants around his ankles and his pecker out with a do not disturb sign on the door. Emery TV After Dark is on, and the party is just getting started. This one's a keeper. Did you see how high she jumped? Now I know you're not my mother. She would never say that, Emery said. Well, I think he's watching. Why else would he take your clothes? Men are perverts, dear. The whole lot of them. The earlier you realize that, the better. Emery turned in a slow circle and peered into the darkness, her head tilted up. There's no camera in here. I'd see the little red light. Right, because all cameras have little red lights. Flashing little red lights you can spot from a mile away. I know if I were a camera manufacturer, I'd never consider building one without the little red flashing light. I'm sure there's an oversight committee that checks each of them to be sure. Will you shut the fuck up? Emery shouted. Then her face flushed. She was fucking arguing with herself. All I'm saying is not all cameras have little red lights, that's all. No need to get huffy. Emery let out a frustrated breath and reached back for the wall. In her mind's eye, she pictured the room as a giant square. She had checked 2 walls without finding the door. That left 2 more. She began to inch across the 3rd wall with the gurney in tow, her fingers following the now familiar cinder block pattern, drawing a path through the thick dust. No door. 1 wall left. She pulled at the gurney, more angry now than scared, counting off the steps. When she reached 12 and her fingers found the corner, she stopped. Where was the door? Had she missed it? 4 corners, 4 left turns? She knew she had traveled full circle. She had traveled full circle, right? Was it possible the room didn't have a door? Well, that seems like a horrible design. Who builds a room without a door? I bet you skipped right past the opening. I didn't miss it. There's no door. Then how did you get in? High above her, a click echoed over the walls. Music screeched down at her so loud it felt as if someone had jammed knives into her ears. She slammed her hands against the sides of her head, and a lightning bolt of pain shot through her as her left hand impacted the tender flesh where her ear had been. The handcuff cut into her other wrist. She bent forward and cried out in pain. She couldn't block out the music, though. A song she had heard before. Mick Jagger, howling about the devil. Chapter 18. Porter. Day 1, 11:30 a.m. Although only 2 weeks had passed since the last time Porter stepped into room 1523, deep within the basement of Chicago Metro headquarters on Michigan Avenue, the space seemed dormant, lifeless, sleeping, waiting. He flicked on the light switch and listened as the fluorescent bulbs hummed to life, sending a charge through the stale air. He walked over to his desk and shuffled through the various papers and files scattered across the surface. Everything was just as he had left it. His wife watched him from a silver frame at the far right corner. He couldn't help but smile at the sight of her. Sitting on the edge of the desk, he pulled the phone over and punched in her cell number. 3 rings, followed by her familiar voice message. You've reached the phone of Heather Porter. Since this is voicemail, I most likely saw your name on caller ID and decided I most certainly did not wish to speak to you. If you're willing to pay tribute in the form of chocolate cake or other assorted offerings of dietary delight, text me the details, and I'll reconsider your position in my social roster and possibly... Porter disconnected and thumbed through a folder labeled 4 Monkey Killer. Everything they'd learned about him fit in this single folder, at least until today. He had chased the 4 Monkey Killer for half a decade. 7 dead girls. 21 boxes. You can't forget about the boxes. He'd never forget the boxes. They haunted him every time he closed his eyes. The room wasn't very large, 30 by 25 or so. Aside from Porter's, there were 5 metal desks older than most of the Metro staff, arranged haphazardly around the space. In the far corner stood an old wooden conference table Porter had found in a storage room down the hall. The surface was scratched and nicked. The dull maple finish was covered with tiny rings from the hundreds of glasses, mugs, and cans that had sat upon it over the years. There was a large brown stain on it that Nash swore resembled Jesus. Porter thought it only looked like coffee. They'd given up trying to scrub the discoloration away a long time ago. Behind the conference table stood 3 whiteboards. The first 2 held pictures of 4MK's victims and the various crime scenes. The third was currently blank. The group tended to use the last one primarily for brainstorming sessions. Nash walked in and handed him a cup of coffee. Watson hit Starbucks. I told him to meet us down here after he checks in with the lieutenant upstairs. The others are on their way too. What's going through that head of yours? I smell smoke. 5 years, Nash. I was beginning to think we'd never see an end to this. There's at least one more out there. We need to find her. Porter nodded. Yeah, I know. And we will. We'll bring her home. He had said the same thing with Jody Bloomington just 6 months earlier, and they didn't find her in time. He couldn't face another family. Not again. Not ever. "Well, there you are!" Claire Norton hollered from the doorway. Porter and Nash turned from the whiteboards. "This place has been like a morgue without you, Sammy. Give me some sugar." She crossed the room and wrapped her arms around him. "If you need anything at all, you call me, okay? I want you to promise me," she whispered at his ear. "I'm there for you 24/7. Any attempt at affection made Porter nervous. He patted her on the back and drew away. He imagined he appeared as uncomfortable as a priest returning the hug of an altar boy with the eyes of the congregation upon him. "I appreciate that, Claire. Thanks for holding down the fort." Claire Norton had been on the force for nearly 15 years. She became Chicago Metro's youngest black female detective after only 3 years on patrol, when she helped break up one of the largest narcotics rings in the city's history. Every person involved was under 18. 24 students in total, primarily from Cooley High, although the crime spread across 6 high schools. They operated completely on school property, which made things difficult, and meant the young-looking Claire had to go undercover as a student. The event had earned her the nickname Jump Street, after the old Fox TV show. Nobody on the task force dared call her that to her face. Claire shook her head. "Hell, you should be thanking me for babysitting your partner over there. He's as dumb as a box of rocks. I bet if you locked him in a room, you'd come back an hour later to find him dead on the floor with his tongue stuck in an electrical outlet." "I'm standing right here," Nash said. "I can hear you." "I know." She turned and plucked the coffee from his hand. "Thank you, baby doll." Edwin Klosowski, Claus to most, strolled in behind her, an overflowing briefcase in one hand and the remains of a Little Debbie chocolate cupcake in the other. "So, we're finally getting the band back together? It's about time. If I had to spend one more minute down in Central IT dissecting the hard drive of another porn lover gone rogue, I might have considered going back to video game design. How you doing, Sammy?" He reached out and smacked Porter's shoulder. "Hey, Claus. Good to see you back." He dropped his briefcase on one of the empty desks and shoved the rest of the cupcake into his mouth. Porter spied Watson standing at the door and motioned for him to come inside. "Claus, Claire, this is Paul Watson. He's on loan from CSI. He's going to be helping us out. Has anyone seen Hosman?" Claire nodded. "I talked to him about 20 minutes ago. He's running Talbot's finances but hasn't come up with anything yet. Said he'll get in touch with you as soon as he finds something." Porter nodded. "All right. Let's get started." They crossed the room and settled at the conference table. The 4 monkey killer's victims stared down at them from the whiteboards. "Nash, where's that picture of Emery?" Nash dug the photo out of his pocket and handed it to him. Porter taped it onto the board at the far right. "I'm going to run through this from the beginning. It's old news for most of you, but Watson hasn't heard it before, and maybe we'll pick something up from the refresher." He pointed to the picture in the top left corner. Callie Tremmel, 20 years old, taken March 15th, 2009. This was his first victim. "That we know of," Claire interjected. "She's the first victim in his pattern as 4MK, but the evidence suggests he's sophisticated and had most likely killed before," Klosowski said. "Nobody comes out of the box killing like him. They build up, developing methods and technique over time." Porter went on. "Her parents reported her missing that Tuesday, and they received her ear in the mail on Thursday. Her eyes followed on Saturday, and her tongue arrived on Tuesday. All were packaged in small white boxes tied with black strings. Handwritten shipping labels and 0 prints. He's always been careful. Suggesting she wasn't really his first," Klosowski reiterated. 3 days after the last box arrived, a jogger found her body in Almond Park. She had been propped up on a bench with a cardboard sign glued to her hands which read, "Do no evil." We had picked up on his M.O. when her eyes arrived, but that sign confirmed our theory. Watson raised his hand. Nash rolled his eyes. "This isn't third grade, Doc. Feel free to speak up." "Doc?" Klozowski repeated. "Oh, I get it." "Didn't I read somewhere that was how he picked his victims? Do no evil?" Watson asked. Porter nodded. "With his second victim, L. Borton, we caught that. Initially, we thought the victims themselves had done something 4MK deemed wrong, and that was why he went after them. But with L, we learned his focus wasn't on the victims at all, but on their families. L. Borton disappeared on April 2nd, 2010, nearly a year after his first victim. She was 23. Her case was handed to us when her parents received her ear in the mail 2 days later. When her body was found a little over a week after that, she was holding a tax return in her grandmother's name covering tax year 2008. We dug a little bit and discovered that she actually died in 2005. Her father had been filing false returns for the past 3 years. We brought Matt Hosman in from Financial Crimes at that point, and he discovered that the scam went much deeper. Elle's father had filed returns on more than a dozen people, all deceased. They were residents of the nursing home he managed. "How could 4MK possibly know that?" Watson asked. Porter shrugged. "Not sure, but the new evidence prompted us to go back and look at Callie Tremmel's family. The first victim. Turns out her mother was laundering money from the bank where she worked, upward of $3 million over the previous 10 years, Porter said. Watson frowned. Again, how could 4MK know what she was doing? Maybe that's the link. Figure out who has access to this information, and you find 4MK's identity. Klozowski snorted. "Yeah, 'cause it's that easy." He stood up and walked to the board. "Melissa Lumax, victim number 3. Her father was selling kiddie porn. Susan Devoreau's father swapped fake diamonds for the real ones at his own jewelry store. Barbara McKinley's sister hit and killed a pedestrian 6 years before Barbara went missing. Nobody connected the sister to the crime until 4MK. Allison Cranmer's brother ran a sweatshop full of illegals down in Florida. Then there's Jody Bloomington, his most recent victim. Prior to Emery Connors," Nash chimed in. "Sorry, his most recent victim prior to Miss Connors. Her father was importing coke for the Carlito cartel." He tapped each of the photos. "All of these girls are related to someone who did something bad, but there is no connection between them. The crimes are across the board, no common thread." "He's like a vigilante," Watson muttered. "Yeah, with better intel than law enforcement. None of these crimes were on our radar. We found them while investigating the murders," Porter told him. "Without 4MK, these people would still be on the streets." Watson stood and walked over to the board, his eyes narrowing as he reviewed the photographs one by one. "What's up, Doc?" Claus said, before bursting into laughter. Everyone stared at him. Claus frowned. "Oh, so it's funny when Nash does it, but not the IT guy? I see how things work down here in the basement." Watson tapped the board. "He's escalating. Look at the dates." "Escalated," Nash said. "His killing days are behind them." "Right, escalated. About 1 per year until after his 5th victim, Barbara McKinley. Then about every 6 or 7 months. There's this, too." He pointed at the photo of Barbara McKinley. "She's the only blonde. All the others are brunettes. Is there any significance to that?" Porter ran his hand through his hair. "I don't think so. With these kills, he's really punishing the families for their crimes. I don't think it was ever about the victims for him." "All these other girls are similar in appearance. Pretty, long brown hair, close in age. For someone without a type, he sure seems to have a type. All but Barbara, the only blonde. She's an anomaly." Watson paused for a second before asking, "Were any of the girls sexually assaulted?" Claire shook her head. "Not one." "Did any of the girls have a brother?" "Melissa Lumax, Susan Devoreau, and Callie Tremmel each had brothers. Allison Kramer had 2, Claire said. "I spoke to them when I interviewed the families." Watson nodded, the gears churning in his head. "If we assume half these families had at least one son, and he grabbed their children at random, 1 or 2 male victims should have presented. That didn't happen. So there was a reason he took the daughters over the sons. We just don't know why. Porter cleared his throat. Honestly, I'm not sure that matters anymore. We don't need to worry about his future victims. Like Nash said, he's done killing. We need to focus on his last one. Watson returned to his chair. I'm sorry. Sometimes my mind starts going down all these paths and I lose focus. Not at all. This is why we asked you to join us. You're a fresh pair of eyes and some old evidence and information. Fair enough, Watson said. Porter picked up a blue marker and wrote Emery Connors in large letters at the top of the third board. Okay. What do we know about our victim? According to the front desk at her building, she left for a jog yesterday at a little after 6 in the evening, Claire said. They said that was the norm for her. She ran nearly every day, usually in the evenings. Nobody saw her come back. Did anyone know where she liked to run? Nash asked. Claire shook her head. They only saw her come and go. I might be able to answer that, Claus said. He was pecking away at a MacBook Air. She wore a Fitbit Surge. A what? It's a watch that monitors your heart rate, calories burned, distance traveled. It also has a built-in GPS. I found a program installed on her computer that recorded all the data. I'm accessing the information now. Any chance the GPS is still active? Claus shook his head. Doesn't work that way. The watch records the GPS data as you wear it, then syncs to the cloud with a phone app or by interfacing with a computer. She paired with her phone. That's dead too, but I think I know where she went. He flipped his Mac around so the others could view his screen. A map filled the display. There was a dotted blue line beginning at Flare Tower, which followed West Erie Street toward the river. At the water's edge, the trail circled a large green space. I found the same pattern nearly every day. He tapped the screen. This is A. Montgomery Ward Park. Porter leaned in close. His eyesight was going to shit. Claire, you want to check it out when we finish up here? Will do, boss. He turned back to Claus. Did you find anything else on her computer? Claus flipped the Mac back around and pecked at the keys. You gave me the opportunity to legally search the hard drive of a hot teenage girl. Needless to say, I was thorough. Claire wrinkled her nose. Fucking sicko. Claus smirked. I pride myself on my sickoness, my dear. One day you will thank me. He studied the screen for a moment. Emery's boyfriend's name is Tyler Mathers. He's a junior at Watney Vale High, and... All the cell phones in the room beeped simultaneously. I shot you a recent photo, his cell phone number and home address, Claus said. They've been beau and boo for about a month. She thinks they're exclusive. And they're not? Porter asked. Claus grinned mischievously. I may have taken a peek at his private Facebook messages, and our boy is a bit of a player. The group stared at him. Oh, come on! If you use your wife's or girlfriend's name as your password, you deserve to get hacked. Porter made a mental note to change his email password. Next time, wait for the warrant. We don't need you mucking up the case. Claus saluted him. Yes, my Capitan. Porter wrote Tyler Mathers on the whiteboard and drew an arrow to the boy in the homecoming picture with Emery. Nash and I will pay Tyler a visit this afternoon. Anything else on her PC? Emery has a Mac, a very nice one at that. Please don't insult such a fine piece of engineering by calling it a PC. Such insults are beneath you, Claus said. Forgive me. Anything else on her Mac? Claus shook his head. No, sir. What about the 3 outgoing numbers on the landline? Claus held up his hand and ticked off 3 fingers. A pizza place, a Chinese place, an Italian takeout. This girl knows how to eat. Claire cleared her throat. There's a T. Mathers on the permanent guest list. The only other person listed is A. Talbot. Porter wrote Arthur Talbot on the whiteboard with the word finances directly beneath. I'm really curious to see what Hosman turns up on this guy. 4MK took this girl for a reason. I'm willing to bet the guy's crooked. Why not bring him in? Claire asked. We bring him in and he'll just lawyer up. We won't get a thing out of him. If we need to talk to him again, I think it's best to keep it an informal setting. Try and catch him off guard someplace he feels comfortable. He's more likely to slip, Porter told her. He's also a bigwig around town, buddies with the mayor and who knows who else. If we bring him in early, we may get nothing. Then if we try to bring him back, he may call one of his buddies to run interference. Best to wait until we have something concrete. This is interesting, Claus said. His eyes were fixed on his MacBook again. The fancy elevators in that building record all the card traffic in and out. Porter groaned. Are you operating under the same warrant you used to hack the boyfriend's Facebook page right now? 'Cause if you are... Claus raised both hands. Come on now. Do I look like a repeat offender? Oh, hell yeah, Claire said under her breath. Fuck you too, Miss Norton. She smirked and stuck out her tongue. The building manager was kind enough to provide access to us, Claus said. What do you see? Porter asked. He pursed his lips and squinted as he scrolled through a text file. We've got Emery going down at 6:03 p.m. yesterday. She never comes back. All is quiet until 9:23 p.m. Then an N burrow goes up. She came back down at 9:06 this morning. That's only a few minutes before Metro arrived, Claire said. I'm willing to bet that's our missing housekeeper, Porter said. Can you run that by the front desk at Flare Tower? Ask if they can provide a full name? Will do, Claus said, making a note. Porter drew in a breath. All right. That brings us to the man of the hour, our victim from this morning. He told the group what they'd learned from Isley. Shit! He was dying? Claus said. Less than a month left. Do you think he stepped in front of that bus intentionally? I think we need to consider that a possibility, Porter replied. He wrote 4MK on the board and listed the following. Dry cleaner receipt. Expensive shoes, 2 sizes too big. Cheap suit. Fedora. 75 cents in change, 2 quarters, 2 dimes, and a nickel. Pocket watch. Dying of stomach cancer. I can't believe the fucker was dying, Claus muttered, picking at something on his arm. Porter tapped on the whiteboard. What do the personal items tell us? The dry cleaner receipt is a bust, Claire said. Aside from the number, there's no identifying information, not even the name or address of the cleaners. It's from a generic receipt book that can be ordered from hundreds of shops online. Half the cleaners in the city use the same one. Claus, I want you on that. Create a list of all cleaners within 5 miles of the accident this morning and contact each one. Find out if they use this particular type of receipt. If they do, ask if number 54873 is active. Obviously, 4MK won't be picking it up. Even if you find more than one, we'll be able to narrow down the list as the other tickets get closed out. If you don't find anything, expand your search grid. He was walking, though. I think the cleaners will be close. Claus waved at him. I accept your challenge. Nash scanned the board. What do we do about the suit and shoes? Claus can check all the shoe stores while he's running the dry cleaners, Claire said. Claus raised his middle finger and stuck his tongue out at her. Porter stared at the board a moment. I'd rather Claus focused on the cleaners. The size mismatch definitely bugs me too, but it's just noise right now. We'll keep the info on the board in case it comes into play later. Coins aren't much of a clue either, Nash pointed out. Everyone in this room probably has a pocket of change right now. Porter considered erasing the 75 cents, then changed his mind. We'll leave that up there too. He turned to Watson. Any luck on the pocket watch? I'll head over to my uncle's shop once we finish up here, he replied. Porter turned back to the board. I think we'll find him with this, he said, as he drew a line under dying of cancer. Isley said he found octreotide, trastuzumab, oxycodone, and lorazepam in his system. Trastuzumab can only be administered by a handful of centers in the city. We need to reach out to each of them with a description of 4MK and hunt for missing patients." "I can do that," Claire said. "How many fedora-wearing, cheap suit-buying, expensive shoe-owning stomach cancer patients can there possibly be out there? That's where the clothing items will help us. He'd stand out walking into a treatment center dressed like that." "Good point," Porter said. Isley also found a small tattoo on the man's right inner wrist. He loaded the image onto his phone's screen and passed it around the room. "It's fresh. Isley said he probably got inked within the past week." Claus studied it closely. "Is that an infinity symbol? Kinda ironic for a guy on his way out the exit door." "It obviously meant something to him," Claire said, leaning over his shoulder to get a better look. "If you're going to permanently mark your body, you put some serious thought behind your ink." Claus grinned up at her. "Speaking from experience, is there something you want to show the group?" She winked at him. "You wish, geek boy." Porter reached into his pocket, removed the diary, and dropped it onto the table. "Then there's this." They all fell silent for a moment and stared at it. "Shit. I thought Nash made that up," Claus said. "The fucker really had a diary on him? Did you log that into evidence? There's no reference on the case log." Porter shook his head. "I don't want the press to know. Not yet." Claus whistled. 4MK's handwritten manifesto? Hell, that's worth a fortune." "It's not a manifesto. It reads more like an autobiography, dating back to when he was a kid." Claus leaned back in his chair. "What, like, today Becky Smith wore that little red dress I liked to school? It made me happy. I decided to follow her home and ask her if she'd go steady with me. When she said no, I gutted her in her living room. Tomorrow is pizza day in the cafeteria. I like pizza, but not as much as burgers. Burgers with cheese are—" Claire threw a pen at him. "Ow!" Nash nodded at the diary. "Okay, I'm going to ask about the elephant in the room. Have you flipped to the end? What's on the last page?" Porter reached out and gave it a little push. The book slid across the table, stopping in front of his partner. "Go ahead. Take a peek." Nash's eyes narrowed as he reached for the diary. The room had gotten very still. He turned the book over and opened the last page, reading aloud.
"Ah, good sir. Didn't your mother ever tell you sneaking a look-see at the end of a good book before you've earned the right is a mortal sin? Authors around this great planet of ours are spinning in their graves, rolling their eyes in disgust, or flat out wishing ill will on you and yours. I would like to say I am truly disappointed in you, but that would be a lie. If circumstances were reversed and I were standing in your shiny loafers, I no doubt would have done the same. But alas, the answers that you seek are not to be found here at the end. I suggest you pour yourself a nice cup of joe, plant your posterior in your favorite chair, and turn back to the beginning. You really should start there, don't you think? How could you understand how our story will end without knowing how I began? To know me is to know my reasons. And there are reasons. You only need to know where to take a gander. You need to understand how to read between the silly little lines. That's half the fun, isn't it? Learning how to play the game? Good luck, my friend. I'm rooting for you. I really am. This is all such fun, don't you think?
Nash flipped through a few more pages before tossing the diary back onto the table. "Motherfucker." Porter shrugged. "Told you." Porter picked up the diary. "I've been reading this thing, and I'm still not sure what to make of it. It's an autobiographical account of 4MK's life, but so far I haven't come across anything that will help us find Emery. All I found are the ramblings of a very disturbed individual. The fucker is dead and he's still taunting us. Maybe you should make some copies. If we all read it, we'll get through it faster," Claire said. Porter shook his head. "We don't have time to turn this into a book club, and I want all of you focusing on your assignments. I don't trust anyone outside this room with it, so that leaves me. I'm a quick read. I find anything, I'll get it out to you."
"What about the camera at the scene?" Watson asked. "Has anyone reviewed the footage yet?"
"I put in a requisition, but Central hasn't provided an analysis yet," Claus said. "I'll chase it down." "At the very least, the video will tell us if he jumped in front of that bus on purpose, or if it was really an accident," Porter replied. "If we're lucky, we may get a good shot of his face."
Nash shrugged.
"My money's on suicide. Why else would he be carrying that book? He knew somebody was going to read it soon, or he wouldn't have written that last page. He wanted to check out on his own terms rather than let the Cants eat him up. I'd be willing to bet he wanted us to find that book as a final fuck you."
"If he planned to kill himself, why do it before he even mailed the ear?" Watson asked. "Wouldn't it make more sense to finish with the last victim first?"
"Serial killers aren't the most rational members of the tribe," Nash told him. "He may have held on to the ear, knowing it would help us ID him as 4MK.
He turned back to Porter.
"Don't forget to tell them about Isley's girlfriend."
Porter nodded.
"Yeah, almost forgot. Isley's got a friend at the museum who may be able to reconstruct his face from his skull. A female friend. If that pans out, we may get a usable photo." "Isley has a girlfriend? Who dates a guy who works in the morgue?" Claus wondered aloud. "Sounds like she volunteered. I'm not going to turn down the help," Porter said.
Watson was staring at the image of the tattoo again. "You know, this could all be about legacy."
"What do you mean?"
He set the phone back down. "He was dying, so he writes the journal. Then he kidnaps his last victim and steps in front of that bus, knowing we'd identify him as 4MK because of the ear in the box. The infinity tattoo might mean just that. He plans to live on forever."
"A tidy bow on a serial killer's life," Porter said softly.
"The really smart ones, the ones who skirt law enforcement for so long, eventually they want people to know. They want credit for their work. If you're 4MK, would you want to die knowing the world would never know who you really are?" Watson shook his head. "Of course not. When you've eluded capture for as long as he has, you'd want to shout from a rooftop. We can't touch him now, and he gets to go down in the history books." Porter knew the kid was right.
"What does that mean for Emery?"
The room fell silent. Nobody had an answer. Evidence Board. Victims. 1. Callie Tremmel, 20, March 15, 2009. 2. L. Borton, 23, April 2, 2010. 3. Missy Lumax, 18, June 24, 2011. 4. Susan Devoro, 26, May 3, 2012. 5. Barbara McKinley, 17, April 18, 2013. Only blonde. 6. Allison Kramer, 19, November 9, 2013. 7. Jody Bloomington, 22, May 13, 2014. Emery Connors, 15, November 3, 2014. Left for a jog, 6:03 p.m. yesterday. Tyler Mathers, Emery's boyfriend. Arthur Talbot, finances. N. Burrow, housekeeper, nanny. Items found on 4MK. Expensive shoes. John Lobb, $1,500 a pair, size 11. Unsub wears size 9. Cheap suit. Fedora. 75 cents in change. 2 quarters, 2 dimes, and a nickel. Pocket watch. Dry cleaner receipt. Ticket 54873. Claus is narrowing down stores. Dying of stomach cancer. Meds. Octreotide, trastuzumab, oxycodone, lorazepam. Tattoo, right inner wrist, fresh. Figure 8. Infinity. Info needed. Was Emery enrolled in school? If yes, where? Emery and Tyler relationship. Facial reconstruction. Assignments. Claire. A. Montgomery Ward Park. Check cancer centers. Nash and Porter go to see Tyler. Claus, research the dry cleaner ticket, get security camera footage. Can we see his face? Watson, visit uncle regarding the watch. Background on Emery's mother.
Chapter 19. Diary. Father arrived home from work promptly at 5:43 p.m. His black Porsche crawled up the driveway like a jungle cat hunting its evening prey, the engine purring with excitement. He hopped out of the driver's seat and set his briefcase on top of the car. "What you doing, champ?" The top must have been down at some point because his hair was askew. Father's well-groomed pompadour was never askew. He ran his hand through his thick mane, and all was right again. I glanced nervously at our house. Hours had passed, but Mr. Carter had not come out. Mrs. Carter had vanished too, though for that I was grateful. Crying on one's front porch is unbecoming a lady, even one as pretty as Mrs. Carter. "I'm hungry," Father said. "Are you hungry? I bet your mother has quite a feast waiting for us inside. What do you say we head in and get something to eat? How would that be?" He mussed my hair with one of his burly hands. I tried to shake him off, and he did it again, this time adding a little chuckle. "Come on, champ." With one hand grabbing his briefcase and the other on my shoulder, he steered me toward the house. My stomach twisted, and I thought I might toss my cookies, but the feeling passed. I tried to walk slowly to slow him down, but my efforts did little good. He tugged me along. We walked up the back steps and pushed through the door into the kitchen. I felt eyes on my back. I turned for a moment and saw Mrs. Carter standing at a window, watching us. She held something against the side of her face. It looked like a bag of frozen peas. Mother stood at the kitchen sink, drying dishes. As we entered, she smiled warmly and gave Father a little peck on the cheek. "How was your day, sweetie?" Father returned the kiss and set his briefcase on the counter. "Oh, same old. Something smells wonderful. What is that?" He took in a deep breath and walked over to the large pot on the stove. Mother wrapped her arm around him. "Why, I made beef stew, your favorite. What else would it be?" My eyes darted wildly, first the kitchen, then the living room, the hallway. The doors to both bedrooms and the bath stood open. There was no sign of Mr. Carter. I knew he hadn't left. I was certain of this. He would have had to pass me. He would have... "Well, it smells delicious," Father crooned. "Why don't you set the table, champ? I'm going to pour myself a little something nice on the rocks." Mother grinned at me. "Soup bowls and dinnerware, dear. Maybe those pretty red ones." I imagined my eyes were saucers, but Mother didn't seem to notice. She started to whistle, donned oven mitts, and carried the stew pot over to the dining table. I stood frozen for a moment, my gaze fixed on her. Then I went to the silverware drawer and pulled out 3 soup spoons. Although I had grown tremendously over the past year, I still couldn't reach the cabinet that housed the bowls. We kept a small stepladder in the kitchen for such moments. I climbed up, retrieved 3, and proceeded to set the table. Father returned with his drink and took a seat, tucking a napkin into his shirt. "So, what did you do today, buddy?" he asked me. I glanced back at Mother. She was busy slicing a loaf of bread. Mr. Carter wasn't in the kitchen, the bedrooms, or the living room. Father would have seen him. He hadn't left. I knew he hadn't. "Just hung around. Not much," I replied. Mother set the bread on the table and sat. She scooped a ladleful of stew and filled my bowl to the brim. "Large helpings all around," she beamed. I stared at the stew. Father grinned at Mother. "What about you? How was your day?" Mother filled his bowl with a portion equal to mine. "Oh, things were fairly quiet around here. Not much worth mentioning." I stared at the stew. Mr. Carter was nowhere to be seen. She couldn't, right? As I reached for my spoon, my stomach lurched. I felt as if I were about to vomit, the mother of all vomits. I tried not to breathe in the beefy aroma drifting up from my bowl, the spices and scents. The stew actually did smell wonderful, and that thought made the vomit climb a little closer to the exit door. I watched Father take a heaping spoonful and shove it into his mouth, chewing with delight. Mother watched us both as she also ate a spoonful, much more delicately than Father. I watched her smile, then dab at the corners of her mouth with her napkin. "Do you like it?" she asked. I tried a new recipe. I was aghast. Father nodded happily. "This may be the best beef stew you have ever created. You are a culinary wizard, my dear." "May I be excused?" I said, my gut twisting. Mother and Father both turned to me as they chewed poor Mr. A loud moan came from the basement. Father and I both turned toward the sound. Mother did not. She continued eating, her eyes fixed on her bowl. What was... Then it came again, unmistakable this time, a man moaning downstairs. Father stood. It came from the basement. "You should finish your dinner, sweetie," Mother said. Father walked slowly toward the door leading downstairs. "What's going on? Who is that?" "Your stew will get cold. Nobody likes cold stew." I got up and stood behind Father as he reached for the doorknob and twisted the warm brass. I didn't like to go down into the basement. The stairs were steep and creaked under the slightest weight. The walls were damp and grimy. The ceiling harbored more spiders than the forest behind our house. There was only a single fixture, a bare bulb hanging at the center of the room. I always feared it would go out while I was down there. If it did, there would be no escape. I'd be trapped down there forever, the spiders descending on me one by one by one. Monsters lived in the basement. Father opened the door and flicked on the light switch. The bulb came to life with a yellowish glow at the base of the long staircase. Another moan, this one louder, more urgent. "Stay here, champ." I wrapped my arms around him and shook my head. "Don't go down there, Father." He pulled my arms off. "Stay up here with your mother." Mother was still sitting at the dining table, humming a little ditty to herself. I think it was a Ritchie Valens song. Father started down the steps. He was halfway down before I decided to go after him.
Chapter 20. Claire. Day 1. 1:17 p.m. Claire stood beside a large stainless steel sculpture in A. Montgomery Ward Park. According to the plaque, it was called Commemorative Ground Ring. She had seen it a number of times from a distance as she drove across Erie, but now, standing so close, she had to admit she had no fucking idea what the pile of metal was supposed to be. To Claire, it looked like Godzilla had eaten the inventory of a stainless steel appliance shop before taking a shit in the middle of this pristine park. Claire shielded her eyes from the sun and surveyed her surroundings. The park wasn't large, but Claire understood the appeal, particularly for a runner like Emery. A trail followed the perimeter, skirting along the river's edge on the west side. She spotted a playground to her left and a large fenced-in area to her right. Inside, at least 10 dogs ran around with their owners chasing balls, frisbees, and the occasional small child. She counted 12 people in with the dogs. At the other end of the park, 6 adults were positioned around the playground in various states of child monitoring. Claire flipped a mental quarter, decided it landed on heads, and started toward the swing sets. As she approached, the various mothers and 2 men eyed her warily. "Hello there," she said in her most disarming tone. Not disarming enough. The 2 men forced smiles while nervously glancing around the group. 3 of the mothers took their children by the hand. 1 even positioned her daughter behind her. You clearly needed a kid to get invited to this party. Strange adults wandering the park alone were not welcome. Claire was beginning to reconsider her decision. These people seemed as if they might bite far worse than the dogs at the other end of the park. She held up her ID. "My name is Detective Norton. I'm with Chicago Metro. I'm going to need your cooperation." Behind her, 3 patrol cars and a CSI van screeched to a halt, lights flashing but no sirens. A dozen officers piled out of them. The back of the van opened up, and 3 techs joined the group. A woman dressed in black slacks and a gray sweater pulled her daughter from a swing and walked over. "What's going on?" Claire knew if she mentioned 4MK, this group would grab their children and disappear into the bustling afternoon streets before she'd get the chance to ask a single question. Vague is not lying, she told herself. I can be vague. We believe a girl disappeared from this park yesterday. If you can give us a few minutes, we'd like to ask you some questions. A heartbeat ticked by, and they all started speaking at once, first to one another, then at her. She couldn't make out a single word. 3 of the children started crying for no reason other than to be heard over the adults. Claire raised her hands above her head. "I need everyone to be quiet, please!" A 4th child started to scream. At the other side of the park, a dog barked, followed by another and 2 more after that. Within moments, they had joined the voices in an ear-splitting mess of noise. "Enough!" she shouted, in a tone she typically reserved for boyfriends just before she ended the relationship and sent them on their merry way. The adults fell silent, with the children quickly following suit. All but one little chubby boy who stood near the teeter-totter. He continued to cry in big lumbering sobs, his face bright red and covered in a mix of snot and tears. Gray sweater woman picked up her daughter and bounced her gently in her arms. "Did someone take her from here? We do our best to keep an eye on the kids as a group. This is a nice neighborhood, but you never know who you're dealing with anymore. So many crazies out there." She paused for a second. Then her mouth went wide. "Oh, God. Did somebody take the Andersons' little girl? I haven't seen Julie and her mother at all today. She's such a sweet baby. I hope nothing—" Claire raised her hand. "It's not a child." Hushed murmurs of relief swept the crowd. Gray sweater gave the others an "I got this" look and turned back to Claire. "Who, then?" Apparently she was queen of the mothers, because the group yielded to her. Even the crying of the children began to peter out. Claire loaded the photo she'd received from Claus onto her phone's screen and held it out to the woman. "Her name is Emery Connors. She's 15 years old. We believe she came to the park last night around 6 for a run and was abducted. Do you recognize her?" The woman reached for the phone. "May I?" Claire nodded and handed it to her. Her forehead crinkled as she squinted at the display. Her eyes narrowed and she turned back to the crowd. "Martin?" The 2 men were standing at the back of the crowd. The one on the right, wearing khaki pants and a light blue dress shirt, pushed his thick glasses up the bridge of his nose and walked over. The woman handed him the phone. "That's her, right?" He bobbed his head. "God, I told you something was wrong. We should have called the police." Claire retrieved her phone and clipped it to her belt, then pulled a small notepad and pen from her back pocket. "Martin? What's your last name, Martin?" "Ortner. Martin R. Ortner." He began to spell it, but she waved him off. "And you?" she said, returning her gaze to the woman. "Tina Delane," she said. "Most of us are here a few times a week. This time of year, though, I try to get out daily, while it's still warm. Better for these kids to burn off the energy here than at home." Claire took inventory of the children. Aside from the few clinging to their parents, they were huddled around the swing set. All but Teeter-Totter Boy, who was busy wiping the snot from his face with his sweater. Where were his parents? She turned back to Tina Delane. "What did you see?" Tina took the lead. "She runs here almost every day. Yesterday, when she circled that back corner, I lost her in the trees. She usually pops out the other side a few seconds later, but she didn't. I told Martin, and we decided to check on her. We got about halfway there, and this guy came out of the trees, cradling her in his arms. He said he saw her twist her ankle and fall, banging her head on the way down. He said he knew her, and he'd take her to the hospital, said that would be faster than calling an ambulance. Before either of us could respond, he rushed away, loaded her into the passenger seat of his car, and took off. "And you didn't call the police?" Claire asked, frowning. "He said he knew her," Martin replied, his voice soft. "What kind of car was he driving?" Tina pursed her lips. "A white Toyota." Martin shook his head. "His car wasn't white, it was beige. No, he had a white Toyota, I'm sure of it. It definitely wasn't white. It was beige or possibly silver. He wasn't driving a Toyota, though. I think it was a Ford. A Focus or a Fiesta." "Where was he parked?" Martin pointed to a small row of parking spaces at the end of Erie. "Right over there, under that lamppost." Claire glanced over. She didn't see any security cameras. "Okay, all of you stay here for a minute. I'll send one of the officers back to take your statements." "Will we get to do one of those things with a sketch artist?" Tina asked. "I've always wanted to do that." "How about a lineup?" Martin chimed in. "Please, just wait here," Claire told them, before turning and stomping toward the group of officers. Lieutenant Belkin recognized her and waved her over. "I've got officers canvassing up and down Erie and Kingsbury. What's the story here?" Claire tilted her head back toward the Mother Brigade. "Those two standing out in front say they've seen her running in the park regularly. Yesterday she followed the path back behind those trees, disappeared for far too long, and then some guy carried her out. She may have been unconscious. He told them she fell and sustained a head injury, and he was taking her to the hospital. Told them he knew her." Belkin pulled off his hat and ran his hand through his thinning blonde hair. "Christ! So he snatched her like that? Did they get a good look at him?" "They saw him load her into a white, beige, or possibly silver Toyota or Ford," Claire said. "If their recall is that bad on the vehicle, good luck getting a physical description. I only talked to the two out in front. We need to speak to all those people over at the dog park, too. Get someone over there to make sure nobody tries to sneak out of here." He pointed to two of the officers huddled in front of the CSI van and issued instructions to his team. Claire nodded a thanks to him, then turned away to call Porter and fill him in. It wasn't much, but it was something.
Chapter 21. Diary. Father was nearly downstairs before I mustered the courage to follow him. He frowned, his eyes first telling me to retreat to the kitchen, then rolling as he realized I would do no such thing. As Father reached the bottom of the staircase, there was another moan, this one more urgent than the others. Father froze at the base of the steps, staring at something in the far corner of the basement. "Oh, my. Mother, what have you done?" Upstairs, Mother now sang rather than hummed, dishes clattering. Was she getting a second helping of stew? She didn't respond to Father, although I was sure she had heard him as clearly as I heard her. I came down the last of the steps and followed Father's gaze to the pile of a man huddled in the corner. He was handcuffed to a thick water pipe. A cloth stuck out of the corners of his mouth from under two long pieces of duct tape, which wrapped all the way around his head. His hair will come out with those when they're finally pulled off, I thought. Yanked from his scalp, roots and all. Mr. Carter's eyes were pleading. His white dress shirt had been torn open, the buttons, no doubt, lost among the dust bunnies and dirt littering the floor. His chest was riddled with long cuts, some starting as high as his shoulder and stretching all the way to his belly button. One appeared to go much lower, and I tried not to think about that one. It hurt to think about that one. His tattered shirt and pants were dark with blood. It pooled under him so thick the sweet scent of copper hung in the air. Both eyes were bruised, well on their way to black, and his nose was surely broken. Father stared down at him. "This is not how we treat our neighbors. He appears to be in quite a pickle." I tried to respond, but my dry throat only let out a weak grunt. Mr. Carter glared at both of us, thin whimpers behind the gag. Tears stained his cheeks and the collar of his shirt. Mother rumbled down the stairs behind us. She glowered at Mr. Carter with a contempt and heat that broiled through the room. That man, and I use that term in the loosest possible sense, beat his beautiful wife earlier today, then thought it proper to come over here and wave his man bits about, while telling me how he would give me what he felt I had coming. Well, I didn't believe I had anything coming, and I wasn't about to stand for the treatment he bestowed on poor little Lisa. God knows she would never do anything to hurt anyone, not even the sorry excuse. Father pondered this for a moment. So you beat him and chained him up in our basement? Oh, I didn't beat him. I pushed him down the stairs, chained him to the water pipe, then went to work trying to slice the evil out of him. It was messy work, and even after 3 hours I'm afraid I only made a dent in it. I worked up such an appetite, though, I figured I would continue after we ate dinner. A dinner that is getting cold as we speak. Father nodded slowly. Then he walked over to Mr. Carter and knelt at his side. Is this true, Simon? Did you beat your wife? Did you come here to my house and threaten the woman I love? The mother of that beautiful little boy over there? Did you do these things, Simon? Mr. Carter shook his head violently, his eyes jumping from father to mother and back again. Mother pulled a long knife out from behind her back and charged at him. "Liar!" she screamed. She plunged the knife into the fat of the man's abdomen, and he cried out from behind the gag. His face first flushed, then went pale, and she pulled the knife back out. Surprisingly little blood flowed from the wound. I found it fascinating how I could now see past his pale flesh to the yellow fat and dark muscle beneath. The cut opened and closed with each breath, as if drawing in air on its own. I took a step closer to get a better look. Mother raised the knife again. If Father wished to stop her, I had no doubt that he could. He didn't, though. He watched her calmly from where he crouched beside Mr. Carter. Mother brought the knife down into the man's thigh with such force the tip clunked as it passed through his leg and struck the concrete floor. He let out another shriek, then began to cry again. I found this to be a little funny. Grown men should never cry. Father told me so. Mother twisted the knife nearly a full turn, then yanked the blade back out. This time there was blood. A lot of blood. A fresh pool began to form under his twitching leg. I couldn't help but smile. I didn't like Mr. Carter. I didn't like him one bit. And after what he did to Mrs. Carter, it was nice to see him get what he deserved. Women are to be respected and cherished, always. He would learn.
Chapter 22. Porter. Day 1, 1:38 p.m. Watney Vale High School was a squat 3-story steel and glass building located just north of the University of Illinois at Chicago. Typically ranked in the top 5 high schools in Illinois, Watney was one of the most sought-after schools in the city. A school security guard led Porter and Nash through the hallways to the main office and told them to wait there while he located the principal. Less than a minute passed before a short, bald man stepped inside. He was fidgeting with an iPad. "Good morning, gentlemen. I'm Principal Colby. What can I do for you?" Porter shook the man's hand and showed him his badge. "We need to speak with one of your students, Tyler Mathers. Is he in class today?" Colby glanced nervously at the 2 women standing behind the main counter. They were watching the men intently. 3 glaring students occupied a group of chairs along the wall. "Why don't we step into my office?" He smiled, gesturing to a small room on the left. After entering and taking a seat behind his desk, Colby asked, "Tyler? Is he in trouble?" Porter and Nash settled into the 2 chairs facing the principal. They were small and low to the ground, uncomfortable. Porter instantly felt as if he were in trouble, transported back to his own youth. His palms were sweaty.
Although shorter by at least 4 inches, Principal Colby looked down at him from his large leather seat. His gaze had an authoritative edge to it that made Porter feel like he was 5 minutes from detention. He shook it off and leaned forward. "Not at all. We just need to speak to him about his girlfriend." Colby frowned. "Girlfriend? I wasn't aware he had one." Nash loaded an image on his cell phone and slid it across the desk. "Her name is Emery Connors. Is she a student here?" Colby picked up the phone and studied it for a moment before keying the name into his computer and reviewing the results. "She is not." He returned the phone to Nash, then pressed a button on his desk. "Ms. Caldwell, can you locate Tyler Mathers and ask him to report to my office?" "Yes, sir," a disembodied voice replied. Porter glanced over at Nash. He was never this quiet. His hands were folded neatly in his lap, and he didn't make eye contact with the principal. Porter could only guess at the kind of trouble his partner created during his time as a student. He must have been a common fixture in the principal's office. Colby picked up on it too, but rather than saying anything, he only smiled smugly and tapped away at his iPad. "Looks like he's in calculus on the 3rd floor. It should only be a few minutes. Can I offer you gentlemen something to drink?" Porter shook his head. "No, sir," Nash replied. "No, thank you." 5 minutes later, there was a knock at the door, and a boy of about 16 stepped inside. He eyed the 2 detectives, then nodded at Colby. "You asked for me, sir?" Colby stood. "Come on in, Tyler. Close the door behind you. These 2 gentlemen are with Chicago Metro. They would like to speak to you for a moment." Tyler's eyes went wide. No doubt his brain was quickly sorting through everything he had done recently, trying to find the one event that would bring the police calling. Porter put on his most reassuring smile. "Relax, son. You haven't done anything. We just need to talk to you about Emery." He appeared puzzled. "Em? Is she okay?" Porter turned back to Colby. "Would you be kind enough to give us a few minutes to speak with Mr. Mathers?" Colby shook his head. "I'm sorry, but he is a minor. I'm afraid without a parent present, I'll need to remain in the room." "Fair enough," Porter replied. He rose out of the tiny chair and sat on the edge of the desk, blocking Colby's view of the student. Nash did the same. Behind them, Colby cleared his throat, but said nothing. "When was the last time you saw Emery?" Tyler shuffled his feet. "Saturday, I guess. We caught a movie and ate dinner downtown. Is she okay? You're making me nervous." Porter glanced at Nash. "We believe she's been kidnapped." The boy's face went white. "Who would... Why?" "We believe she was taken from A. Montgomery Ward Park while jogging yesterday. It's about a mile..." Tyler nodded. "I know where it is. She runs there all the time. God, I told her not to go alone, but she never listens to me." His eyes filled with tears, and he wiped them on his sleeve. "She's such a pretty girl, and she wears these little jogging outfits. I'm always telling her it isn't safe. This city is full of crazies, you know? Oh, God, I've been texting her nonstop, and she hasn't replied. That's not like her. I usually hear back after a minute or 2 at the most. She's been quiet since yesterday. I plan to go over to her place right after school gets out." "Where does she go to school?"
She doesn't. I mean, she does, but she's homeschooled. Tutors, mostly," Tyler said.
"Is that who lives there with her? A tutor?"
Tyler nodded. "Miss Burrow."
"What's her first name?"
"I don't know, sorry. She keeps to herself mostly when I go over there. I don't talk to her that much."
"Any idea where we might be able to find her?"
Tyler shook his head again. "Do you think she's okay? Emery, I mean, I can't believe someone would do this." Behind them, Colby stirred. Porter had nearly forgotten he was in the room. "Is there anything I can do to help?" Tyler asked. Porter pulled a card from his back pocket and handed it to him.
"If you hear anything, call me."
"Did you guys track her phone? You can do that, right?"
"Her phone hasn't been on the network since yesterday," Nash told him. "Most likely it's been disabled."
"Both of them?" Chapter 23. Diary. Freshly showered, all damp-haired and smelling of baby powder, I strutted out of my bedroom back to the kitchen. I'd worked up quite an appetite, and the beef stew smelled simply wonderful. Plopping down into my seat at the table, I scooped mouthful after mouthful, reminding myself to chew. The Ritchie Valens song Mother sang earlier had firmly planted itself between my ears, and I found myself humming along as I ate. I always had excellent rhythm, even at such a young age. Mother and Father were still in the basement. Their laughs climbed the steps and echoed as they reached the top. They were having such fun. I lost interest when Mr. Carter checked out for the third and final time. I think it was his ticker that gave out. He had lost a lot of blood, that was sure, but not enough to kill him. The human body can typically lose 40% of its total volume before shutting down. Someone the size of Mr. Carter easily carried 9 or 10 pints. I doubt he lost more than 2 or 3 pints in total. It can be difficult to tell sometimes, but when it puddles on concrete like it did downstairs, it's an easy measure. No, it wasn't blood loss. The fear did him in. I watched from the stairs as Father removed Mr. Carter's eyes with a pop. I don't think Mr. Carter realized it even happened at first, but then Father put the eyes in Mr. Carter's own hand for safekeeping. He held them far too tight. Father laughed at this while Mother kept cutting. Little cuts at first, only a few deep ones. She was a tease like that. She would cut an inch or so at his shoulder, just enough to get his attention, then plunge the knife deep into his thigh with a twist. She loved to twist the knife. Without his eyes, he didn't know where or when the next cut would come. I imagine such suspense tended to really get the old ticker pumping. When Mr. Carter started to slip into shock, Father sent me upstairs to fetch the smelling salts. Nobody wanted him passing out on us in the middle of all the excitement. What fun would that be? After a while, though, there was little we could do to keep him awake. Shock tends to be a spoiler. In the end, he inhaled a deep gasp. His body contracted in a spasm, then went rigid, then fell limp against the concrete. I think he soiled himself again, but with such a mess already, I couldn't really tell. Mother had started this one, so I knew Father would make her clean up. That was the rule. Father loved his rules. Another round of laughter from downstairs. What could they still be doing? I was reaching for another helping of stew when I heard the knock at the screen door in our kitchen. I turned to see Mrs. Carter standing on the other side. Both her eyes were a horrible shade of purple. A large bruise covered her left cheek, too. She cradled her left wrist with her other hand. "Is my husband here?" she said in a soft voice. I reached for my napkin and dabbed at the corners of my mouth. There was no reason, really. I wasn't a sloppy eater, but I needed a moment to think. "He hasn't come home. It's been hours." Her voice was low, raw. She had been crying for a long time. I wondered just why she would want him to come home. He had done a number on her. Would she really let him waltz right back in as if nothing had happened? I got up from the table and walked toward the door. I could see the lock. It wasn't engaged. At no point did I consider inviting her in. But that didn't mean she wouldn't come in of her own accord. She wasn't a stranger to our home. Typically, she'd rap a couple of times on the frame and come right in. Why not? She didn't this time, though. She stood on the back stoop, swaying. She stood watching me from battered purple eyes that really wanted to close, little more than slits. "Let me ask, Mother. Give me a minute," I said in my grown-up, matter-of-fact voice, the one that implied complete casualness and confidence, the one that said, "You can trust me. I'm here to help you in the fullest kind, ma'am." She nodded, an act that must have pained her because her face twisted into a slight grimace with the movement. I offered a smile before bounding down the steps to the basement.
Chapter 24. Porter. Day 1, 3:03 p.m. They found Claus huddled at his workstation at the far back corner of the IT department. His desk was a cluttered mess of manuals, loose paper, fast food wrappers, and a large collection of Batman memorabilia. Nash reached for a replica of the Batmobile, only to get smacked with a ruler before he could pick it up.
"When I come to your house, I don't play with your Barbies. Don't touch my stuff," Claus growled.
"What did you find?" Porter asked him.
"The second line's a dead end," Claus said. "But check this out."
He pointed to the center screen of his 5-monitor setup. A city transit bus was frozen at the far right of the screen. Near the left side, a handful of people stood at the corner waiting to cross the street. Porter leaned in close.
"Do you see him?"
Claus pointed at a small space on the screen between a large man in a dark suit and a woman pushing a stroller.
"See that? It's the top of his fedora."
Nash squinted.
"I can't make it out. I'll roll the video forward."
Claus tapped a few keys, and the image advanced. The woman leaned down and whispered something to the child in her stroller. For the briefest of seconds, he was visible standing behind her. The fedora was pulled down at a slight angle, shielding his face from the camera, but it was definitely him.
"Can you get in tighter?"
Porter asked. Claus twisted a small control next to his mouse, and the image zoomed in.
"The picture gets too grainy when I get up close. Doesn't really matter, though. That hat is in the way. Check this out."
He hit the play button again, and the scene moved forward in slow motion. Porter watched the bus crawl across the screen at a fraction of the vehicle's normal speed, inching toward the intersection. In the top right corner of the screen, a traffic light blinked green.
"The driver wasn't lying. The light was green when he approached."
Claus poked the screen with his pen.
"Keep an eye on our guy."
As the bus neared, the man in the fedora stepped in front of the others. His face shielded by the hat, he glanced down the road, then down at the pavement. In one quick motion, he pushed off the curb and launched himself into the street. His feet never touched the ground. His shoulder met the grill of the bus, and the impact threw him forward. Even at reduced speed, things happened fast. His body seemed to mold with the bus's nose. Then he peeled away and sailed through the air, disappearing from the screen.
"Damn,"
Nash muttered. The bus rolled past, leaving the people at the corner staring in disbelief.
"Uniforms talk to all these people, and none remember the guy," Claus told them. "Most of them were buried in their phones, walking on autopilot. Nobody was able to provide a description. You'd think a guy in a fedora would stand out." "He clearly jumped, that's for sure," Nash said. "He never planned to reach the mailbox. Suicide by mass transit." "I've rolled the footage 100 times, different speeds and zooms. There's no clear shot of his face," Claus said. "If you ask me, he played to the camera. The crazy outfit makes him stand out, yet he positioned the hat at just the right angle to block a good shot. He knew exactly what he was doing, and I think he wanted us to see him but not his face, hence the outfit." So 4MK knows he's dying, and rather than let nature take its course, he snags one last victim, puts on his best suit, and sets some kind of stage to ensure his legacy? Porter pondered aloud. He expected us to find the ear and make the connection. He leaves the diary because it spells out his history on his own terms, details where he came from. He wrote his own story, so the history books get it right. He's always been meticulous. Why leave something so important open to reporters and crazies on the web? None of this is as random as it first appeared. I'm not sure any of it is random. To me, that means the other items we found on him. The watch, the dry cleaner receipt, maybe even the change. All of it may have been intentional. Nash frowned. I think you're reaching, Sam. A cheap suit, fedora, the shoes that don't fit. I don't think he left anything to chance. He's still toying with us, playing some kind of a game, telling a story. All of this fits together. Somehow it all means something.
Or it could be random shit he happened to have on his person when he kissed that bus. Porter sighed. Not everything is a conspiracy, that's all I'm saying, Nash said. This guy operated for years without leaving a single clue. Now all this. It's something. Porter's phone rang. He snatched it from his pocket and took the call. He nodded as the caller spoke. When he hung up, he grabbed his keys from Claus's desk. That was Murray at Flare Tower. They picked up Burrow coming up the service elevator.
Chapter 25. Diary. I found Mother and Father rolling around on the blood-stained floor, their limbs twisted in an embrace. They howled like school children at the height of recess. I held my finger up to my mouth and shushed them both. "What is it, champ?" Father said, stopping long enough to wipe a long strand of Mother's hair from her face, leaving behind a crimson trail, perhaps a little fatty tissue. It was difficult to tell. She was a mess. "Mrs. Carter is upstairs, at the back door," I said softly. "She's looking for Mr. Carter. She saw him come over earlier. She saw him come inside with Mother. I watched her from the yard." Father's face was difficult to read, always had been. He turned to Mother. "Is that true? Did she see?" Mother shrugged. "I suppose it's possible. He acted completely unreasonable, violent even. I simply defended myself. Lisa will understand. She's a very understanding woman." Father's eyes quickly glanced around the basement, taking in the scene. Mr. Carter lay in a bloody heap, still chained to the pipe. His body ravaged far worse than when I had grown bored and returned upstairs. They'd continued after he died, slicing, cutting. What remained was no longer a man. It was a pile of meat, the discarded plaything of a predator. "She's upstairs," I repeated. "Right now." Mother sighed. "Well, we're in no condition to receive visitors." Father chuckled at this. "Perhaps we should ask her to stop by later." "I think the back door is unlocked. She could come in," I said. "She might be inside right now." Father detangled himself from Mother and stood. "That would be unfortunate." I had to agree. "Do you think you can send her away?" Father asked me. I don't know," I stammered. "You're a big boy now, champ. Practically a man of the house. You're smarter than her. I have no doubt about that. Puzzle it out. Find a way." She couldn't see Mother and Father, not like this, and they'd never sneak past her. The back door was in direct sight of the basement door. Part of me hoped she had come in, that she stood on the steps right now, listening. I thought of her at the lake. I thought about what it would be like to have her chained in the basement. "What do you say, champ? Think you can handle her?" I nodded. "Yes, sir."
Chapter 26. Emory. Day 1, 3:34 p.m. Emory huddled in the corner under the gurney with one hand pressed to her ear, the other ear against the wall. She couldn't block out the music, though. It was too loud, louder than any stereo she had ever heard. She had gone to the Imagine Dragons concert last spring at the Allstate Arena with Kirsty Donaldson, and they stood about 3 feet from the stage and directly in front of the largest stack of amplifiers she had ever seen. They were so powerful, the sound actually blew their hair back over their shoulders, which made for some epic selfies. This was much louder. Not only louder, the music echoed off the walls, it reverberated. The rhythm rattled her bones. When the music first started, hours ago it seemed, she screamed at the top of her lungs, but the music drowned her out. Her voice had been lost behind Pink Floyd, then Janis Joplin, followed by a dozen other bands she recognized but didn't know by name. She screamed anyway, the anger, hatred, and fear burning within her and needing a way out. She screamed until her throat went raw, and she was sure her voice was gone, whether she could hear it or not. She screamed until her tongue turned into sandpaper, and a migraine sliced at the back of her eyes. Emery tried to bury her head between her knees, and that helped for a little while. But now her right shoulder burned from the awkward angle. She pulled at the handcuffs in frustration, but they only cut further into her wrist. She wanted to cry, but had run out of tears hours earlier. She was so cold. Against her naked body, every surface felt damp and chilled. "Mom?" Although she spoke the word aloud, she didn't hear it. It vanished behind the theme song from CSI by The Who, or the what. "Are you still there, Mom?" She lifted her head from between her knees and looked up. The music came from somewhere far above her. Over the hours, Emery's eyes had adjusted slightly to the darkness. Although still almost absolute, she could discern subtle shapes. She saw the legs of the gurney, the ones near her anyway. She could make out her hand above her cuffed to the railing, and even a little of the railing itself. She tried sliding the cuffs from one end to the other, hoping the strand would slip off the end, but instead it just rounded a slight corner before clanking against another bar, which crisscrossed it, blocking the cuff from moving any more. Then something scurried over her foot, and Emery screeched, pulling her legs in close. What was it? A roach? No, it was too big to be a roach. Maybe a mouse or a... Please don't let it be a rat. She hated rats. She saw them sometimes poking out of the sewers. Beady little eyes and sharp yellow teeth, clattering with hunger as they scurried out to back-alley dumpsters in search of food. They would eat anything. She had heard they sometimes attacked the homeless people in herds or packs, only that wasn't what they were called. She knew the term. It had been on a science test a few years ago. A mischief. That was it. A group of rats was called a mischief. It sounded like a silly name to her then, and seemed even more ridiculous now. But there it was. The only thing worse than one rat was more than one rat. A mischief. "Mom?" Something brushed against her thigh, and she jumped up, banging her head on the gurney. Please, no, not rats. They could see in the dark, probably really well. She pictured the furry little creature standing in the corner of the room, glaring up at her, its tiny mouth filled with drool and disease. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I have to ask. What does a rat trapped in a cement box with a naked girl tend to eat? Emery groaned, and for a second she heard herself. Then a guitar solo started and burned away any trace of other sounds. She scrambled on top of the gurney. I know rats are not picky eaters. They tend to be grateful for any food offered up. I imagine a nice, tender young girl would be the highlight of the dinner menu, though, don't you agree? You would be like Kobe beef compared with a dried-up old homeless person. Emery peered down into the darkness around her. She felt it down there watching her, but she couldn't see it. I wonder if they can climb. The gurney squeaked as she shuffled on her butt to its center. I bet if there are a lot of them, they can make a little rat pyramid and get right on up. They're resourceful little critters. I've been told they'll sometimes bite their victim in the cheek to get them to open their eyes so they can pluck one right out of the socket. A little bait and switch. Mischievous. Hey, that might be where that term comes from. Mischievous little critters are full of mischief. It's not a rat, Emery told herself. How would a rat get in here? Ah, there's the rub. Although he did put you in here. Maybe he dropped in a rat or two, or three. After all, the man cuts off body parts and mails them back to their families. His choice in entertainment is questionable at best. He may not be playing with a full deck. Emery's heart pounded, a rhythmic thump, thump, thump at her damaged ear. This time, when the rat scurried past, she saw it for sure, if only for a second before the plump little rodent disappeared into the gloom.
Chapter 27. Diary. I ascended the steps at a snail's pace as my brain churned away, attempting to devise a believable story, just how to keep her from entering the house, or worse, going down into the basement. I found her sitting at the kitchen table. She had been crying again. She dabbed at her eyes with a damp napkin while picking at a slice of bread. As I reached the top of the steps, I pulled the door closed at my back. The frame tended to swell during the summer months, and I had to give the knob a good tug before it would shut properly. I crossed the kitchen and sat at the table, my eyes fixed on the cold stew. "There's a problem with our water heater, and Mother is downstairs helping Father try and fix it." I spoke the words softly, so low I barely heard them. It wasn't the most creative of lies, but it would have to do. I looked up at her tired face. Mrs. Carter returned the gaze. The bruises had grown darker in just the past few minutes. The swelling had worsened. How could a man do such a thing to someone he loved? Her knee bounced under the table. When she spoke, her voice was weak and distant. "He's dead, isn't he?" It was more of a statement than a question, spoken flatly, without even a hint of emotion. "They're working on the water heater. That old beast can be a bear to fix," I said. She shook her head and sighed. "You can tell me the truth. It's okay." Father asked me to handle her. He wanted me to puzzle it out. If I told her, would they kill her too? If she had to die, would it be my fault? She needed to know, though. She had every right to know. If I didn't tell her, what would she do? Go home and call the police? Worse still, tell them Mr. Carter had come over here and not returned home? I had to tell her. "He tried to hurt Mother. She defended herself. Nobody would blame her for doing so." She sighed again. Her hand tightened on the crumpled napkin in her palm. "No, I suppose not." "I should take you home," I told her. Mrs. Carter wiped her nose with the back of her hand. What did they do with... Oh, God, is he really dead?" The tears came again. Years later, I would ponder this. Women seemed to have an endless supply. They came so easily, and in such force at the drop of an emotional cue. Not men, though. Men rarely cried, not from emotion anyway. For them, pain brought on the waterworks. Pain turned that spigot all the way to full blast. Women were perfectly capable of handling pain, but not emotion. Men handled emotion, but not pain. The differences were sometimes subtle, but they were there nonetheless. I never cried. I doubted I even could. I stood up from my chair and offered my hand to Mrs. Carter. "Come on, let's get you home."
Chapter 28. Porter. Day 1. 4:17 p.m. Officer Thomas Murray met Porter and Nash at the front door of Emery's apartment with a cup of coffee in one hand and a ham sandwich in the other. Murray had mayonnaise on the corner of his mouth, and another blotch was slowly dripping down the front of his uniform shirt. Porter considered telling him about the errant condiment, then decided to let it go. He was curious how long it would take to slide all the way down the front and drip to the floor. Nash caught it too, but said nothing. The two exchanged a knowing glance. "Making yourself at home?" Porter asked him, stepping inside. Murray took a bite of the sandwich and wiped his mouth on his sleeve. "Beats being trapped in a patrol car for 8 hours," he muttered between chews. He nodded his head back toward the living room. "That couch over there has magic fingers or something built in. You just sit down and the cushions give you a massage. The television somehow knows when you're there, too. It snaps on when you enter the room. Not that I'm sitting down on the job or anything. Not for more than a minute or two, anyway. Oh, and downstairs they've got a full restaurant and deli. That's where I got this. It may be the best sandwich I ever had." He took another bite. A chunk of ham fell from the bread and landed on his shoe. "Where is she, Tom?" Porter asked, his patience thin. Murray pointed down the hallway, nearly spilling his coffee. "She's in her room, left door, not the right. First name's Nancy, by the way. Nancy Burrow. She's a real firecracker." Porter pushed past him and started down the hall. Murray followed. As Nash walked by, he said, "I want one of those." Murray frowned. "The sandwich or a coffee?" "The couch," Nash replied. "Oh, yeah, me too." Murray took another bite and swore as the mayonnaise finished its trek and landed on the hardwood floor with a decisive splat. The bedroom door was closed. Porter rapped softly. "Miss Burrow? I'm Detective Sam Porter with Chicago Metro. May I come in?"
"It's open, Detective," a woman's voice replied from the other side. She had a slight Australian accent, which reminded him of Nicole Kidman's. Porter twisted the knob and opened the door. Okay, a large Nicole Kidman, at least 250, possibly more. Nancy Burrow was sitting at the desk in the corner, with a book resting in her plump lap. She frowned as he stepped inside. "That Neanderthal out there locked me in my quarters while he pillaged the kitchen and God only knows what else. You better believe I'll be filing a complaint with your supervisor, not to mention Mr. Talbot. He will not stand for this, that is for sure. Somebody even had the nerve to go through my clothing, my personal items. What gives you the right to do such a thing?" Porter offered his best "we come in peace" smile. "I apologize, Miss Burrow. We're all just trying to do our best to find Emery. Mr. Talbot gave us permission to enter the premises. Nobody was here, and we went about searching for anything that could help us find his little girl. If we rifled through your personal items, we had the best intentions at heart." Her eyes narrowed. "And you expected to find a clue or two in my underwear drawer?" Porter had no response to that. He glanced at Nash, who only shrugged. He decided to ignore the question. "How about you tell us where you were earlier?" "I went shopping." "She had groceries on her when she came back," Murray said from the doorway. "But I don't know how anyone spends 7 hours in the food mart." She let out a deep sigh. "If you must know, today is my personal day. I had my hair done and ran a few other errands. Since when is leaving one's own apartment a crime?" Porter shifted his weight to his other leg. "When was the last time you saw Emery, Miss Burrow?" "She went out for a run last night around 6. Quarter after at the latest," she said. "It looked like rain, but she wanted to go anyway." "And you weren't concerned when she didn't come back?" Burrow shook her head. "I assume she went to her boyfriend's house. The two of them have been spending a lot of time together of late." "At what point did you realize something was wrong?" Her eyes shifted to the book in her hands. "I'm not sure I did. Like I said, she sometimes visits with her boyfriend." "She's 15, Nash said. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10? What's her curfew? I've got a daughter her age. There's no way I'd let her run around the city after dark, especially with some boy." "I'm not a mother, Detective." Porter gestured to the pictures on her nightstand. "You played a big part in raising her. You obviously care about her." Burrow studied the pictures, then turned back to the detectives. "I've done my best to be there for her, and I'll be the first to admit, over the years we have grown quite close. But her father has made it clear I am simply a member of his staff, nothing more, one who could be easily replaced should I step over any particular line. My own feelings about Emery aside, I enjoy the job and harbour no desire to see my employment come to an end." "What exactly is your job, Miss Burrow?" Nash asked. "Primarily, I'm Emery's tutor. I've been with her since her mother passed. I oversee her studies as well as the household staff." "Like Mrs. Doubtfire?" She frowned. "Who?" Porter pushed him aside. "Never mind. Emery doesn't go to school?" Porter asked. The woman let out another long sigh. "The school system in your country leaves much to be desired, Detective. Mr. Talbot wanted Emery to receive the best possible education. Such a level can only be obtained on a one-on-one basis. I graduated at the top of my class at Oxford. I hold 2 doctorate degrees, one in psychology, another in literature. I also spent 3 years at the Centre for Family Research at Cambridge. I've created an environment where Emery's intellect can flourish rather than be held back by the incompetence of your school teachers and the peers she would encounter in a local school. She was reading at a 5th grade level by the age of 6, and math skills exceeded your high school levels by the time she was 12. She'll be prepared to leave for university next year, 2 years earlier than most students in your country.
She stated these facts as if reading from her own resume, Porter noted. She had most likely defended homeschooling on more than one occasion. Who disciplines her? Who tells her not to drink? Who screens her boyfriends? Why does she even have a boyfriend at 15? Nash asked.
Miss Burrow rolled her eyes. If you instill the right values in a child at a young age, you'll find her maturity far exceeds most. Such a child deserves trust.
So if she wants to run around the city at all hours of the night, it's okay to turn a blind eye? Nash growled. Nash, that's enough, Porter said. I'm sorry, but it seems to me if this girl had a parental figure in her life, she wouldn't be out jogging alone so close to dark. Why wasn't somebody keeping better tabs on her?
Burrow frowned. Emery is a special girl. She's intelligent and resourceful, much more so than I was at her age, far more than most. As long as she keeps up with her studies, there is no reason to cross her.
Nash's face was red. Cross her? Who the hell is in charge here?
Burrow had had enough. Detective Nash. Ultimately, I work for Mr. Talbot. The extent of my duties ends with that girl's grades. If he wished for me to fulfill some type of parental role, I'd be more than willing to do so. But that is not what he wanted when I was hired, nor is it a role he wishes me to perform now. If you have questions or concerns regarding Emery's upbringing or her environment, I suggest you express those concerns directly to Mr. Talbot. Do not expect me to sit here and be berated for circumstances beyond my control. I am speaking to you voluntarily, and you are giving me little reason to continue.
Nash was ready to open his mouth and retort when Porter squeezed his shoulder. Why don't you take a little walk and blow off some steam? I'll finish this up. Nash gave them both a frustrated glance, then stormed out of the room. I apologize, Miss Burrow. That was unprofessional and completely unwarranted. She rubbed her chin.
I understand his concerns, but without knowing Mr. Talbot or Emery...
Porter raised his hand. There's no need to explain.
I do care for her. I really do. It pains me to think she may be in trouble.
When did you first learn she'd been abducted? Porter asked.
Mr. Talbot reached me about an hour ago, she replied. He was upset, near hysterics. He said he was golfing with his attorney and 2 detectives tracked him down to tell him the news. She paused. Because it's my personal day, my phone was switched off. Otherwise, I'm sure I would have heard sooner. I came straight back after receiving the news. She took a deep breath. Had I heard earlier...
Porter placed a hand on her shoulder. It's okay, Miss Burrow. You're here now. She nodded and forced a smile. How is her relationship with her father?
Burrow sighed. You know, until this morning, the only emotion that man has ever expressed was anger. Normally he is very distant, guarded, particularly with Emery. He rarely comes by to visit her. I'm required to complete weekly progress reports regarding her studies. That is how he monitors her, always from a distance. I understand there's a certain need for discretion, but he is still her father. You would think he would wish to be more involved.
They speak on the phone, though, right?
She shrugged. They do, but their conversations do not sound like a father and daughter. That girl has a benefactor, nothing more, and she's very much aware of that fact. She fears him and wishes to please him, but there is little love there. That is why his reaction surprised me so. She bent forward and lowered her voice. Had you asked me a week ago, I would have told you that man was more likely to smile than shed a tear at the news of her abduction. Having an illegitimate daughter hanging over his head all these years, it's a problem money can't necessarily fix, and that eats at him. He's not fond of anything he cannot control. He can be a cold, cold man.
Do you think he could be involved? She thought about this for a moment, then sat up straight. No, he's a heartless bastard of a man, but I don't think he'd be willing to hurt his own flesh and blood, or anyone else for that matter. If he wanted her out of the picture, he would have done something years ago. That girl wants for nothing. He ensures she has the best this world has to offer. In exchange for silence? Porter asked. In exchange for cooperation, she replied. I've never heard him ask her to keep their relationship a secret. There is an understanding between the two of them, simple as that. From the doorway, Murray crunched on a potato chip. Porter shot him a nasty look, and the officer raised his hands in surrender and left the room. He returned his gaze to Miss Burrow. Did you see anything strange in the days or weeks leading up to her abduction yesterday? Did she mention anything? Somebody following her? Or strange calls on her phone? Anything out of the ordinary? Burrow shook her head. I do not recall anything. Would she tell you? Contrary to what your partner may believe, Imrie and I are close. She has confided in me regarding other matters. If something were troubling her, I think she would have mentioned it. Other matters? Her face grew red. Girl issues, detective. Nothing worth mentioning. There's a good chance the man who took her may have observed her for some time. Is there anyone new in her life? Have you seen anyone in the building lately you didn't recognize? Or maybe someone you saw here and again someplace else, like the grocery store today? You think he followed her? Porter shrugged. We don't know. I can tell you he's extremely careful. He doesn't leave anything to chance. I don't think nabbing her in the park was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Most likely he kept tabs on her, learned her routine, plotted out where she'd likely be and when. Most likely he followed you, too. She looked down at her hands, shaking her head. I don't recall anyone like that. This building is extremely secure. Do you think he could have gotten inside? He has breached far more secure buildings in the past. I think if he had reason to get in here, he would find a way. Miss Burrow pursed her lips. The book. Porter frowned. What book? Burrow stood and pushed past him through the doorway, nearly running into Murray in the hallway. As Porter followed quickly after her, he couldn't help but marvel at her speed. She was a rather large woman, after all. He found her standing at the desk in the den. She was holding the calculus book they had found earlier. I saw this 3 days ago and asked Imrie about it. She completed calculus 2 years ago. I thought it odd she would purchase a book on the subject, particularly one this trite. Her studies progressed far beyond whatever this text has to offer. She told me she didn't buy it. She didn't know where it came from. Porter eyed the text warily. Please put the book down, Miss Burrow.
Chapter 29. Diary. The screen door at the back of the Carters' house had been left open. The wind owned it now, banging it against the white paint-flaked frame. I reached for the handle and held it still for Mrs. Carter. She walked past me into the dark kitchen. She hadn't said a word the entire walk back. Neither of us had. If it hadn't been for the sound of her sniffling, I wouldn't have known she was behind me. I pulled the door shut and flipped the lock. The wind outside howled in protest. Mrs. Carter pressed her hands on the countertop and bowed her head facing the sink. Her eyes glossed over, lost in thought. I spied a bottle of bourbon on the kitchen table next to a glass with Snoopy and Woodstock emblazoned on the side. The colors faded and worn after years of washes. I walked over and poured about an inch of bourbon. 2 fingers, Father would have said. Aren't you a little young for that? Mrs. Carter said. She had turned and was facing me now. I handed the glass to her. It's for you. Oh, I couldn't. I think you should. Father never shied away from a drink after a long day at work. I knew a cocktail or two helped him relax. If anyone needed to relax, it was Mrs. Carter. She hesitated, eyeing the brown liquid, then took the glass and brought it to her swollen lips. She swallowed the bourbon in one swift gulp before setting the glass down hard on the counter. Her entire body shivered, and she let out a soft gasp. "Oh, my!" I couldn't help but smile. We were sharing a rather adult moment. Just a couple of drinking buddies, knocking back a few in the kitchen. I had a hankering to give it a try, but I told myself now was not the time. I had to keep my wits about me. The night was far from over. "Would you like another?" I asked her. When she nodded, I poured her another glass, adding another finger or so. She put this one away even faster than the first, this time without the shiver and with a little bit of a smile, then sat at her table. "Simon was a good man, most of the time. He didn't really mean to hurt me. It was all the pressure, that's all. He didn't deserve to." I took a seat beside her. In school, it could take me an hour to summon the courage to ask a girl if I could borrow a pencil. There was something about Mrs. Carter, though, something that set me at ease. There was no sign of the usual churn in my stomach or fever on the back of my neck. I reached up and touched the bruises on her cheek. They had darkened considerably in the past 20 minutes or so. "He would have hurt you more, maybe even killed you." She shook her head. "Not my Simon. He wasn't like that." "Sure he was. Look at what he did to you." "I deserved it." The image of Mrs. Carter with Mother flashed in my mind. Did she know I witnessed that? "Nothing you could have done was deserving of a beating like the one he put on you. A man should never lay his hands on a woman, not a real man." She snickered. "Did your father teach you that?" I nodded. "Women are to be respected, cherished. They are gifts bestowed upon us." He also told me they were weak and incapable of defending themselves against a beating, physical or verbal, but I left that part out. "Your father is a sweet man." "Yes." Mrs. Carter reached for the bourbon and refilled her glass, then slid the bottle over to me. "Why don't you give it a shot? Have you ever drunk alcohol before?" I shook my head. This was a lie. My father made me a martini for my last birthday. Mother poured a glass of her favorite red wine, and we toasted in celebration. I spit most of it out on the table, and the rest burned at my throat so badly I dared not finish. Mother laughed, and Father patted me on the back. "It's an acquired taste, champ. One day you'll love it. I'm afraid that day is not today, though." Then he laughed, too. "Perhaps you're more of a beer man," he joked. She gave the bottle another nudge. "Come on. Don't be afraid. It won't bite. You're not going to make me drink alone, are you? That would be so rude." Her voice had lost the sharp edges of earlier. She wasn't slurring her words yet, but even a boy with limited experience such as myself could tell she was well on her way. "Puzzle it out, champ." I took the bottle and removed the cap. Evan Williams Kentucky Bourbon, the black label read. The light above the table made the brown liquor glisten like liquid candy. I raised the bottle to my lips and took a small drink. It burned, but not as much as the martini had. Perhaps I was prepared this time, or maybe I'd built up a tolerance. It wasn't bad. It wasn't my first choice of beverage, but I wouldn't call it bad. In fact, it warmed me up a little, a heat growing in my belly. I took another drink, this one a little more than the last. Mrs. Carter laughed. "Look at you. You're like an old pro. If I gave you a cigar and a nice newsboy cap, you'd be all set for poker night with the boys." I smiled and tipped the bottle back at her. "Want some more?" "Why? Are you planning to get me drunk?" "No, ma'am. I just thought—" "Give me that," she said, reaching for the bottle. This time she didn't bother with the glass. She drank straight from the bottle, as I had. When she set it back down on the table, her whole body shivered again. "Candy is dandy, but liquor's quicker," I said. She laughed. "Where did you hear that?" "Father said it once. He got quite drunk that night." "This father of yours seems like a very interesting man." I considered another drink. The first had made me feel warm, calm. Calm was good. I nodded toward the bottle, and she handed it back to me. A grin filled her face, and she burst out laughing. "What is it? What did I do?" She waved her hand at me, her laughter growing to a cackle. I felt a smile at my lips and couldn't help but laugh along with her, even though the joke was lost on me. "Tell me," I said. "You gotta tell me." Mrs. Carter placed both of her hands palm down on the table and stopped laughing. Her lips pursed tight. Then she said, "I was thinking, if I send you home drunk, your parents might kill me." I stared at her for a moment, my eyes locked with hers. Then we both burst into a round of roaring, tear-filled laughter, the kind that makes your belly hurt. She picked up the bottle and took another drink. "This was Simon's favorite, but bourbon always made him so mean. It doesn't make you mean, does it?" I shook my head. "It doesn't make me mean either. So why did it make him so mean? Why did he have to get angry and hurt me whenever he touched this bottle? Why couldn't it have been like it is with us right now? Fun." "Oh, God. He's really dead. My Simon is really gone. They really killed him, didn't they?" Perhaps the second drink was a bad idea. Two Mrs. Carters sat across from me now. If I squinted just right, they merged back together into one. But then there were two again. I covered one eye, then the other, then back to the first. Mrs. Carter quieted, then suddenly spoke in a low voice. "I know you saw me the other day, out by the lake." Adrenaline burst through me, and the two Mrs. Carters became one and stayed that way. You do?" She nodded slowly. "Uh-huh." My face flushed. My eyes fell from her and landed on the table, on the bourbon. I reached for the bottle, but before I could grasp it, Mrs. Carter's hand took mine. She was shaking. "I think I wanted you to see. I watched you walk out there with your fishing pole. I knew you'd be there." "Why would you?" "Sometimes a woman wants to be desired, is all." She took another drink. "Do you think I'm pretty?" I nodded. She was one of the prettiest women I had ever seen. And she was a woman. Not like the girls at school, barely out of training bras and princess parties, and passing notes and lusting after the latest and greatest pop band. She was a woman talking to me about this. That feeling down below returned, warm blood rushing. I knew she couldn't see under the table, but I grew embarrassed nonetheless. I pulled my hand out from under hers and lifted the bottle to my lips. There was no burn this time. I found it simply delightful. I handed the bottle to her, and she didn't hold back. Nearly a quarter of the bottle disappeared before she finally tried to set it down on the table, missing entirely. It crashed to the floor and burst with a bang, glass and bourbon spreading out at our feet. "Oh my, she said. "It's a mess I made. Bad. It's okay. I'll clean it." I stood up, looking for a dish rag. The room spun around me. I steadied myself on the back of my chair and took deep, slow breaths until the kitchen righted itself. Mrs. Carter watched me from her yellow vinyl and metal chair, then laid her head down on the table within her folded arms. I stood there in complete silence. I remained still until I heard her breathing fall into the rhythm of sleep. Then I pushed out the door into the ever-increasing cold of night. I had to get Mother and Father. I would need help tying her up.
Chapter 30. Porter. Day 1, 4:49 p.m. It's old, out of print. Watson was reading the tiny display on his iPhone as he, Porter, and Nash hovered over the book on Emery's desk.
Calculus in the Modern Age by Winston Gilbert, Thomas Brothington, and Carmel Thornton. First published in 1923. Looks like the final edition went out in 1987. He leaned down to the black pelican case at his side and came back up with a small brush and fingerprint powder. He dipped the brush into the powder and began to run the bristles over the top of the text, his hand twisting in a circular motion, spreading the dark powder evenly over the cover. "Good luck returning that to the library," Nash frowned. Watson ignored him. Reaching back into the bag, he withdrew a large flashlight, flicked it on, and crouched back over the book. "Is that standard issue?" Porter asked. Watson shook his head. "It's a Phoenix 750. Has an LED array capable of putting out 2,900 lumens. That's nearly twice the brightness of the ones we get from supply. It also does infrared and has a strobe function." Nash whistled. "That's one fancy fucking flashlight. I guess we cops ask Santa for a new gun at Christmas time. You guys ask for flashlights. Makes perfect sense to me." "Anything?" Porter asked. Watson leaned in closer. "I only see one set of prints, probably Burroughs. I'll need a sample to rule her out. And check out the spine." He pointed at the edge of the book. "There's not a single crease. I'd say this book has never been used. It's in remarkable condition. Not to sound all conspiracy theory, but do you think it could be rigged?" Nash asked. Porter frowned. "Rigged? Yeah, like a bomb or something. Maybe hollowed out?" Watson began to open the cover. "No, don't!" Nash shouted, before backing up into the wall. The cover flapped against the desk with a soft thud. Nash squeezed his eyes shut. Porter read the first page. "It's just a book, no boom." "I'm getting some water," Nash said, before disappearing down the hallway toward the kitchen. Porter flipped through the pages. Watson was right. For a book last published in 1987, it looked new. The glossy pages stuck together. That new book smell still lofted from it, bringing back memories of third-grade English class. The only time he ever received a new textbook. If 4MK placed this here, what do you think it means? Watson sighed. "I don't know. Has he ever left a clue behind?" "Not one." "He's clearly trying to tell you something. Why else would he bother?" "Where do you think he got it?" Watson thumbed through the pages. "This city has its share of vintage bookstores, but I don't know of any dealing in textbooks." "Who would want an old math book?" "A math teacher? Do you think it came from a school?" Watson thought about that for a moment, then shook his head. If this book ever circulated through the school system, it wouldn't be in this condition. Textbooks don't just sit around. They get used and abused. Okay, how about a supplier? Watson flipped back through the pages at the beginning. He skimmed some text on the second page, tapped it with his finger, then spun the book around so Porter could see. "It was manufactured here in Chicago. That address is less than 3 miles from here, in Fulton." Porter frowned. "Did you dog-ear that page?" "No, sir." Somebody had. The corner of the page had a soft crease, barely visible, but there nonetheless. 4MK wanted them to find this. Porter pulled out his phone, dialed Claus, and read the address off to him. He hung up a moment later. "The address belongs to a condemned warehouse scheduled to be torn down day after tomorrow." Porter and Nash understood the significance. The 4-monkey killer had left the body of his third victim, Missy Lumax, under a tarp at the center of an abandoned warehouse. It, too, had been set for demolition. It, too, had been in the Fulton River District.
Chapter 31. Diary. I don't recall falling asleep, but I must have drifted off at some point, because I found myself in bed wearing my best pajamas, with the headache to end all headaches throbbing at my temples. The morning sun squeezed between my blinds and pecked at my eyes so ferociously I thought the light would render me blind. Last night, Father scolded me for drinking, and I tried to explain why I had done so. But he wasn't willing to listen. Or maybe he did. Much of the evening was a blur. Peeling back the blankets, I lowered my feet to the floor. Although I did so with the most tender of motions, the impact radiated through my body and went straight to my aching head. I considered climbing back under the warm sheets and sleeping for perhaps another year or so. But I knew if I didn't rise soon, my parents would surely come in search of me. In our house, if you weren't at the breakfast table by 9, service would close, and you'd find yourself standing at the refrigerator with nothing but an empty plate and a grumbling tummy. Mother locked it, you see. Promptly at 9, she would latch the refrigerator close and fasten the door tight with a shiny new Stanley padlock. It would remain locked until lunchtime, and the process would repeat again for supper. While I was perfectly capable of fasting until the noon hour, something told me a little sustenance in my belly would help with the lingering effects of the previous night's bender and possibly set me right for the remainder of the day. Yesterday's clothes were piled at my feet, and I considered putting them on until the scent of vomit drifted up from my t-shirt. I didn't recall throwing up, but I had no reason to believe the foulness came from anyone but me. Why would someone else take the time to vomit in my room? The thought was ludicrous. No, most likely I had gotten sick. Apparently, some of the bourbon felt the need to vacate my small premises via the entrance ramp. I left the pile of clothes on the floor, making a mental note to burn them at my first chance, and pulled a clean shirt and a pair of jeans from my dresser. Then I made my way down the hall to the kitchen. "There's my boy," Father beamed from behind a heaping plate of eggs and sausage. "Take a seat, son. A little greasy food will help settle that angry stomach of yours. You're a little young for a hangover, to be sure, but a hangover is surely what ails you if you consume the amounts of alcohol you boasted about last night." I found my way into my chair and did my best to hold back the contents of my churning stomach. Bourbon was a man's drink, and I had put away every drop like a man. I had no intention of showing weakness under Father's watchful eye. He reached across the table, picked up a carafe of orange juice, and filled a glass for me. Then he produced a shot glass from beneath a napkin with the fanfare of a magician pulling a bunny from his black felt hat. "I prepared this just for you. This is Kentucky's finest, and perhaps the fastest method for banishing a hangover known to the civilized world." He slid the glass over to me with a Cheshire grin. I stared down upon the shot glass, no doubt with bloodshot eyes and pale cheeks, waiting for him to follow up with a punchline to his little joke, but none came. He nudged the glass closer. "Drink up, champ. I promise a little hair of the dog will make you feel better." "Really?" He nodded. I reached for the glass and gently raised it to my lips, my head throbbing. The scent of warm caramel and toasted vanilla tickled at my nose. Quickly now, real men put away a shot in a single gulp without a drop spilled. Taking a deep breath, I dumped the glass into my mouth and forced a swallow, wincing as the burn worked down my gullet to my stomach. I found it odd how I could feel it every inch of the way. Never before had I thought about the journey taken by my meals and drink. Alcohol was strange indeed. "Now, slam the glass back down on the table," Father instructed with glee. I did as I was told, ramming the shot glass against the wood so hard I thought for sure it would shatter in my hand. Father clapped with joy. "That's my boy." I wiped my mouth on my sleeve, the bourbon lingering on my breath. It reminded me of burnt toast and molasses. Father took up the glass and poured another shot. He drank this one himself, then also brought the glass down hard on the table. He let out a grunt and shivered with an audible sigh, then turned to me, his face suddenly serious. "I want you to remember this moment as your first drink. Do you think you can do that, champ? When you grow older and reminisce back upon your life, I want you to think of our little moment as your first taste of the forbidden fruit juice, a simple shot with your old man, A true father and son moment. Forget last night. Forget the drinks you shared with our lovely little neighbor. Forget the reason for those drinks. When you grow old, I don't want you to think about getting drunk with Mrs. Carter. I don't want you to think about her at all. I only want you to remember this. What do you think, champ? Can do or no way, no how? I thought on his words and nodded my head. Can do, father, I said with a grin. Can do for sure. Pinky swear? I held up my tiny hand to his, and we swore on it. Good, because that's how your first drink should be remembered. A happy moment with your pops, not drinking yourself silly with the crazy bitch neighbor. I had never heard him use foul language before. Mother either. They never cursed. The word wasn't new to me. I had heard it many times before at school and from other adults, but never from Father. Never in his voice. Oh, I'm sorry, champ. I probably shouldn't use such terms around you. You should never call someone such things, particularly a woman. I'm setting a horrible example. As I've often said, women should be cherished and treated with the utmost of respect. I glanced around the room. I hadn't seen Mother yet this morning. She's downstairs with our guest, Father said. Sometimes he seemed to read my mind. I had wondered if Mrs. Carter was still alive. Frankly, the fact that she was surprised me. Although Mother and Father weren't in the best of mind last night, they were typically careful when it came to their indiscretions. They didn't leave loose ends. Will Mrs. Carter be staying with us a while? Father pondered this. Yes, champ, I think she will. You see, we can't blame Mrs. Carter for her husband's actions. Not really. But she must have done something to put him into such a tizzy. If she hadn't, he would have never come over here and threatened your mother, and she wouldn't have found herself in that little predicament. Your mother wouldn't have had to hurt him. Mr. Carter would probably be sitting on his porch right now, enjoying the summer breeze with his lovely wife, and Mother wouldn't be spending the morning on her hands and knees, scrubbing the basement floor of all things nasty. He shook his head and laughed. That man sure was a bleeder, wasn't he? I couldn't help but agree. I found myself smiling. Father ran his hand through his hair. Now, the question is, just what did Mrs. Carter do to make her husband so upset? Did he see something? Did you see something, champ? He spoke the words so fast they took me by surprise. The breath seized in my throat, and when I tried to speak, nothing wanted to come out. I shook my head and finally said, I don't think so, Father. He narrowed his eyes. You don't think so? To this I said nothing. My tongue felt like it was swelling in my mouth, blocking the words that wanted to come out. Father stared at me intently. There was no anger in his gaze, but he read every blink of my eyes and every twitch of my nose. I didn't look away, for he would surely take that as a sign of forthcoming lies. I meant, I don't think he saw anything, Father. I certainly haven't. He tilted his head and stared at me for a long while. Finally, he smiled and patted my hand. Well, the truth will come out soon enough. It always does. And at that point, I will deal with the situation post-haste. For now, though, the sun is shining, the air is alive, and I do not intend to waste such a glorious summer day. I reached across the table for a piece of toast. It wasn't hot anymore, but it was good to get something in my stomach. How's your head? I realized that my headache had nearly retreated, gone now but for a dull thump behind my left eye. The queasiness, too. Much better. He reached over and ruffled my hair. There you go. Eat up. When you're done, I want you to take a plate downstairs to our guest. Perhaps a glass of orange juice as well. I imagine she's worked up quite an appetite. I'm going to take a walk over to the Carter house and straighten up a bit. I think I'll pack her a bag. Best if it looks like they went on a little road trip, should someone take it upon themselves to check in on them. Maybe you should move their car, I suggested, nibbling on my toast. He ruffled my hair again. You sure are a chip off the old block, aren't you? I grinned.
Chapter 32. Emery. Day 1, 5 p.m. The music stopped. Just like that. 1 second, Sweet Home Alabama beat at her head with the ferocity of a storm shutter caught in a hurricane. Then nothing. The room wasn't silent, though. A loud ringing had replaced the music, and although Emery knew the tone existed only in her mind, it might as well have been blaring from the largest of speakers. The tone didn't increase or decrease in volume. It remained steady. Tinnitus. Miss Burrow had taught her all about the dangers of loud noises nearly 3 years earlier before sending her off to her first concert, Jack's Mannequin at the Metro. She'd wanted to scare her. Looking back, Emery could see that was obvious. Miss Burrow had told her how easily prolonged exposure to loud music might lead to permanent problems, particularly in a closed environment. Something about the tiny hairs in your ear getting damaged like frayed wires, causing your brain to perceive sound that wasn't there. Most of the time, the condition was temporary. Most of the time. When Miss Burrow handed her a pair of earplugs, she gladly accepted them before heading out the door. She hadn't used them, of course. She refused to let her friends see her with those silly pink things sticking out of her head. Instead, they remained in her pocket, and she had finished the night with a ringing in her ears much like now. That was nothing like now, sweetie. Don't you remember? That was barely audible and only lasted a little bit. After all, the concert wasn't loud, not long either. Not like the barrage you were just subjected to. How long did that music blare? 5 hours? 10? You're down 1 ear already. I'm sure that doesn't help. Shut up! Emery tried to shout. Instead, the words came out in a muffled garble, her dry throat protesting each syllable. I'm only saying an earplug might do you some good. The one side is wrapped up good and tight. If that dreadful music comes back, you should consider taking a little piece of that bandage and shoving a wad into the ear canal. Better safe than sorry, right? If you get out of this pickle, you'll be a one-eared Jane. Best you keep the other one in tip-top working order, don't you think? You know what's worse than a girl with one ear? Do you? Please be quiet. Do you know what's worse? Emery closed her eyes, plunging from black to blacker, and began to sing It's My Party by Jessie J. The only thing worse than a girl with one ear is a girl with one ear and no eyes. I think that may be the next stop on your little journey, my love, because if the music stopped, that means somebody stopped it. Emery's breath caught in her throat, and her head swiveled quickly from right to left, then back again, as she peered at the wall of darkness. Her eyes tried to adjust to the black, but they were losing the battle. Emery sat perched atop the gurney with her knees pulled up tight against her chest, and she couldn't even make out her own feet. The shiny silver of the gurney appeared to be nothing more than a dim blur. That didn't mean there was no movement, though. Things moved all around her. The dark swirled in waves, floating through the air with a murky thickness she could almost taste. He might be in the room with her right now, and she wouldn't know. He might be standing a foot or two away with a knife in hand, ready to plunge the tip into her eyes and pop them out with a twist. She wouldn't have time to react or fight him off, not until after he began to carve the sight from her. Emery continued to sing, but the rhythm and cadence of the song were all wrong. I keep da-dancing alone, da-dancing, she sang softly. Da-dancing till I say stop. She reached her free arm out in front of her and slowly swiped back and forth, groping at the darkness. Are you there? In her mind's eye, she saw him. A tall, thin man leaning against the far wall with a knife in one hand and a spoon in the other. His fingers flexed against the handle of the knife as he ran the blade against the edge of the spoon.
Both were caked with dried blood, remnants of those who had come before her. Even through the darkness, she knew he could see her. He could see her perfectly. A white box rested on the floor at his feet, a black string waiting at its side. With his right hand, he spread his index finger and middle finger in the shape of a V, pointed at his eyes, then pointed at hers, a grin edging his lips. Chapped lips, all dry and cracked from lack of water. His tongue ran across them, slow and deliberate. "There's nothing left worth seeing," he told her in a low voice. "Your young eyes have been tainted by the evil in the world, and they need to come out. It's the only way to unsee, the only way to cleanse you, make you pure." Emery backed up, scooting closer to the wall. "You're not real," she told herself. "I'm alone in here." She wanted the music to come back. If he was here, if he truly stood in this room ready to hurt her, she didn't want to hear him coming. It would be better that way. The ringing in her ears had lessened, and she forced herself to ignore the pounding of her heart at her damaged ear. She forced herself to listen to the room around her. Would she hear him breathing? "If you're going to hurt me, get it over with, you sick shit," she shouted. Only it wasn't a shout. Her throat had gone so dry, her voice came out high and cracked. A sound came. Had that been there earlier? A steady plop, 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 every second or so. Where, though? She had walked around the room when she first woke. She'd checked every wall. She was barefoot. If there was a leak, standing water somewhere, she would have found it, right? Her throat ached at the thought of water. "You might be hearing water because you're so thirsty, dear. The mind is funny like that. I think if he wanted you to have water, he would have given you water." Emery closed her eyes and tried to listen harder. She knew it was silly. She couldn't see anyway, but somehow closing her eyes helped. Sounds became a little louder, a little clearer. Plop, plop, plop. She tilted her head, positioning her good ear, turning slightly with each drip until it was at its loudest. When the sound began to fade again, she stopped and turned slowly back. It came from her left. Emery slid off the gurney and stood on the icy concrete. Goosebumps ran over her skin, and she wrapped her left arm around herself in an attempt to warm up. Her right hand tugged at the gurney. "Don't forget the rats, dear. Those little guys are probably scurrying around you right now. They probably found the water a long time ago. Now they want a little dinner to wash down with it, a little chunk of girl meat. If I were a rat, I'd probably set up base right next to the water. I'd protect that water, too. I'd protect it with my life." Emery took a step forward, followed by another, the gurney dragging behind her. She didn't want to abandon the wall. The wall brought her comfort, like a big safety blanket. But she left anyway. She left the wall behind her and took another step, a little step, more of a shuffle. Without knowing what was in front of her, she couldn't permit herself any more than that. Can you imagine if he scattered broken glass or rusty nails? What about a hole in the floor? If you fell and broke your leg, you'd be in all kinds of trouble. Much worse than your current predicament, that's for sure. By the way, not to be a pest, but I feel this is worth mentioning. Have you figured out who turned off the music yet? Because if he's nearby, then fetching a drink shouldn't be your number one priority right now. "If he plans to hurt me, he'll hurt me," Emery shot back. "I'm not going to sit around and wait for him to make a move." She shuffled forward, her toes growing numb with each step. Was the concrete getting colder? "He's not going to let me die, not until he's done with me. He kept the girls in the news alive at least a week before he killed them. I've only been down here a day at the most. He still needs me." I suppose there's something to that, but there are so many things he could do to you, so many unpleasant things, things that wouldn't kill you. He already took your ear. You know your eyes are next. Would that be so bad, though? I mean, you can't see now, right? Honestly, I would be more worried about losing my tongue. You can always fumble around in the dark. But to lose the ability to speak? Oh my, that would be rough. You've always been such a talker. Emery listened. She was close now, only a few more feet at best. A rat scurried over her toes, and she let out a shriek, nearly falling back over the gurney. She forced herself to take a deep breath. She had to stay calm. Again, a pair of little feet ran over her toes. This time, when she screamed, her voice was loud. Dry throat or not, she didn't hold back. Her throat felt as if she had vomited glass, and she wanted to stop, but the scream kept coming anyway. The scream to end all screams. It wasn't about the rat anymore, or being kidnapped and trapped in this place. It was about her father and the people around her. It was the frustration of homeschooling and the limited number of friends in her life. The pain at her ear, the numbness in her feet, and the vulnerability of being naked in a strange place all came to a head. It was about the unknown eyes on her. It was about the man who took her, a man who could be miles away or inches from her, lost in the dark. It was about her mother dying and leaving her to suffer all of this alone. When she finally stopped, her throat burned as if she had swallowed hot lead and scraped the residue away with a rusty blade. But she didn't care. The scream cleared her head. She needed clarity. She needed to think. The ringing in her ears was gone. Emery forced her good ear to listen, past the rushing blood pumping through her other one. Plop. At her left came a soft scratching, nails against concrete, tiny nails. Digging. Ignore them, she told herself. Just ignore them. She forced herself forward, inching along, first one step, then another, then Her toe jabbed into something. The surface seemed colder than the concrete, cold and damp. She kneeled down awkwardly to touch it, her right arm trailing up behind her. She tugged at the gurney, pulling it closer, giving her a little more slack. A metal plate? That was it, a rather large metal plate. She traced the edge and estimated the plate to be about 3 feet wide. About every 4 inches or so, threaded bolts poked through it, securing it to the concrete. Emery slipped her hand over the surface. Damp for sure. Plop. This time the drop hit so close that droplets sprayed up at her, sprinkling a fine mist against her skin. She ran her finger over the metal plate and brought it to her lips. Even before she tasted it, she smelled the metal, rust, or some kind of residue. She tasted anyway, her brain telling her if she didn't get water soon, nothing else would matter. It was awful, but it was wet, and she wanted more. Emery lowered her head toward the metal plate, pulling at the gurney to get a little more slack. When there was no more, she stretched her neck and stuck out her tongue. She might not be able to see, but water was right there, inches away. She sensed it, the tip of her tongue reaching, groping the air, stretching. She heard the scratching again, tiny little claws digging at... I'd put that tongue back in your head if I were you. Water or not, it seems like a delectable little treat for a big hungry rat, don't you think? At the very least, you're making things easy for your host to cut the little bugger right out of your mouth. Emery pulled back. With her damaged ear, she couldn't pinpoint the source of the scratching. One moment it sounded like it was right next to her. Then if she tilted her head, the sound seemed as if it originated across the room. Plop. Droplets of water sprayed her hand and cheek. Fuck it. Emery leaned forward again as far as she could, pulling at the handcuffs behind her. She stretched until it seemed her neck would snap under the strain. The metal of the cuffs chewed at her wrist. She forced herself to ignore the pain, her thoughts on one thing and one thing only: water. She tugged forward.
Her tongue brushed the surface of the metal plate for a second, only a quick second at best, and the taste of rust found her lips. It happened so fast, and the metal was so cold, she couldn't tell if she had actually gotten any water or simply imagined the cold metal to be water. Certainly it wasn't enough to quench her thirst. The little sample only made her thirst worse. She wouldn't cry. She refused to cry. She leaned in as far as she could and pulled at the handcuffs with all her strength. The metal cut at her wrist, and she didn't care. Emery used all her weight to pull forward. Something gave, and her face went forward. Her tongue found the water. Icy, refreshing, dirty, rusty water pooled at the center of the plate. Her tongue dipped into the puddle for only an instant before the gurney tipped and crashed down on her back, slamming her head against the floor, sending all to an even deeper black.
Chapter 33. Diary. I located a breakfast tray in the cupboard and loaded it up with a few slices of toast, a banana, orange juice, and a cup of Cheerios, my personal favorite breakfast selection. I wanted to add milk, but when I checked the refrigerator, I only found a cup or so left in the carton. Father happened to be fond of milk, and I would never consider crossing him by taking the last of it, knowing full well Mother had not purchased a replacement when she last went to the market. The steps leading to the basement seemed steeper since I had last descended them. I eyed the tall glass of orange juice perched precariously on the tray, the liquid sloshing back and forth, pausing as it reached the lip and racing back to the other side with my next step. If the juice were to find its way up and over the lip of the glass, the resulting spill would surely dampen the toast, and I couldn't have that. I felt guilty enough for tricking Mrs. Carter last night. I had no intention of compounding that guilt by serving soggy toast. Mother started up the staircase as I neared the bottom. She was carrying a bucket, a few rags, and a large scrub brush. Her hands were dressed in long plastic yellow gloves that went nearly to her elbows. "Good morning, Mother." She glanced up at me and grinned. "Well, aren't you a kind-hearted little soul? Our guest will be tickled pink when she sees you. She's been mumbling so. I can only imagine she has a hankering for a nice meal and a little something to moisten her palate." As she slipped past me, she took a nibble from one of the toast slices and placed the remainder back on the plate. "Make sure she understands the rules." I'd hate to see her get off on the wrong foot so early in her stay. I had to agree. Not too many lights, either. We don't want to aggravate your father with a hefty power bill. "Yes, Mother." I watched her ascend the stairs, my keen sense of smell taking the mix of damp copper and bleach hanging in the air. I spotted Mrs. Carter a moment before she saw me. Mother, or possibly Father, had handcuffed her left hand to the same water pipe her husband had been attached to only hours earlier. Rather than sitting on the floor, she was perched on Father's old cot. Her right hand was cuffed to the opposite side. He once told me he brought the cot back from the war. It seemed like the rickety old thing had seen its share of fighting in days long past. The thick canvas was tattered and worn, and there were several holes in the faded green material. The metal legs, no doubt shiny when new, were now dull and covered in rust. The frame creaked under her weight as she shifted slightly to her left. She was lying down, whether out of comfort or necessity I couldn't be sure. There was little light. Mother had extinguished all the bulbs except one, which hung bare from a wire at the center of the basement. Although the air was still, the light swung gently back and forth, casting thick, dancing shadows along the walls and floor. Mother, or Father, had the foresight to place her on the right side of the pipe, leaving the space on the left, previously occupied by Mr. Carter, free from obstructions. The bright red blood that flowed so freely last night was now gone, replaced by a dark stain on the concrete. I imagine Mother had scrubbed at the mess with the same enthusiasm she applied while creating it. But blood was a stubborn mistress, and not one to release her hold once she got her snarled hands wrapped around something she liked. I made a mental note to suggest Mother apply cat litter. Not only was cat litter absorbent, but it would help mask the odor. I couldn't help but wonder if Mrs. Carter recognized the scent of her husband's blood and sweat. I nearly dropped the tray when she sat up and stared at me, her eyes bloodshot and large. She cried out from beneath the gag, but I couldn't make out what she said. "Good morning, Mrs. Carter. Would you care for some breakfast?" She struggled to draw breath through her gag. Her nose was no doubt mucked up with snot from all the crying. But I tried not to think about that. Despite enduring what was surely not the best of nights, she was still rather pretty. I could see past the bruises and the right eye that had gone black. Her left seemed better, not yet normal, but no longer as swollen as it was only a few hours earlier. Setting the tray down on the edge of the cot, I considered the headache that welcomed me this morning and imagined her head was most likely worse. Aside from the beating, she'd drunk far more than I, and although she seemed experienced, I seriously doubted she'd escaped without a hangover. "How about some of the dog's hair?" Her gaze became puzzled, and I realized my error. "I'm sorry, a little hair of the dog?" She continued to stare at me with bewilderment, her head cocked slightly to the left. At least the screaming had stopped. "For your headache? Father has bourbon upstairs, and a little sip did wonders for me. I know the time may be early, but there is no reason to spend the day in pain." Mrs. Carter shook her head slowly, her eyes fixed on me. I nodded at the tray. "Left to our own devices, Father and I aren't the best of cooks. Perhaps tomorrow Mother will prepare something. I'm sure that would prove to be a treat indeed. Would you care to eat?" She nodded and tried to slide into a more comfortable sitting position. The handcuff tugged at her left wrist. She shot an angry glance at me and mumbled something behind the gag. I edged closer. "If I remove the gag, do you promise not to scream? I wouldn't blame you if you did. I would, but it would be fruitless. Honestly, you can never make out the screams upstairs. There's no way anyone outside would hear you." I slipped my fingers beneath the edge of the gag and pulled down. There was something about her skin. That quick touch made me feel all tingly. I'm not afraid to say my cheeks may have blushed and my heart pattered. As the gag dropped around her neck, Mrs. Carter sucked in a deep breath, then let the air out before pulling in another, and another after that. I thought she might hyperventilate and considered running upstairs for a paper bag. But then she spoke, her voice muted and raspy, no doubt from a dry throat. "Screams?" I cocked my head. "You said you can barely hear the screams upstairs, as in plural. Have your parents done this before?" "Done what?" "This." She tugged at the handcuffs, causing them to rattle against the water pipe. "Oh," my gaze fell back to the breakfast tray. "I don't know." She frowned. "You don't know if your parents have ever chained a woman up in their basement before?" I reached for the orange juice. "You must be parched. This juice is delightful, like sunshine and glass." "I don't want any juice. I want you to let me go. Please, just let me go." "How about a banana, then? I think I may eat one myself. We bought them 2 days ago, and they're right at that stage between green and yellow, with a little tang of unripeness, just enough to put a pucker on your lips." "Let me go," Mrs. Carter bellowed, the words scratching at her dry throat. "Let me go. Let me go. Let me go." I sighed. "I'm going to replace your gag for a second while I explain the rules to you. I'm sorry, Mrs. Carter." She tried to pull away, but I was ready for her. I grabbed a handful of her hair and tugged her head back sharply. I didn't want to hurt her, but she left me little choice. My knife was tiny, a Ranger buck knife I easily concealed in my right palm. I had it out in an instant, the blade snapping open with a quick flick. I pricked her neck in the blink of an eye and held the bloody tip out in front of her to be sure she could see. It wasn't a deep wound. I only wished to draw blood and help her understand I could do significantly more damage should I desire to do so. Mrs. Carter whimpered, her eyes on the blade. With my free hand, I maneuvered the gag back into place and released her. It was all over so fast. But I had made my point. Pardon my silly pun. With another flick of my wrist, the blade slipped back inside the sheath and out of sight as I dropped the knife into my shirt pocket. "The rules are simple, Mrs. Carter. They'll only take a minute to explain, then I can leave you to your breakfast. I'm sure you're famished." Her face grew red with anger. "Do you promise to behave while I explain the rules?"
"Fuck you!"
she shouted from behind the gag. I was taken aback. I mean, how rude. Wasn't I trying to help her? "We don't tolerate that kind of language in our house, Lisa. Not even from our guests." Father's voice boomed at my back. I turned to find him standing at the base of the stairs, a steaming cup of coffee in his hand. He stepped closer. "It starts with language like that. Such talk is quickly followed by rudeness, then anger and hate. There is simply no need for it in civilized society. Before you know it, we're all running naked in the streets, swinging axes. We can't have that, can we? We're trying to raise our boy right. He looks up to the adults around him. He learns from the adults around him." He stepped forward and ruffled my hair. "This little guy is growing up quickly, and he picks up on things like a sponge. His mother and I want to be sure we instill the best values in him before we release him out into this big, nasty, beautiful world of ours. That's where the rules come into play." "The rules come from the 3 monkeys," I said. I couldn't help but clap my hands with excitement. "Some people call them the 3 mystical monkeys, but there was actually a 4th. He was called—" "Slow down, son. When you tell a joke, do you skip to the punchline?" I shook my head. "Of course not," he continued. "The same is true of a good story. First you begin with a little backstory, some history if appropriate. Then you get to the nut of the tale. And finally you finish with a neat little bow to tie the package all off. You mustn't rush. You should savor the telling like you would a good steak or a sweet cone of your favorite ice cream." Father was right, of course. He always was. I had a tendency to be a little impatient, a fault I fully intended to work on. "Why don't you tell it, Father? You tell the story so much better than me." "Than I, son. Than I." "Sorry, than I." "If our guest promises to behave, I'm sure I could spend a few minutes with the 2 of you and run through it. After all, it's best she understands the rules from the start. Don't you agree?" I nodded. Mrs. Carter stared at us both, stone-faced, her cheeks red behind the black and blue reminders of the previous night. Father pulled over an upside-down bucket and sat beside me, setting his coffee down on the concrete floor. A little spilled over the side and sank deep into the bloodstain. The wise monkeys are depicted in a carving above the door to the famous Toshogu Shrine in Nikko, Japan. They were carved by Hidari Jingoro in the 17th century and are believed to depict man's life cycle. Well, all the panels depict the life cycle, only the second one includes the wise monkeys. The life cycle is based on the teachings of Confucius. "Not the one from the fortune cookies, the real Confucius," I blurted out. "The real one was a Chinese teacher, editor, politician, and philosopher. He lived somewhere between 551 BC and 479 BC. "Very good, son," Father said, beaming. He authored some of the most influential of Chinese texts and codes of conduct still utilized today, not only in China, but in much of the modern world. He was a wise man indeed. Some people also say the idea of the monkeys came to Japan from a Sendai Buddhist legend. If you ask me, nobody knows for sure. Such a strong proverb simply endures. I wouldn't be surprised if one day we learned both Japan and China obtained the wisdom from an even more ancient source. And perhaps that source got it from something older still. The wise monkeys may date back to the dawn of man. Mrs. Carter continued to stare as Father went on. The life cycle carving at Toshogu Shrine is made up of 8 panels in all. The monkeys appear in the second panel. Can anyone tell me their names? I, of course, had the answer, and I raised my hand earnestly. If Mrs. Carter also knew, she chose not to participate. Father looked at me, then Mrs. Carter, and back to me. "Well, you did get your hand in the air first. Why don't you tell us their names?" "Mizaru, Kikazaru, and Iwazaru." "You are correct. Give that boy a well-deserved prize," my father grinned. "Bonus points if you know the meaning of their names." Surely he knew that I knew, but father was fond of games, so I played along. "Mizaru means see no evil, Kikazaru means hear no evil, and Iwazaru means speak no evil." Father nodded his head slowly and tapped Mrs. Carter's knee. "You've probably seen the depiction. The first ape is covering his eyes, the second his ears, and the third has a hairy paw over his mouth." "So when Mrs. Carter used a bad word, she violated Iwazaru's rule," I said confidently. Father shook his head. "No, son. Although foul language is bad and a sign of lesser intelligence, she would need to say something bad about someone else to violate Iwazaru's rule." "Ah," I nodded. Mrs. Carter growled and tugged at her handcuffs. There, Lisa. You'll get your turn, but you must be faster with your hand," Father told her. She yanked at the handcuffs again. They clattered against the pipe and the cot. She groaned in frustration. "Perhaps your foot, then?" "There is a fourth monkey, but nobody really knows about him," I explained. Father nodded. "The first 3 monkeys define the rules we should all live by. But it's the 4th monkey that carries the most importance." "Shizaru," I said. "His name is Shizaru." "He stands for do no evil," Father said. "And that, of course, is the rub. Should someone see or hear evil, there's little one can do. When someone speaks evil, there is fault to be had. But when they do evil, well, when they do evil, there is no room for forgiveness." "Those people aren't pure, are they, Father?" "No, son, they most certainly are not." He turned back to Mrs. Carter. "Unfortunately, your husband fell into that latter group, and there is simply no need for people like him on this great planet of ours. I would have preferred to rid the world of his filth with a little more discretion than my wonderful wife deemed appropriate. But what's done is done, and there's no use fretting over that which we cannot control. I'd also prefer you did not discover our shenanigans last night. But, alas, your detective skills were exceptional, and discover you did, hence our current predicament. What to do with you?" "Is she pure, Father?" I had to ask, for I didn't know the answer. Surely she had seen and heard evil, but Father had told me before that those offenses were forgivable. Had she spoken evil? Had she done evil? I didn't know. Father brushed a strand of Mrs. Carter's hair from her eye. He stared at her for a long time in silence. Then, "I don't know, son, but I plan to find out." Mr. Carter was an unsavory man, there is no question of that. But something set him off, something pushed a final button and caused his steam to come billowing out. He reached up and touched Mrs. Carter's black eye with the tip of his index finger. I can't help but wonder what that little something was, and whether or not our dear Mrs. Carter here was behind it. My mind shot back to the image of Mother with Mrs. Carter. I couldn't tell Father, not yet. If Mrs. Carter's actions caused Mr. Carter to break the rules, then wouldn't it stand to reason that Mother was partly responsible for the actions of Mrs. Carter? If Mother broke the rules, I couldn't bear the thought. Father watched me closely. Did he know? Had I given it away? He didn't delve deeper, though. Instead, he stood and gestured to the breakfast tray. "Now I'm afraid your breakfast has gone cold. I guess it will have to do. Perhaps next time you will accept such a gracious meal with a smile, rather than such harsh negativity." He patted me on the shoulder. "Remember, son, no utensils for our guest." "I know, Father." "Attaboy. He retreated up the stairs. I turned back to Mrs. Carter and reached for her gag. "How about we give this another go?" She nodded, her eyes fixed on Father's back as he disappeared.
Chapter 34. Porter. Day 1, 5:23 p.m. Located just northwest of the Loop and bordering downtown Chicago, the Fulton River District was at the center of the city's urban renewal, with old warehouses converted to high-rent lofts and former shoe factories now turned to spas and coffee shops. Scattered among these hipster meccas stood the occasional condemned building. If they had thoughts, Porter supposed they were nervously monitoring their neighbors and waiting their turn at a facelift, hoping the reprieve would come before the wrecking ball arrived, ready to make room for something altogether new. Such was the case for 1483 Des Plaines. Squat compared with the surrounding structures, it was only 3 stories tall and maybe 10,000 square feet at most. Upon closer inspection, the original red brick veneer poked out here and there, but for the most part was lost beneath layers of paint, colors ranging from green to yellow to white. Most of the windows were either boarded or broken. At one point it had probably stood proud, but history had not been kind to it. This building had lived through the worst of times. Prohibition had grown from the bowels of politics, only to be snuffed out by the gangsters who had once stood in its windows. It witnessed the birth of the city and watched the great Chicago fire as neighboring buildings across the river burned to the ground. Porter swore he could still smell the flames and soot in that neighborhood, even though 100 winters had tried to wash the stink away. A single sign adorned the rooftop in faded wooden letters, reading, "Mullifax Publications," all that remained of its former glory. "Not much to look at," Nash said from the passenger seat of Porter's Charger. They were parked on the corner across the street with a direct view of the building. His phone buzzed with a text message, and he glanced down at the screen. "Claire is 2 minutes out, with SWAT at her back." Porter checked his rearview mirror. Watson was busy typing away on his own phone. Porter had never seen fingers move so fast. "Christ, Doc, that thing is going to catch fire." "Mullifax Publications shut their doors in 1999. This building has been empty ever since," Watson said, without looking up. "Apparently their parent company kept up with the bills until 2003. Then they went bankrupt and the city took possession. They tried to rent the place out but couldn't find a taker. The city condemned it in 2012. "Why not renovate, like these other buildings?" Nash asked. "This neighborhood has gone ritzy. We're not getting in on a cop's salary, that's for damn sure." Porter nodded at Mullifax. "Can your magic phone tell us what's inside that building?" Nash answered. "I can tell you what's not inside. The 4-monkey killer, because he's resting comfortably down at the morgue." His gaze played up and down the street. "That brings me to the $10,000 question. Why are we waiting on SWAT anyway? No killer means there's nobody left to shoot at us." Porter shrugged. "Captain's orders." "Did he say why he wanted SWAT to go in first?" "He thinks this might be a trap. Leaving the book like that. That's not like him. Something's not right." "What do you think?" "I don't know what to think." "Look at this." Watson handed his phone to Porter. The browser window was open to a Wikipedia page. "They used to run bootleg booze out of here. There's secret tunnels running in and out of all these buildings." "He could have used those to get around here unseen." A green Honda Civic pulled up behind them. Claire Norton climbed out and ran low around the back of Porter's Charger to Nash's window. He rolled it down. "See anything?" she asked, nodding toward the building. "Nothing. It's been quiet." "What about that white sedan?" Porter had spotted the car when they arrived. A late-model Buick with a nice Bondo patch in the rear driver's side fender. "No sign of the driver." Watson retrieved his phone from Porter. "Do you think he's using the tunnels?" "The bootleg tunnels?" Claire glanced out at the surrounding buildings, then returned her gaze to the car. "I worked a trafficking case on the east side a few years back, and the perps used the old tunnels to get around. I heard the phone company expanded them to run cables way back,
even created a rail system down there. They were able to get from the river to nearly the center of the city without breaking daylight. Some of the tunnels are wide enough for a truck to pass," she explained. "You can get around the entire city if you know your way. It's cold as a witch's tit down there, too. A few of the movie theaters downtown still use working air shafts to bring the cold air in from below to keep the theaters cool." "Can you get from A. Montgomery Ward Park to here?" "I see where you're going, Sam, but I doubt that would work," Nash said. "He took her out of there in a car. If he had tried climbing down a drain storm with our girl in tow, I think somebody would have stopped him." Claire rolled her eyes. "You didn't see that crew." Porter continued to brainstorm. "Okay, so he takes her in a car. Where next? A. Montgomery Ward Park is less than a block from the North Branch of the Chicago River. Can you enter the tunnel system from there with a car?" Watson was tapping at his phone again. "I'm going to guess that you can, but I can't find any detailed pictures. Makes sense, right? The builders would have wanted access from every major waterway. He could have disappeared underground with her and carried her here without the risk of being seen, even if he made part of the trip on foot. It's possible he transported all the victims that way. That would explain how he got around the city for so long without a trace," Nash added. "So, she could be here," Claire said softly. "Yeah," said Porter. A dark blue van with Tomlinson Plumbing stenciled on the side in bright yellow letters crossed the intersection and pulled into the space directly behind the sedan. "That our boys?" Porter asked. "Yes, sir. Figured best to keep quiet." Claire's phone rang, and she plucked it from her pocket and answered. She nodded several times, then, "Copy that. Go in 3. She turned back to Nash and Porter. "Ready to gear up? We go in behind them. They'll clear the building, then we follow on their 6. Nash pointed his thumb at the back seat. "What about him?" Porter turned back to the rearview mirror, eyeing Watson. "You're not carrying, right?" Watson shook his head. "No, sir." "Any chance you brought a vest?" Department policy prohibited anyone from entering a hot crime scene without a bulletproof vest. "They're not standard issue in my department." "Then I guess you're waiting out here. Sorry, kid." Porter and Nash climbed from the car and walked around to the back. From the trunk, Porter retrieved 2 bulletproof vests, a shotgun, and a large maglite. He handed the shotgun along with one of the vests to Nash and donned the other. Nash snapped open the shotgun, checking the breech that sealed the barrel back in place. Porter then pulled a 9mm Beretta 92 FS from beneath the spare tire and checked the magazine. A pull of the slide confirmed that 1 round readied the chamber. "Backup piece?" Nash asked, checking his own gun, a Walther PPQ. Porter nodded. "I haven't seen the captain yet. He still has my department issued." "Technically, you're not back on the job yet. Probably best you don't get yourself shot. Injured tag-along civilian carries much more paperwork than injured partner." "Glad you've got my back." Claire's phone buzzed with a text message. "Go in 10 seconds. She pulled the slide on her Glock and chambered around. The Tomlinson Plumbing van rocked for a second. Then the back doors swung open, and men dressed in full riot gear began pouring out. The first 2 carried a large black metal ram. The others held AR-15 assault rifles at the ready. They moved in swift unison to the building. Nash darted across the street after them, with Porter at his side and Claire on their heels. The ram made quick work of the front doors. 1 hit and they were in. The padlock ripped from the metal frame and clattered to the ground, only to be kicked aside by booted feet as they rushed through. The men holding the ram fell to the side to allow the others to stream past. Then they plucked their own rifles from their backs and went in behind them. A concussion grenade detonated. Muted shouts of "Police!" and "Clear!" sounded as the team disappeared inside. Porter's grip tightened on his Beretta as they crossed from the sunlit street to the black void of the building's entrance. "I can't see shit in there," Nash groused, staring inside. "All the windows are sealed. It's like a tomb," Claire said. Porter peered around the doorframe. The light from the street seemed to pool inside the entrance, nothing more than a 10-by-10 square edged by the blackest of black. The shadows seemed to push back, forcing the light out. He snapped on the mag light and swept the beam over the interior, expecting a wide-open warehouse. Instead, the light played across a narrow entranceway of rotted wood. The acoustic tile ceiling was crumbling. The plastic walls were chipped and cracked, and the floor was covered in the debris that had broken away over the years. Porter heard the team deep inside the building, their boots pounding against the concrete as they swept room after room. Then silence. "You hear that?" "Hear what?" SWAT stopped moving. "They might be too far into the building. You just can't hear them anymore." "No, that's not it. They stopped moving." "Maybe they found something?" "Maybe." "It's too quiet," Claire said. "Let's go," Porter said. "Stay close." They moved slowly, the beam of the maglight slicing through the gloom. The entryway turned into a hallway that turned into a narrow path as they made their way through boxes, crates, and other assorted items stacked against the wall. Porter counted no fewer than 5 mattresses within the first 50 feet, the cloth rotted and worn, damp with mildew and insects crawling in and out of the fabric. The concrete floor was a cesspool of dirt and grime, dotted with small puddles of piss-scented water. The sound of needles crunching underfoot was enough to wish his attention elsewhere. He pictured tiny rodent skeletons snapping under each step. There were doors every 10 feet or so. The wood frames cracked and splintered. Porter knew the SWAT team had made quick work of them, either with a kick or the battering ram they'd used on the front door. Porter shined the maglight through each room as they passed, even though he knew he wouldn't find anything worthwhile. A cautionary move at best. At the 3rd door he stopped and forced his ears to listen. He heard the steady drip of water. Nash and Claire breathing a few paces back. The ticking of his watch. He couldn't hear the SWAT team, though. Not a single sound came from up ahead. Porter slowed down enough to allow Nash and Claire to catch up. "Something's wrong. I don't like this." A loud crash followed by 2 quick gunshots came from deep within the building. "Go!" Porter ordered, rushing toward the gunfire. Claire and Nash chased after him, following the bouncing maglight. Moving fast, Porter followed the sound. He felt as if he was going to choke on the mildew. They came upon a broken freight elevator with a set of stairs trailing down to the left. Voices rose from below. Without hesitation, they descended the steps 2 at a time, avoiding the trash and debris, careful not to slip. "What the fuck?" someone shouted. "Where are they coming from? I can't tell. Pull back! No, wait!" A bright red light illuminated the doorway at the base of the stairs. Someone had set off a flare. Porter squinted against the bright light. He raised the muzzle of his gun so it pointed to the ceiling. He wasn't about to risk an accidental discharge. From below, "They're scattering! Set off another one, over there, in the corner!" Nash grabbed Porter's shoulder and held him still a few steps from the bottom, then shouted, "Espinosa? It's Detectives Nash, Norton, and Porter. We're at the stairs. Hold your fire." "Hold on, detectives!" Espinosa shouted back. "Clear!" someone else cried out. "Fucking things are everywhere!" Another flare burned to life with a loud sizzle and landed at the base of the steps. At least 6 rats darted past, their tiny feet clambering over Porter's and Nash's shoes. Claire let out a yelp. "Fuck!" Nash shouted, jumping back against the wall. Porter stared in awe as 6 more ran by. "All right, you can come down. Just stay in the light," Espinosa told them. "I ain't," Nash said. Claire gave him a push. "Move, you baby." They stepped out into a large basement, which appeared to span the length of the building. Illuminated by the red flares, concrete floors and red brick walls spread out as far as Porter could see. The floor was littered with trash, boxes, loose paper, soda cans, and... "I've never seen so many rats," Porter said, his eyes locked on the ground just beyond the flare's reach. The floor shimmered and moved, a living blanket of rodents. They crawled over one another in an attempt to retreat from the light, only they had no place to go. Little nails clicked against the concrete, digging into the backs of others as they scrambled back. "I told you guys to wait outside," Espinosa said, frowning. "At least until I know what the hell we're dealing with down here." "We're dealing with a damn infestation," one of the other SWAT members grumbled, before tossing another flare deep into the back of the room. "You throw them back there, the rats are going to come out this way. We need to force them back." "Force them where?" "You're shooting at rats?" Porter asked. "That was Brogan, fucking idiot." "Hey! Damn things are everywhere. Gotta be 1,000 of them down here," Espinosa said, kicking one off his boot. The rat sailed through the air and bounced off a far wall, then shook it off and ran toward the far corner of the room. Nash stood perfectly still, his face pale white as rats scurried around their feet, running past in blind panic with their tiny yellow teeth bared. Claire told them about the tunnels, suggesting that was probably how they got in and out of this basement. Espinosa nodded and pressed a button on the radio at his shoulder. "Check the perimeter walls. We're looking for some kind of tunnel entrance." "We don't need to search," Porter said, his eyes following the rodents as they crossed the floor, darting around the trash. "Just follow them." His eyes went to the far back corner. They weren't running in random patterns, but streaming in that direction, a river of disease and filth. "Can I have a flare?" he asked. Espinosa pulled one from his belt and handed it to Porter. Porter tugged off the cap, ignited it, and launched the canister toward the back. It arched through the air and landed with a thud 60 feet away. "Whoa! You've got a hell of an arm on you, Detective!" Espinosa exclaimed. Porter chased after the flare. Although the rats gave the flame a wide berth, they continued toward a singular spot, toward a closed door with a small hole at the bottom right corner, a hole large enough for them to squeeze through. And that was precisely what they were doing. In neat single file, they pushed through the opening, one after another. Porter reached for the door, and Espinosa grabbed his hand. "Step back, Detective. We need to clear that room." His voice was low, barely audible. Porter nodded and moved to the side. Gesturing with his free hand, Espinosa directed 2 team members to flank the door. He stood 10 feet back with his weapon trained on the opening, then counted down from 3 with his fingers. At 0, one of the SWAT team kicked in the door and ducked inside, moving swift and low to the left. The other officer trained his weapon above him and swept the barrel across the room before following his partner. 2 other men streamed in behind him. "Clear!" Muffled, distant. Then another. "Clear!" Weapon at the ready, Espinosa moved quickly and disappeared. A moment later, the bright light of a red flare burned from inside. "Porter! Get in here!" Espinosa shouted. Porter looked back at Nash and Claire, then stepped through the doorway, avoiding the rats running both in and out at his feet. The room was colder than the rest of the basement, damp with mildew and decay. He recognized the scent immediately, the sickly sweet odor of rotting flesh. His hand went to his nose and mouth in an attempt to block the stench, but it did little good. The 5 men stood before him, their eyes fixed, staring. "Everyone out," Porter ordered through muffled breath. Espinosa turned, ready to argue, then thought better of it. He went back through the shattered door, motioning for his men to follow. Porter stepped deeper into the room. Hundreds of candles lined the walls and floor. Most burned to nothing but piles of wax. The few that remained sputtered their pale light, a weak dance at best against the bright illumination of the flare. He wanted to put it out. The flare. The candles. He wanted to extinguish all of it and plunge this place back into darkness.
He didn't want to see. None of it. Toppled on its side at the center of the room lay an old hospital gurney, its metal rails covered in crimson patches of rust. Under the gurney, a naked body was handcuffed to the frame. A body that had been devoured by the thousands of rodents rustling hungrily about. A bony pile of tattered meat.
Chapter 35. Diary. Mrs. Carter must have understood the rules, because she didn't scream this time when I removed the gag. She didn't curse. If hateful thoughts floated through her head, she kept them to herself. Instead, she looked at me with tired eyes. "Thirsty," she said. I held the orange juice to her parched lips and tipped it just enough to allow the now warm liquid to fill her mouth, then gave her a chance to swallow. "More, please." I gave her more. When she finished the last of it, I set the glass down beside her cot. "Banana or Cheerios?" She took in a deep breath. "You have to let me go." I know dry Cheerios may not seem very appetizing, but I guarantee you they are. Those little round oats are a wondrous treat, perhaps one of my favorites. I was tempted to eat some of them myself, but she needed the nourishment. I would reward myself with a bowl when I went back upstairs. Mrs. Carter leaned closer. I felt her warm breath on my cheek. "Your mother and father are going to kill me. You understand that, right? Is that what you want? I've never been anything but nice to you. I even let you see me, out by the lake. That was a special moment between you and me, something only for you. If you let me go, I promise you there will be more of that. Much more. I'll give you anything you want. I'll do things no girl your age could possibly know. You just have to let me go." "Banana or Cheerios?" I repeated. "Please?" "Okay, banana then." I peeled the banana and held it up to her mouth. Her eyes fluttered for a moment. Then she leaned forward and took a bite. "I told you it was good." "You're good," she told me. "You're a good boy, and I know you're not going to let anything happen to me, right?" I thrust the banana back at her. "You need to eat." She took another bite, slower than the last, her red lips slipping over the banana and lingering for a moment before pulling away.
Chapter 36. Porter. Day 1, 5:32 p.m. As Espinosa and his team filed out the door, Porter stepped deeper into the room. "Nash! Claire! Grab a flashlight and get in here!" he shouted over his shoulder. Kneeling down beside the body, he clapped his hands with as much force as he could muster. The loud crack echoed through the room, sending rats scurrying out from under the body. He clapped again, and 2 more bolted for cover. His palms red and pained, he clapped a 3rd time, and another shot out, bits of flesh dangling from clenched teeth. It looked like part of an ear. A beam of white light danced across the far wall. Porter turned to find Nash standing behind him, the sleeve of his jacket covering his mouth. "Holy Christ!" he said. "Let me see that," Porter said, gesturing to the light. Nash stretched and handed the flashlight to him, his legs firmly planted in place. "Oh, bloody hell!" Claire coughed, covering her mouth. "Is that Emery?" Without turning. "Claire, head back topside. Tell Watson to call in CSI and get down here. ME's office, too." "Yes, sir," she replied, before heading back the way they'd come. "Brian, you don't need to stay in here. I understand." Nash shook his head. "I'll be all right. Give me a minute." Porter turned the beam to the body. Flies buzzed around the pale mound wedged beneath the gurney and the concrete floor. As he leaned in toward the head, he noticed the fracture in the skull a 1/4 inch below the hairline.
The skin around the fracture had been picked clean. Most likely the injury had bled, and the rats honed in on the scent. I think they fell off the gurney and split their head open on impact. No telling how long they were down here. Nash pointed farther down. The right arm is handcuffed to the gurney. I think they pulled the whole mess down on top of them when they fell. Is it our girl? Porter ran the light up and down the body, then moved in close at the head again. No, this person has short brown hair. I think they're older. I see specks of gray, heavy wrinkling under what's left of the chin. Emery is much younger, and her hair is darker. Is it a woman? Hard to say. Help me roll the body. Another rat pushed out from under the left leg and ran for the door. Motherfuckers! Nash jumped back. Porter rolled his eyes at him and thrust out the flashlight. Christ, I'll do it. Hold this and follow my hands. Nash took the light and held it forward. Sorry, damn thing spooked me, that's all. Didn't you ever own a pet hamster or gerbil when you were a kid? They're no different, just a little bigger. They eat trash and carry more diseases than a Kardashian at Mardi Gras, Nash replied. One of those little fuckers bites you, and you'll spend the rest of the night down at the ER getting rabies shots in your gut. No thanks. In your arm, Porter said, as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a pair of green latex gloves. What? The shots. They don't get you in your abdomen anymore. They inject them into your upper arm. Ah, progress. They don't typically carry rabies either. There's never been a recorded case of rabies resulting from a rat bite in the U.S. That's a myth. Makes us feel better about killing them. Can you imagine how filthy this city would be without rats running around eating our waste? People are the real infestation, if you ask me. People do things like this. His eyes were fixed on the body. I need you to pick up the gurney while I roll the body. Get on the other side. I never took you for a rat sympathizer. Nash pinched the flashlight under his arm while pulling out a pair of his own gloves and snapping them on, then walked around the body and took hold of the frame. On 3? On 3. He counted them down. As Nash lifted the gurney, Porter took hold of the shoulder with his left hand and reached around to the back of the body's leg with his right and pulled toward him, his aging back fighting the movement with a bolt of pain down his thigh. The body made a sick, sucking noise as it pulled away from the concrete floor. The smell lofted up in a wave of stink, both sweet and sour, rotten and damp. As the body fell onto its back, Porter realized half the stomach was missing. There was only a large cavity where the intestines and lining had been, pink and oozing melted fat infested with maggots. Nash rolled the gurney aside, barely missing Porter's head as he dropped the frame to the ground and doubled over, half-digested Kit Kat remnants splashing against the cinder block wall. The flashlight turned with him, and Porter was thankful for the moment of darkness. He needed those seconds to prepare himself before he could look back. When Nash righted himself and turned back, he tried to apologize, but Porter waved him off. "Give me the light." Nash nodded and handed the flashlight to him before wiping the corner of his mouth on his jacket sleeve. The beam rolled over the body slowly, from what remained of the face to the toes and back again. Male, probably 50s. Christ, how can you tell? The rats had made off with his genitals. Most of the meat had been picked clean, leaving bones, sinewy muscle, and an empty space where they had once been. It was an odd color, a mix of dark green, white, and maroon. Maggots wiggled and writhed through the layers, slowly digesting what remained of the rat's feast. "They made off with the eyes," Nash said. Porter directed the light back to the head. They had taken more than just the eyes. The empty socket stared back at him with an unfaltering gaze. The white of the optic nerve at the center and the missing eyelids gave a cartoonish appearance. Little Orphan Annie from the old comic strips. "How long do you think he's been down here?" Porter sighed, regretting the deep breath the moment the putrid air entered his lungs. "Couple days at least. I think he was alive for at least 2 before he passed." "Why?" Porter pointed at the man's neck. See the beard stubble? He's got at least a couple days' worth. His hair is short, well kept, even trimmed his eyebrows. A man like that shaves once, sometimes twice a day. He hadn't shaved at least 2 days, maybe 3. I'm sure the medical examiner will be able to get us something more precise. Any idea on the cause of death? He ran the light over the body again. No obvious wounds. I'm going to guess he was stabbed in the stomach area. That's where the rats seem to do the most damage. They went for the blood from the wound first, like the crack to his skull. Uh-huh. Nash took a step closer and pointed at the victim's left hand. What's that? Porter followed his gaze. The hand was balled up into a fist, clenching something. He reached down and tried to pry open the fingers. Rigor? It's already passed. The rats chewed at the fingers, and the dried blood glued them together. Hold this again. He passed the flashlight back to Nash. Both hands free, he pried open the fingers. There was a piece of glossy paper clutched in the victim's grasp. About 5 inches long, rolled up like a handmade cigarette. Porter plucked it free and delicately unrolled the thick paper. It's a brochure. For what? Porter held the colorful brochure up to the light. Nash leaned in closer and read aloud. The Moorings Lakeside, a Talbot Estates development, where yacht and country club living combine. Talbot's real estate company? Or his construction company? Possibly both. Nash reached for the brochure. I've seen commercials for this place. They bulldoze dozens of warehouses and industrial facilities on the lake, buildings just like this one, and they've been replacing them with McMansions. The houses are huge, but on 0 lot lines. It's crazy. If you've got the kind of coin to afford a place like that on the water, why would you want to live right on top of your neighbor? I've got a buddy who works down at Harbor, and he said the water lots come with docks, but they didn't dredge them out deep enough. You can't get much more than a trawler in there. If you want to bring in a bigger boat, they upsell you into paying a ridiculous fee to go deeper. Doesn't do much good, though, unless your neighbors do the same. The sediment washes right back. A couple years' time, and you'll need to do it all over again. Porter forced his tired body to stand, his knees creaking under the strain. We need to get outside and call Hosman. 4MK targeted Talbot for a reason. It must be tied to this development. Maybe something sketchy with the accounting? Big project like this? Could be anything. You step on a lot of toes pushing a large real estate project through. Porter! Both men turned. Espinosa was standing at the entrance. My men located the tunnel you mentioned. It was boarded over at some point, but someone busted through recently and covered up the opening with a few crates. The tunnel breaks off from the sub-basement and heads north. Unless you need me here, I'm going to take a team and follow it. See where it leads. Porter wanted to get back outside. This room, the body, the rats, everything about this mess was making him claustrophobic. Nash, wait here for the medical examiner. Get Watson to process the scene. I'm going with Espinosa's team. I'll touch base when we figure out where the tunnel leads. He turned back to Espinosa. Lead the way.
Chapter 37. Diary. Hey, champ, can you give me a hand with these? Father stood near the back stoop, my little red wagon beside him, piled high with small parcels about 1 foot square, wrapped in black plastic bags and sealed with duct tape. I must admit, I hadn't used that wagon in a number of years. The last time I saw it, it was buried far back in our tool shed, under assorted lawn care products, and an old barbecue Father purchased on clearance at Sears many summers ago. Father liked the grill because it used gas. Mother disliked it because it did not use charcoal. To me, a burger off the grill was a burger off the grill, and I had zero preference as to how it was grilled, as long as that burger ended up on my plate. Perhaps with a dab of ketchup, a smear of mustard, and a little mayonnaise. I didn't like Father using my wagon without asking me. I knew this was a silly thought. He'd purchased the wagon, but still, it was mine, and it was rude to borrow someone's wagon without first seeking permission. I would never do such a thing, and even at such a young age I was bothered. "I need you to do me a big favor, buddy. I need you to take these packages down to the lake, tape some heavy rocks to them, and throw them out into the water as far as you possibly can. Think you can do that for me? Can I count on you?" He handed me half a roll of duct tape. "I planned to do it, but I got called into the office. I'm afraid if I let this little task go until later tonight, we might find a tad of a stink permeating the house, and we don't want that, particularly since we have a guest." I picked up the wagon's handle and gave it an experimental tug. "It's heavy." Father smiled. "It's about 180 pounds of bad beef. Should make our little fishy friends very happy, don't you think?" Do fish eat beef? I had heard of exotic fish, such as piranha, that loved to dine on a pound of flesh, but I was fairly confident there were no piranhas in our lake. Our lake had plenty of trout and bass, though I hadn't been schooled in their dietary habits. I still harbored suspicion about whether or not they even ate worms. "Do you still have your knife with you? Maybe cut a small slit in each package before you toss it into the water. Give them a little taste of the feast to be found inside. That would be splendid." "Yes, Father." "Oh, fiddlesticks." He glanced over at the Carter house. "We still need to pack a couple of bags and stage the house." "I can do it," I told him earnestly. He looked down at me and cocked his head. "Yeah?" I nodded. "Absolutely, Father. You can count on me." His eyes grew narrow as he contemplated this. Then he nodded. "Okay, champ. I'll leave this man's work in your capable hands. Load some stuff in their car, and I'll get rid of it tonight." "Where are you going to leave it?" Father shrugged. "Not sure yet. The airport is a bit of a drive. I was thinking about the bus depot over in Marlow. I'll come up with something." He started toward the front of the house, then paused. "One more thing, champ. Can you keep an eye on your mother? You know how she gets after—" I nodded. I did, in fact, know how she gets. He grinned. "My little boy is almost a little man. Who'da thunk it? Surely not me." He turned and rounded the corner. "Surely not me. No, sir," he said as he disappeared from sight. Mother tended to get a little emotional after a kill. She could be unpredictable. Sometimes she would shut down completely, just disappear into her room and not come out for days. When she did emerge, she would be right as rain. But for those few days, it was best to leave her alone. Other times, she'd overflow with joy, laughing and joking in the merriest of ways. She would dance in the kitchen and skip down the street. I liked this mother best. Chipper mother, elated mother, the mother of many smiles. We never knew which mother would emerge after a kill, only that one of them would, and no less than a handful of days would pass before original mother returned from her mental journey. I considered checking on her before I left for the lake, but decided against it. If today was the day for Chipper mother, hearing what I was about to do might cause her to revert to one of the others, and nobody wanted that. Best to leave well enough alone until I completed my morning chores, then devote the remainder of the day to her company, helping her cope with the events of last night. With a rough tug, the wagon fell into step behind me, and I started down the path to the lake, while whistling a merry little tune by Eddie and the Cruisers. Luckily, it was downhill. Mr. Carter had been a large man.
Chapter 38. Porter. Day 1. 6:18 p.m. Porter followed Espinosa out of the kill room to the main sub-basement. 3 of Espinosa's men were huddled in the far right corner, a stack of crates at their side. As Porter approached, he took note of the names stitched into their uniforms: Brogan, Thomas, and Thibodeau. Thibodeau spoke first. "It was just like you said. We followed the rats, and most of them made a beeline from the body to this corner. They disappeared behind this mess of crap, so we figured something must be back here. We found the tunnel opening buried beneath the crates." He gestured to a wide mouth carved into the cement wall.
The rounded opening was about 7 or 8 feet tall and 6 feet wide, reinforced with a stone perimeter. Small railroad tracks started just inside the passage and disappeared down its throat. "My grandfather told me about these. They used them to transport coal from the river to buildings downtown in the early 1900s, Brogan said. He shined his light into the opening, revealing a small rail car, a little larger than a shopping cart. Although the car must have been 100 years old, the wheels glimmered with newly applied oil. "Any of you have a printing kit? Someone's been using that." Thomas nodded. "I'm on it." He pulled a small pack from his belt, knelt down beside the cart, and began brushing powder. His fingers moved with the dexterity of a seasoned professional. Porter couldn't help but wonder what previous assignments the man held before finding his way into SWAT. Porter had lived in the city for more years than he cared to count, and before today he had no idea these tunnels existed. His mind began to race back through 4MK's previous victims, where they were abducted, where they were found. If these tunnels did run throughout the city, it was feasible he had been using them this entire time to transport the bodies. It made sense. They'd never determined how he'd moved through the city unseen. After all, he deposited some of the bodies in heavily trafficked areas without a single witness. Susan Devorah had been positioned on a bench near the center of Union Station, covered in a filthy blanket. The odds that one of these tunnels intersected with Union was high. To get her body there above ground, he would have passed through security, a dozen vendors, and who knows how many pedestrians. Even in the middle of the night, the route was bustling. Underground, though? That had to be it. "It's been wiped," Thomas said. "But I've got a partial down here at the left rear wheel. Should be enough to make a match if he's in the system." 4MK never left a print behind. I guess if you're planning on stepping in front of a bus, stealth no longer matters. Thomas lifted the print and handed the latent preservation tape to Porter in a plastic bag. "Here you go, sir." Porter held it up to the light. More than half of a fingertip, enough for an ID. "Nice job, Thomas." He dropped it into his pocket and turned to the sergeant. "Espinosa, is your radio working?" The large man glanced down at his receiver and shook his head. "We lost communication the moment we descended those stairs. No cell service either." "If we follow that tunnel, how do we keep from getting lost?" Porter imagined dozens or more tunnels breaking off in numerous directions, an underground maze. He supposed the city had maps, but how accurate would they be? Particularly if some tunnels were constructed for bootlegging. There may be no record of them at all. Espinosa pulled a small can of spray paint from a pouch on his pack. "Did I mention I used to be a Boy Scout?" "All right, then. Lead the way." Espinosa went first, followed by Thomas and Thibodeau, then Porter with Brogan at the rear. Together they filed into the tunnel, squeezing past the rail car. The air immediately felt damp and cool. Porter figured the temperature must be in the mid-50s. The tunnel walls were smooth, carved out of limestone. Even in today's world, digging something like this would prove to be a difficult task. How had they managed such a feat more than 100 years ago? How many men died down here? At least one more soul joined them this week, Porter thought. Water dripped from the ceiling in places. Not enough to be worrisome, but enough to make the ground slippery. Porter hadn't dressed for spelunking. His black loafers offered little traction. 20 minutes later, when they arrived at a bend followed by an intersection, the 5 men stopped. Espinosa lifted his light high and pointed the beam down the 3 possible paths. "Any suggestions?" Porter knelt down at the center. "Shine that down here." The light redirected, joined by flashlights from the others. Porter studied the tracks. Only one bore signs of recent use, the one veering off to the left. "That way." Espinosa gave his paint can a quick shake and drew an arrow on the wall pointing back the way in which they'd come. Then they continued. Porter peered into the darkness at their backs.
pitch black. Not a single hint of light poked through. He imagined the entrance to hell was something like this. What would happen if the tunnel collapsed behind them? The air felt thin, desperate. How cut off from the real world were they? He looked down at his iPhone. No signal. Espinosa raised his right fist and froze, pointing his weapon ahead. "I see light up there," he told them in a low voice. "Outside?" Thomas asked. "I don't think so. Not bright enough. Come with me. The rest of you, hold here for a minute." Porter crouched low, pulled the Beretta from his shoulder holster, and disengaged the safety, pointing the barrel at the ceiling. What if bullets started flying around in here? The ricochet off these stone walls would be deadly. Although he wore a vest, that left plenty exposed for a bullet to wreak havoc. A quick inventory of the other men's eyes told him they were having similar thoughts. Brogan had pulled a large knife from a sheath on his thigh, favoring the close-quarters weapon to the MP5 slung over his back. Thibodeau held a Glock. "Porter!" From up ahead, Espinosa's voice echoed off the smooth stone. Porter rose and sprinted down the tunnel toward the light, the other men at his back. They found Espinosa and Thomas standing at the center of some type of chamber. A floodlight illuminated the space from high atop the wall, somehow tapped into city power. In the far corner, a ladder was bolted into the limestone. A manhole cover rested at the top. Espinosa was pointing his weapon at the ground. "There." Porter followed his gaze. 3 white boxes stood side by side, each sealed with a black string. A single word was scrawled into the top of the middle box. Porter. "Gloves?" Thibodeau pulled some from his jacket pocket. Porter slipped them on and carefully pulled the string on the first box. Then he removed the lid. A human ear, lying on a bed of cotton. "Oh, that's foul," Brogan said, taking a step back. Porter opened the next box, revealing a pair of eyes. Blue. Part of the optic nerve still dangled from the end of one of them, shriveled and crusted, dried and stuck to the cotton by a thin trail of blood. The final box contained a tongue. Porter hadn't checked the body at Mulifax for a tongue. The eyes and ear were both missing, but he assumed the rats had gotten them. "I'm guessing these belong to our victim back in the basement. We'll have to get them back to the medical examiner to find out for sure." "Not it," Brogan spat. "I'm not carrying those." "Me either, boss. That's bad juju right there," Thibodeau said. "Fucking pansies," Thomas said. He pulled 3 plastic bags from his pack and handed them to Porter. "If you bag them, I'll carry them." Porter shook his head. "Leave them as is for now. I'll get CSI to run this entire room." He stood and gestured at the ladder. "He wants us to go up there. No other reason to place them here. X marks the spot." "On it!" Espinosa slung his weapon over his shoulder and started up the ladder. "Cover me, Brogan." "Yes, sir." Brogan knelt down at the base and pointed his MP5 at the manhole. When he reached the top, Espinosa pushed at the metal cover. It was difficult to get leverage on the thick steel from that position. Porter knew from experience that they weighed about 100 pounds. With a loud grunt, he slid the cover to the side. Daylight streamed in. Porter shielded his eyes. Espinosa pulled a Glock from a thigh holster and readied the weapon. Then in one quick, fluid motion, he pulled himself through the hole and rolled off to the right. Brogan stood at the ladder's base, his weapon pointed at the sky. "Clear?" Espinosa's voice came back. "Go ahead, Detective," Brogan said. Porter pulled his tired frame up the ladder, the warmth of the sun forcing the cold from his bones. As his head broke the surface, he found himself at the center of a residential intersection. There was no traffic. The houses still in various stages of construction. The moorings lakeside, I presume.
Chapter 39. Diary. The cat no longer smelled, which was a welcome surprise. As I approached, I gave the furry remains a little tap with the tip of my shoe. An assortment of flies took wing, and a couple of creepy crawlies darted out from the carcass. What little meat remained had the appearance of rotten jerky, matted with black and white hair. The skull appeared smaller, as if shrunken by the elements. That was silly, of course. Cats don't shrink, even when exposed to water. But smaller it appeared, defying such logic. Something had absconded with the cat's tail. Of all things, why would something want its tail? Mother Nature and her critters never failed to surprise me. I tugged at the wagon, the precariously packed parcels threatening to tumble as one of the wheels bounced over an exposed root. I reached for them and held them in place. The contents were squishy under my touch, like the surface of a water balloon. My mind's eye sent me the image of my finger bursting through and sinking into one of the bags, and I cursed myself for not taking a moment to fetch a pair of gloves. I considered running home for some, but realized Father probably preferred that I complete this task barehanded. If I wore gloves, evidence might gather on them, or because of them. Then the question of disposal would come into play. I couldn't bring gloves home and chance the wrong person finding them. Never mind the large Mr. Carter stain drying into our basement floor. Nor could I throw them into the lake and risk someone finding them there and tracing them back to me. Father had once told me the police could lift prints from the inside of a pair of gloves. Best to go without and simply wash my hands of whatever muck happened to accumulate. Reaching the water's edge, I dropped the wagon handle and peered out around the lake. Fishermen, swimmers, or some other spectators might be wandering about, none of whom were welcome at my little party. The lake appeared quiet, though. Not another soul to be found, either in the water or along the edge. Satisfied I was alone, I withdrew my knife and snapped open the blade, then picked up the first package. I sliced it open and turned my head as the putrid aroma crept out and tickled at my nose. Well, Father, here's to hoping the fish enjoy a yummy snack. I heaved the package towards the middle of the lake with all the strength I could muster. I would never make the school football team, but it sailed a respectable distance before plunging into the water and disappearing beneath the surface. Skipper Doodles, I cursed. I'd forgotten to tape rocks to it. I watched the lake, expecting the plastic-wrapped parcel to float back up. But it never did. A few minutes passed, and the water grew still. Turning back to the wagon, I counted at least 30 more packages. I would need rocks, many rocks. I began to gather a pile beside my wagon. Once I had enough, I secured them to the packages with the duct tape, double wrapping to ensure they would remain together. Then, one at a time, I cut the packages open and heaved them out toward the center of the water. The extra weight limited my distance, but they still traveled far enough. I had swum here before, and I was fairly certain, after today, I never would again. And I knew the bottom dropped off significantly, just a few feet from shore. I didn't know how deep the lake was at the center, but I could only walk out about 10 feet before the water reached my chin. Another step, and I would be forced to swim or sink. The packages were landing anywhere from 15 to 20 feet out, and no doubt sinking to the bottom. It took me nearly 40 minutes to complete my assignment. By the time I looked down at an empty wagon, my shoulders and back were both screaming from the exercise, and my knife was shiny with crimson. I dipped the blade into the water and rubbed it off with my thumb and forefinger, scrubbing until the metal glistened. I dropped it into my pocket and took one last gander out at the lake. I was fairly confident none of the bags would float back up, but I'd be lying if I said that very first bag didn't concern me. Perhaps I would take a walk back out here later today for a little double-check. Dropping the remainder of the duct tape into my wagon, I scooped up the handle and started back down the path toward home, where the Carter house awaited.
Chapter 40. Porter. Day 1, 9:12 p.m.
Porter emerged from the dark, cavernous mouth of the Mulifax Publications building with Nash at his back. Both men drew in long breaths of fresh air, tasting the acidic scent of fish rolling in from the lake, decaying trash in the alley to their right, and a damp sleeping bag left to rot outside the door. It was wonderful. It was the best air Porter had ever breathed. After reaching the end of the tunnel in the manhole, he instructed Espinosa and his team to search the moorings housing development from top to bottom. He retraced his steps back to the kill room in the sub-basement, where he found Watson diligently processing the scene while the medical examiner looked over the body. He'd spent an additional 3 hours inside the building, and Porter had no intention of stepping back inside in the foreseeable future. Claire had her back to him, pacing as she spoke into her phone. "It all revolves around Talbot. We've got to bring him in. There's more than—" She lifted her phone up over her head and swore a string of words Porter wouldn't have anticipated coming from a longshoreman. She rolled her eyes and brought the phone back to her ear. "But, Captain, Could the captain really be fighting her on this?" Nash asked, his eyes locked on Claire. Porter wanted to talk to Talbot, not a chat on the golf course, but a sit-down, bright light-in-your-face, one-way mirror at your side kind of talk. The man was clearly in the middle of all this. Not only had 4MK kidnapped his illegitimate daughter, but now he linked that kidnapping directly to the moorings lakeside, one of Talbot's real estate developments. As much as Porter despised the killer, he knew the man didn't operate without a plan, without reason. Every previous victim had been kidnapped as retribution for some illegal activity perpetrated by a family member. Talbot was dirty. If they determined how dirty, they had a chance of getting to his daughter while there was still time. Part of him hoped Espinosa would find her in one of the houses back at the moorings, tied up and blindfolded in a basement or unfinished bedroom. But the chances of that were small. 4MK wouldn't stash her someplace where she could easily be found. On a construction site, a worker might stumble onto her. Hell, even a homeless person. God knew there were plenty of them squatting out there. 4MK wanted them to find Talbot, not the girl. She had been missing for more than a day now, most likely without food or water. He couldn't begin to imagine the pain she must be in. Even if 4MK gave her something after severing her ear, the drugs would have surely worn off by now. "Yes, sir, I'll tell him," Claire said into her phone. "Yes, I'll make sure of it. You too, Captain." She disconnected the call and dropped the phone into her pocket. "That fucking spineless piece of shit!" Nash handed her a cup of coffee he pilfered from one of the uniforms. "Let me guess. The captain plays golf with the mayor, who's close friends with the Talbots, and none of them wish to put a hole in the donation boat." If a black woman could turn red, Porter imagined Claire was doing so now. For a second he thought she might throw the coffee back at Nash. "Cock-sucking little pissant ass clown!" "You're so hot when you rant," Nash said, squeezing her shoulder. Finally she sighed. "He's got 12 more patrol cars on the way here and 10 more heading to the moorings. They're going to search both locations from top to bottom, all the structures and the tunnels. The captain wants us all to go home, get a good night's rest, and start fresh in the morning. Thinks if we stay out here all night, we'll be useless by tomorrow, walking zombies. He said if they find something, he'll notify us so we can come back out, but he doesn't want us standing around here. He also said he's not willing to bring in Talbot for an official sit-down, not yet. Says we're better off waiting for Hosman to finish digging through his financials than bringing him in because of this." She spread her arms out, gesturing toward the building. "He owns this place too, by the way. Bought it 3 weeks ago at auction." "That's a shocker. I'm fairly certain he bought my house during the 3 minutes we've been standing here," Nash said. "I'm not going home. Fuck that," Claire said. "The captain is a tool." "I think the captain's got a point on Talbot. Better to get the full picture on the financials than tip our hand on circumstantial evidence. We don't have enough to hold him." Porter ran his hand through his hair, his eyes wandering over the development. "Not yet, anyway. We'll probably only get one shot at him." "So what do you want to do?" Nash asked. Claire, you head out to the moorings and stay on top of the search. Nash, you do the same here. I'm going to take a ride out to Talbot's house and keep an eye on him. We may not be able to talk to him, but we can watch him. Besides, I'm not active right now. The captain doesn't get to tell me where I can and can't park. We'll regroup at the war room at first light. He glanced around at the growing crowd of officers. Where's Watson? He's still down in the tunnel, processing the chamber where you found the boxes, Nash replied. Said he's got at least an hour to go. Porter reached into his pocket and pulled out the bag with the fingerprint lift. Can you give this to him? Better yet, catch a ride with one of the uniforms and drop it at the lab when you're done here. Ask them to process it. No need to add one more person to the chain of custody. Where'd you pull it? Off the rail car back at the sub-basement. Nash held the bag up to the light for a second before shoving it into his pocket. Will do. He turned toward Claire's car, hesitated, then leaned into Porter. It's good to have you back, Sam. Porter gave him a nod. I agree with Shrek. Good to have you back, Claire offered with a smile. Porter watched Nash disappear in the crowd and Claire climb into her Civic and speed away, then crossed the street to his Charger.
Chapter 41. Diary. Mr. Carter's car was still parked in their driveway. I'm not sure where else I expected it to be. Mr. Carter's time behind the wheel had come to an end, and Mrs. Carter would not be driving in the immediate future. Yet seeing the car there made me feel as if someone occupied their house, even though I knew the place to be empty. I left the wagon in our driveway and walked over. As I pulled open the screen door, I couldn't shake the feeling someone was inside. The door hadn't been locked, so I suppose someone may have ventured in, but I had no legitimate reason for believing so. Our neighborhood was quite safe, the kind of place where doors were never locked, and friends and family alike came and went from the various houses with little deterrent. In fact, I suspected Mr. Carter left the keys in his car yesterday. My parents typically did. Something felt off, though. The screen door squeaked ever so slightly as I pulled it open and stepped inside, just loud enough to alert a trespasser of my arrival. The kitchen was quiet and seemed untouched since last night. The remains of the shattered glass still on the floor in an evaporating puddle of bourbon. It was crawling with ants. Did ants get drunk? I imagine they did. I watched as they scurried over the sticky mess, zigzagging with such purpose. They didn't appear any different from any other group of ants you might find outside on a sidewalk or lurking under a rock, yet they were saturated in alcohol. A couple of glasses had put me in a tizzy. Surely swimming in booze would send them on a one-way trip to Drunksville. They seemed normal, though, unaffected. I wanted to take a match to the whole lot of them. I'd set them ablaze and watch them burn. Their little bodies would crackle and pop with an alcohol-saturated fury. Alive one moment, charred dust the next. I would play God. I made a mental note to conduct an experiment at a later date. I'd come here for a reason, and Father would be disappointed if I allowed a gaggle of ants to pull me astray. I glanced over at the small table where Mrs. Carter had passed out. I could still picture her sitting there, her eyes glassy, and speech slurred as she told me she had intended for me to see her naked that day at the lake. A woman just wants to be desired is all, she had said. The thought sent my blood rushing. Focus. I needed to focus. The noise came from deep within the house. A rattle of sorts, or perhaps a clank. It wasn't the type of sound made by a house alone, not the creak or groan of a house settling or flexing as houses are known to do. This was something different. I heard it again, louder than the first time. It came from the other side of the house, beyond the kitchen and down the hallway to where the bedrooms and a bath were no doubt located. I'd never ventured that far into the Carter home, and I didn't know exactly what lay beyond the kitchen. I could only speculate based on the layout of our own home, which was of similar size and style. Reaching into my pocket, I withdrew my knife. I dared not flick the blade, for that would make a sound all its own and possibly betray my position to whoever or whatever was back there. I held the blade with one hand and pressed the button, slowly releasing the blade while maintaining pressure against the spring until the blade fully engaged and locked into place. The recently cleaned and sharpened metal shimmering in the dull light, inching through the curtains, and grasping at the interior of the Carter home. Another clank. Whoever, or whatever, was back there didn't know I was there. I had been noisy when I entered the house, carelessly so, but I must not have been heard. A burglar would have surely come running to see what was what. Father had taught me to hunt when I was little. He'd taught me to walk on the tips of my toes so as not to make noise and to move with the grace of an elk slipping through the forest. I called upon that skill now, and without the slightest sound to betray me, I made my way across the kitchen and leaned against the door frame in order to get a view down the hallway. The living room fell off to the right, with a small bathroom across on the left. There were two other doors down at the end of the hall, no doubt belonging to the two bedrooms. I closed my eyes and listened. Rustling, the shuffling of papers. A drawer sliding open, more rustling.